Hello, my dear brothers and sisters. Welcome to this Active Directory course. I am Suraj Bhan, your instructor. I have been working in the IT infrastructure industry over 5 plus years. My core strength lies in Windows Server family and networking. I have experienced in Linux servers such as CentOS and Ubuntu. I am also proficient in Cisco technologies. So here in this course, I will outline comprehensive Active Directory and troubleshooting methods. And also, I look into other Active Directory components such as Active Directory domain name services, Active Directory group policy objects, Active Directory management tools, Active Directory sites and services, Active Directory backup and restore, Kerberos authentication, Active Directory schema, and many other Active Directory components. In this course, I'll basically cover Windows Server 2016 Active Directory and also Windows Server 2012 and 2012 Add to Active Directory. So now, without wasting any time, let's begin. Hello my dear brothers and sisters, I am Surajwan, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about Active Directory. So what is an Active Directory? The Windows Active Directory is a central networking place where authentication authorization services execute among objects. With Active Directory, a system administrator can assign policies, deploy softwares to an organization. Active Directory stores object data in its database, which is located at system root entities folder. So some of the Active Directory objects are user object, group object, printer object, devices objects, computers objects, and many more. So these objects are stored in Active Directory in a hierarchical fashion. In an Active Directory structural level, you can find two types of objects. One is container and another is non-container. In most of the cases, the containers will be referred to as its other name, organizational unit, in short OU. Non-container are also called as leaf nodes. Sometimes leaf nodes doesn't contain any objects. In an Active Directory, each object have a global unique identifier, in short GUID assigned to them. So each object can be uniquely located and identifiable. An object GUID will not be deleted until object deleted itself from the Active Directory. To remember specific objects in an Active Directory, each object also distinct with a distinguished name which can be identified easily. Related distinguished name, in short RDN, used to reference an object within its parent container in the directory. Here in this example for ctc.com, the distinguished name can be defined as domain component ctc and domain component com, and a related distinguished name for user in the container inside ctc.com domain can be defined as command name user, domain component ctc, and domain component com. The attributes like command name, domain component, those leads are abbreviated from RFC 2253. So distinguished name and relative distinguished name, those rules are defined in the Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, in short LDAP protocol standard. So now I'll move into my Windows Server 2016 and I will show you how to install Active Directory domain services on your server. So here in this my Windows Server 2016, you can see Windows Server 2016. I'm going to install Active Directory domain services. To do so, first of all you need to open your server manager, go to manage and navigate to add roles and feature and click herein. And here in this add roles and feature user, you click next, install type, select this role based or feature based installation, click next. In the select destination server, select the selected server from the server pool. Here in the server pool, my DC02 server is identified here and it is selected automatically herein. So I'll click next. So here in the server roles, first of all you need to select this DNS server because without DNS server there is no active directory. So be remember it, okay? And select the active directory domain services. Okay, add features. Now, before I proceed with this installation of this active directory domain services, so first of all I need to make sure this server is already assigned with a static IP address or not. Okay, to make sure whether it is already been installed or not, so go to this network list, open network and sharing center, click on this adapter setting, double click here, select properties, select this IPv4. Okay, so here you can see I have set a static IP address herein. So why this static IP address is necessary? The static IP address is necessary for DNS server installation. Without a static IP address, DNS server won't be configured properly. Okay, so make sure you have set a static IP address on your home lab. Now click OK. OK, close it and close it here. Now we'll go ahead and click next. Ignore these pictures, all those things. Click next, click next, and click next. So here, restart the destination server if required. You can take it. There is no harm in it. Okay. So click yes and start installation procedure. So during this installation, I just want to tell you something. Those roles and feature installation procedure time, it is fully dependent upon how you set your VirtualBox RAM memory and how much core you have assigned to this server. So the much more RAM and core processor number you have assigned to this VirtualBox, your process will be fast. Okay. Now here you can see the installation procedure is completed herein. In my next video, I'll discuss about what is a domain and also I'll show you how to promote this server to a domain controller. So up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I am Suraj, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about how to install DNS on our Windows server using PowerShell. Here you can see this is my Windows Server 2019, the latest Windows Server in the Windows Server family. So here I'll go ahead and install DNS on this Windows Server 2019. So first of all I need to open my PowerShell. To open your PowerShell, press Windows and R button simultaneously to open your run command. So here in this run you can type PowerShell and press enter. Once your PowerShell window is opened, make sure you have opened this PowerShell using administrative privilege. If you don't know how to open any application using administrative privilege, so follow here, click start, go to Windows PowerShell, right click here in, on this Windows PowerShell and run as administrator, right? So click here in. So I'll close this one, previous one. I'll expand it. Okay, now what you need to do? So first of all, you need to know which features are already installed on this server. To get to know about all applications that is already been installed here, so type in here get Windows, and here the trick is that once you type get hyphen Windows, now you can press tab button to complete this command line utility, right? So here I need Windows feature, so I'll go ahead and pressing the tab button. So here I have finally reached here. Now press enter. Now you can see the list of Windows roles and features are showing here, right? So likewise Active Directory certificate services, it is available, but it is not installed, right? The installed application here it is file and storage services. The applications which are installed here in already on the server, you can find X mark before the roles and service features, right? So here storage services X, it's already been installed, right? So I'll go ahead and another I'll see. Um, Here you can see on the .NET Framework 4.7 feature, it is already installed here in this Windows Server 2019. Okay, now I'll clear this screen and now we'll go ahead and install our DNS server, right? So to do so, so follow my lead herein. Okay, and also before you proceed, make sure you have put a static IP address onto your Ethernet adapter, right? So you can open this settings and onto this Ethernet, change adapter option, click on this one, click properties and click IP4 address and set the static IP address herein. Okay, to install a DNS server, static IP address is much more essential. Okay, so don't forget to install static IP address herein. Okay, so click OK. Okay, close this one, close this one, and close this one. Now I'll go ahead and install my DNS server herein. Type add Windows. Now I'll press my tab button. Windows feature name DNS hyphen include management tools. Okay, so now you can just press tab button. Okay, so here in the server I need all management tools for DNS server. That's why I have entered this include management tools command line utility here. Okay, now press enter. Now here you can see the DNS server started installation. So here you can see the output result. The success is true, restart needed no, exit code success, feature result, DNS server, remote server administration. Now if I'll put get Windows feature, now you can see, now you can see the DNS server is installed herein. right? Now close this one. If you want to restart your server, you can restart it. But generally there is no need of restart, but still you can make it. There is no harm in it. Okay. So herein I am done with installation of DNS server in Windows Server 2019 using PowerShell. In my next video, I'll show you how to install Active Directory domain services in your Windows Server 2019. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. Today we will discuss about what is a domain. A domain is known as a logical group of network objects such as users, computers, devices that share same Active Directory database. Active Directory logical structure is built with the concept of domain. An Active Directory domain is built up by following components. Extract 500 hierarchical model for objects in the namespace. For access management, lightweight directory access protocol. A DNS domain name for unique identifier. Set of policies that defines security boundary for users and devices within that domain. A domain controller can be authority for one domain, but not for multiple. For example, ctc.com is only authority to ctc Active Directory domain services. It will act as a root domain if any other domain is defined under ctc.com domain. This is where domain tree comes into play. A domain tree is defined as a collection of multiple domains that shares a common schema and configuration, which refer to root domain. Here in this example, you can see it.ctc.com and marketing.ctc.com. Both are inherited. Both are the subdomains of the ctc.com, or you can say this child. Both are child domains. it.ctc.com and marketing.ctc.com. As they are inherited from the ctc.com, they share the same schema configuration and same Active Directory configuration as it is defined in ctc.com. Here, ctc.com is act as the root domain. Now, I will move into Windows Server 2016. In our previous video, I have shown we have already installed Active Directory domain services. Now, we will promote this server as a domain controller. Let's do it. So, click on this promote this server to a domain controller. As I said previously in our last video, this configuration it will take as per your configuration, whatever RAM you have set, whatever the processor you have set, according to that the process will be fast or low. It will be various depend on that one. So here we will add a new forest. Like I said, we will add a ctc.com, sorry, .com. We'll click next. Here in this window, you can see there are some functional level are defined in this to be configured. The forest functional level and domain functional level. Forest functional level, what is it used for? When the functional level of a forest or domain with an Active Directory is raised, certain set of advanced features become available to the users. The forest functional level determines the feature of Active Directory domain services that are enabled in a forest. It specifies a minimum functional level at which all DCs are operate. Here you can see Windows Server 2008, Windows Server 2008 R2, 12 R2. If you are using 2012 R2, you may have seen the Forex functional level was up to Windows Server 2003. Now, in every Forex functional level includes its own set of features that take effect on a domain controller only. If it runs on an OS version that is compatible with that Forex functional level, any domain controller that runs on outdated version of OS, then the server OS should be gracefully demoted. The Forex functional level should always be compatible with the OS version in use. This constraint, the OS version, is applicable only to the DC and not to the member servers or workstations. Similarwise, domain functional level can also be updated similarly. Raising the domain functional level enhances the capabilities and security of the domain. So you can see likewise if you are selecting first functional level as Windows Server 2008, then the domain functional level also comes to as Windows Server 2008. So for the nowing scenario, we don't want any first functional level. Okay, let's set it as Windows Server 2012 R2 and domain functional level as Windows Server 2012 R2. Now we'll carry on with our promotion of this domain controller. Set the password for password. When you need to restore an active directory, if you in future if you take the backup and need to in some point you need to restore the active directory, this password will require. If you forget this password, you can't you cannot restore this active directory services in DC. Okay, any other DC. So be careful with this password. Select next. DNS. A delegation for this DNS server cannot be created because authority permission cannot be found. I think this is common error message. Just ignore this one. The net bias name. Yeah, it will come as under cities because we have assigned this domain as a ctc.com, so the net bias name domain name it will come as a ctc. Click next. Here, like I said before, this data folder will be saved in entities folder, in Windows entities folder. Windows and the log file will save in Windows entities folder. Sysvol files will be saved in Windows sysvol folder. So click next. Review options. So global catalog, yes, I'll discuss about global catalog in next few videos. And DNS server, yes, create deinstallation. Okay, just click next. Now it will check the previous check. Actually, this checks whether your server is fully ready for this installation, for the promotion of domain controller is not, because it will check several things in background like whether the server is already installed or not, just one static IP address is there or not, because I have already mentioned about static IP address because it's very essential to set a static IP address in a server when you install a new active directory or anything else. Okay, and a few others .NET compatibility check also will be going on, so it will take few more. Yeah, it's done already. So this yellow mark you are seeing, there's you know don't think about it, just ignore those yellow marks, and previous check completed, always say passed successfully. Click install to begin installation. Now all the checks are done, and we are go with the installation procedure.
click install button. Now it will take some time, so for now I'll fast forward this video and I'll catch up in the next. Now this our domain controller promotion is already done. Now the system is is going to restart to complete its operation. After restarting this server, you can see the ctc.com is already configured and fully functional and ready to use as a ctc.com domain. I'll fast forward this video to up to certain that point, and I'll show you that this login screen as a ctc.com. Now you can see server restarted and it's our login screen is come. I'll log into ctc domain controller. Now it will log in successfully as I believe. So now this is all about domain controller and domain services. Now for now I'll see you in the next video.
Hello my dear brothers and sisters, I am Surajwan, your instructor. In our last video, we have configured DNS server using PowerShell. Now we'll go ahead and install Active Directory Domain Services in our Windows Server 2019 using PowerShell. To install Active Directory Domain Services in our Windows Server 2019 through PowerShell, first of all you need to open your PowerShell. Okay, so now like our previous video, you need to see whether this Active Directory Domain Services is already installed on this Windows Server 2019 or not. To view this thing, you need to type sorry get Windows and press tab button to complete this commandlet. Okay, and press enter. Now I'll move off. Here you can say Active Directory Certificate Services, Active Directory Domain Services. Yes, Active Directory Domain Services, Active Domain Services. It is available. It's not installed here in yet. Okay, if you want to see particular this only Active Directory Domain Services, you can use wildcard on this Active Directory Domain Services. How you can use it? Just wait, I'll show you. Yes, get Windows feature and use the wildcard AD domain services. You can use this wildcard against any of these features and roles commandlets. Okay, so now press enter. Here you can see this edit domain services, it is individually showing up here. Instead of getting a long list of available features, whether any particular service is installed or not, you can use this simple wildcard. Okay, now I'll clear this screen and I'll go ahead with installation of Active Directory domain services, right? So to do so, follow my lead. Install Windows feature, name AD domain services, and also include the all management tools, right? Include management tools. With tab press, it will complete the commandlets. Okay, now press enter. Now it is being started the installation procedure. After this installation, we'll go ahead and promote this server to a domain controller. Okay, Now here you can see this Active Directory domain services is installed here, right? Now we'll go ahead and promote this server to a domain controller. So first of all, we need to consider some features before we promote this server to a domain controller. First of all, we'll make this server as a forest root server. So this server will be the first domain controller in our forest. Okay. So first of all, we need to see what are the deployment modules are available to install this domain controller, right? To get these modules, follow my lead, get command module ADDS deployment and press enter. Okay, herein we are getting commands like add ADDS read only domain controller, that is RODC server, install ADDS domain, install ADDS domain controller, install ADDS forest, test ADDS domain controller installation, and rest of these are test. And last one commandlet is there, uninstall ADDS domain controller. When you remove domain controller from a forest, this commandlet is being used at that time. Okay. Okay, here as we need this server to be a fast domain controller in this forest, so we'll use this install ADDS forest. Okay. So for this install ADDS forest, we need to dive into this ADDS forest to see what are the arguments are available for this ADDS forest. Okay, to get those arguments, you can type get help ADDS forest and press enter. Okay. So this thing, the update help command downloads the most current help files. So here it is asking me to update its help library of this PowerShell command. Okay, so I'll go and press enter Y and I will wait for this update finish. Okay. If you are being asked for the same thing, go ahead and update your PowerShell help libraries. Okay, there is no harm in it. It will take some moment, so I'll pause this video here in and I'll come back once it will be done. So now PowerShell help libraries is updated. So now we'll go ahead and check ADDS forest arguments, right? So to get those arguments, type in get help ADDS forest and press enter. Okay, I just missed something. So in front of this ADDS forest, you need to type install ADDS forest. Okay, and press enter. Here you can see there are several arguments are there. Install ADDS forest, hyphen create DNS delegation, hyphen database path, hyphen DNS delegation credential, domain name, domain netbias name, force, forest mode, install DNS, log path, no DNS network. And you can see several arguments are there. So using these arguments, we'll promote the server to a domain controller. So let's get started. So herein, follow my lead, install IDDS forest and type in these arguments one by one. Okay. So our first argument will be domain name. Using domain name argument, we'll set the domain name of our forest. Okay. So type domain name. Okay. Uh, domain name and put the string ctc.com. Okay. Our next argument will be domain mode. Okay. So you can find this domain mode here. Domain mode, right? Domain mode. Okay. So we need it Win 2016 because we have already in Windows Server 2019. We just need 2016 domain mode. Okay. So Then after, the third argument will take forest mode. Okay, sorry, forest mode for the string um win same 2 and 16. Okay, then the fourth argument will take domain net bias name. Okay, net bias name ctc. Okay, then fifth argument will take create, sorry, DNS delegation. It will be set to false. Okay, false. I think we should remove this double color. I'm sorry. Okay, so we finished here with fifth argument. For the sixth argument, we will take install DNS. We have already installed DNS, but still we will mention it here. Okay, you can mention it here. It's depending upon you. So it's we'll put it through. Then the seventh argument will take the database path. Okay, sorry, I just missed one thing here. Yeah, database path and give the path name. Okay, C drive, Windows, slash, and NTDS folder. Okay, then next on the eighth argument will use log path. Okay, log path, give the path name C drive double colon slash Windows, and it should be same entities folder. Okay, close it. So now on the ninth argument we'll pass sysvol folder, sysvol path, sysvol path, yeah, sysvol path, yeah, sysvol path, and get the path name Windows, and here type in sysvol. Okay, and close it. And now on the 10th argument we'll put the force argument. Okay, force, and assign it true. Okay, and now on the last we'll pass the argument no, sorry, no reboot on completion. Okay, so make it sorry, it is make it false. Okay, and now press enter. Okay, something okay, now I think I figured what was the issue. So here I'll give it the positional parameters. Okay, okay, and press enter. Okay, now here this permission of domain controller command line arguments are completed herein. Make sure this is a big command line lines. Okay, and make sure you spell each and every words correct, and also Try to remember all the parameter positions, arguments, make it correct. Unless you will face repeated error messages again and again. Okay. So here I'll give my safe mode administrative password. Okay. You can put your administrative password, press enter, and again re-enter the password again and press enter. Now this Windows Server 2009 will be formatted to a domain controller here and the installation is started here. Now you can see my domain controller is promoted here in Wing and now this server will be restarted to finish this installation. Here the server is restarted and here you can see the CTC domain controller is configured herein. Now I am done here with installation of Active Directory domain services with PowerShell. I suggest you guys you try install this Active Directory domain services using PowerShell on your home lab so you can get used to all those PowerShell things. Now I'll see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye and thank you.
Hello, my dear brothers and sisters. Here I am Suraj, your instructor. Today we will discuss about Active Directory Forest. What is a forest? Like a domain tree consists of two or three multiple domains. Similar-wise, a forest is a collection of one or more domain trees. Formation of a domain tree needs two or more domains. But for a single forest, a single domain tree is enough. A forest is named after the first domain tree. All subsequent domain tree who would be a part of the forest will share the same schema and configuration which the root domain have. Here in this example, ctc.com is act as a root domain where it.ctc.com, marketing.ctc.com, they are the child domains of ctc.com. So they will share the same schema and configuration as ctc.com will have. While one company merge with, let us say ctc.com is going to merge with another company bbsr.com, both company needs to be merged by a single forest. So data and research can be shared seamlessly. But in this case, both are having individual Active Directory domain services and this configuration written to avoid any complications. In this scenario, forest trust between ctc.com and bbsr.com comes into play. With trust in between domains ctc.com and bbsr.com, Data and resources can be shared without any complications. Here, this is all about forest. I believe you have got a brief idea about forest. Hope you have learned some valuable knowledge herein. I'll see you in my next video. Until then, goodbye. Hello, my dear brothers and sisters. Today we will discuss about global catalog. Global catalog is used for forest-wide search for an object. As name specifies, global catalog holds information of all objects in its database. It acts as a central library where you can find each and every information about any objects and subsets. When a user needs to access files or information from outside domain, Global Catalog Server provides information from other domain controller using trust relationship. Global Catalog Server acts as an index or library of every object in the forest. Any domain controller can act as a global catalog server. In fact, you can make every domain controller as a global catalog server. In this way, redundancy can be achieved. By default, when you promoted one domain controller, global catalog server automatically configured. Global catalog server is necessary for some software like Microsoft Exchange that is needed to be placed in every domain controller to run. In a large environment for load balancing purpose, global catalog server is indeed a heavy requirement. Global catalog accessed via LDAP port 3268 or LDAP SSL over port 3269. Now I will move into my Windows Server 2016 to show you how the global catalog server is configured. In your Windows Server 2016 or 2012 or 2008 or 2, come under Windows Administrative Tools and find Users and Computers and select it. Once this Active Directory Users and Computers will open, you can expand this ctc.com domain and you can see domain controllers OU. Select on it. You can see there is one global catalog server is already there. If you want to probably view with how it is configured, just select on it and right click and select properties. Select NTDS settings. Here you can see global catalog server is already here configured. In your organization, if you have multiple domain controllers that is already configured with global catalog, if you want to demote one global catalog server, you can just untick it. Here I'll show you something that if you have only one global catalog server in your forest, what will happen? See, no other global catalog can be detected in this forest. If no global catalog exists in the forest, you just will not able to log on. So that is the issue. So be cautious about it. Never remove a single one and only global catalog server from your forest if you are running only one global catalog server. So we will select here no, and we will revert back to as it is already there. So just click apply. Okay. Okay. Here, that's all about global catalog. I hope you have learned a great deal about global catalog server. I'll see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye and take care. Thank you. Hello, my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surajwan, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about flexible single master operation. Flexible single master operation is a specialized domain controller set of tasks used where standard data transfer and update methods are inadequate. Active Directory is a multi-master directory, but there is some functionality cases which one domain controller should do. In that situation, Active Directory nominates one domain controller to serve as a masters of operation, called as flexible single master operation. In FSMO, there are 5 roles defined. Out of those 5 roles, 3 roles for every domain and 2 roles for forest-wide domain. Here, schema master and domain naming master. These 2 roles are comes under forest-wide roles. PDC emulator, RAID master, infrastructure master. Those 3 roles are comes under domain-wide roles. We'll discuss about each and every roles in briefly. Just keep patience with me. Schema master. The schema master FSMO role owner is the domain controller responsible for performing updates to the schema directory. The only DC which holds the schema master can process updates to the schema directory. When updates completes, it is replicated from schema master FSM role owner to all other domain controllers in their active directory. Schema master contains design and structure of all active directory databases in a forest. Using schema master, attribute value of an object can update, insert, and can alter. Once schema master changes an object attribute, you cannot change or reverse the operation. Only one schema master is available per forest. Domain naming master. The domain naming master role owner is the server that controls changes to the forest-wide namespace of the directory. Domain naming master is responsible to add and remove domain from a forest. Like schema master, domain naming master is also available for one per forest. It is always considered to nominate one domain controller as schema master and domain naming master roles. RAID master. RAID master FSMO role holder is the single domain controller responsible for processing RAID pools relative identifier pool requests from all domain controllers within a given domain. When you create an user in an active directory, a security identifier number is generated. Generally, security identifier number is generated from the relative identifier pool. Insert RAID pool. Security identifier a unique number to identify an object in an active directory. A seed cannot be duplicated under same name user. Once a user is deleted from an object, seed will be lost and all other account information also. If you are willing to create same user account name once again, then seed will be generated. But now the seed number will be different from the previous one. Read master releases new set of read pools when seed sequential numbers are running out of read pool. There is only one read master per domain in a directory. As I said before, read master is a domain wide role. If you have multiple domain controller in your organization, then you must have multiple read master in your organization. PDC emulator. PDC emulator is necessary to synchronize time in an organization. Kbr's authentication is much dependent on Windows time W32's time function. PDC emulator makes sure all authentication and hierarchical relationship among users and machines should be seamless. It is also used for backward comparative purpose. One Active Directory has to act as a Windows NT primary domain controller. This server acts as the Windows NT master browser. Some of the functionality of PDC emulator are source. Password changes performed by other domain controllers in the domain are replicated preferentially to the PDC emulator. If authentication failures that occur at a given domain controller in a domain because of an incorrect password are forwarded to the PDC emulator before a bad password failure message is reported to the user. Account lockout is processed on the PDC emulator. The PDC emulator performs all the functionality that a Microsoft Windows NT 4.0 server-based PDC or earlier PDC performs on Windows NT 4 based on earlier clients. Infrastructure master. When an object in one domain is referenced by another object in another domain, it references the reference by the GUID, Global Unique Identifier. The infrastructure FSMO, the infrastructure FSMO role holder is the domain controllers that responsible for updating an object security identifier and distinguishing its name in a cross-domain object reference. The infrastructure master is used to maintain the reference to the object in other domains known as phantoms. Now I will move into my Windows Server 2016 and I will show you which server contains all the roles, all the roles domain-wide or forest-wide roles. In short, which server holds the flexible single master operations. We remember there is two roles for one forest-wide and three roles for the domain-wide roles. Now I will show you how to query flexible single master operations roles in a domain controller. So first you need to go search bar, type command, and in command room type netgerm query fsmo slash domain double colon and type your domain name. Our domain name is ctc.com. So now you press enter it. Now you can see schema master role, naming master role, PDC emulator, read pool manager, and infrastructure master. All FSMO roles are located at DC01 domain controller. If all these roles are located at DC02 or DC03, then it would show like as a DC02.ctc.com. Querying about FSM roles is real easy, isn't it? Now the last thing. I'll teach you how to transfer all FSM role from one domain controller to another domain controller and also how to sage all FSM role from a down domain controller in our Active Directory backup and restore chapter. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surajwan, your instructor. Today I will discuss about Active Directory management tools. In a domain controller, there are several tools available to manage Active Directory. It is necessary to know about the functionality of each tool to save your time instead of digging hole around. Some of the Active Directory management tools are Active Directory Administrative Center, Active Directory Users and Computers, ADSI Edit, and LDP. I'll discuss about each and every tools in a briefly. So keep watching. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surajwan, your instructor. Today I'll discuss about ADSI Edit. ADSI Edit tool is a Microsoft Management Console snap-in that acts as a low-level editor for Active Directory. In other words, ADSI Edit is a Microsoft tool that you can use to view and edit Active Directory object attributes through the Active Directory Services Interface Protocol. Now I will show you how to edit an Active Directory using ADSI Edit. So go to your Windows Administrative Tools, then go down, you can find ADSI Edit. Click that one, and here in this snap-in console, right click and connect to name default naming context, path your domain controller. Okay, so select violent naming context, default naming context, your domain controller dc01. Okay, mine is dc01, your would be something else. So click ok. Now your domain controller will appear here. So here your domain controller will be showing here as distribution name. I have already explained about the distribution name in my previous videos. I think you can remember those things. So here, how can you edit any object in your domain Active Directory? So click on this your domain, then go to CTC users. Okay, so here select Barry Island. See here in your right hand container there is nothing to show, but click on Barry Island and go to properties. Okay, so here there are several attributes are here. Those attributes are defined this user account in your Active Directory. So if you want to change any attributes from here, you can select here and change it. Okay, I don't want to change anything here, so just leave it like this. Here you can see this Barry Allen users object, this object GUID, object SID that automatically created when you create this user. So those things you cannot edit because this is a computer generated uniquely identified numbers. So you can't change those things. And object category like RDN, CN person, CN schema, CN configuration, and group membership, group priority, home directory, home phone number, home postal address. Okay, we don't have any home phone number. We just set one thing like was 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Click OK. Okay, this phone number is set and click apply and OK. So in active now we will update the schema. Okay, now in our Active Directory users and computers, we will refresh this button. Then we will check it whether this Barry Island's phone number is updated or not. So in account profile, sorry, profile, telephone. Yeah, she your this Barry Island's home phone number is updated here. So you can edit anything in your ADSI edit, and it could be and it will also reflect on your users and computers. It's not about only Active Directory users and computers. ADSI edit can be used to configure other configuration like this fine grained password policy and entities partition and okay, I'll show you and connect to, and here it's select volume naming contexts, select configuration, select OK. Here in configuration you can see there entities, quota, partitions, services, sites, Active Directory sites and services. Those things you can configure here. Okay, so like I said before, just before, you can edit also fine grained password, right? So I'll show you that one in default name in context your domain. If you come along to this container system and expand this one, you can see here there is one password setting container. You can remember that password setting container, we have got it from this Active Directory Administrative Center. In password container, we set the password policies, right? Then here, if you click on this one, as I think you remember this one, we have created two password policies. So here there are two password policies is set here. If you want to edit any of those policies, just select one of those thing. Then you can alter the values whatever the you set. Likewise, ms maximum password is, you can set alter it like instead of 35 days you can put it like 40. Okay, so ms ds password complex enabled, instead of true you can set it false, but let it be true. Okay, and password history length, instead of 24 you can set it like 12. Okay, then apply, and okay. So here this password policy is also edited and it is also configured. So now you just need to right click here and update schema now. Now, see, using ADSA edit, you can create objects like containers, organizational unit, user, contact, computers, anything we can create from here. So I'm gonna show you how to create an object here in. So right click on your domain, new object. If you want to create an container organizational unit, so select organizational unit, scroll down and select organizational unit, click next. Just put a value, value means your organizational unit name, just new OU, click OK, click next, and finish. See here your new OU must be has been created here. Yeah, you can see it here, right? So inside OU you want to create an user, right? So object, and scroll down below and select user, click next, and put any name like user Ram Singh, click next, again put the username Ram Singh, because we are putting the same user because it's same account name. Okay, so click next and finish. Here the user has been created here, but the thing is that if you create a user here in, but the thing is that it would not be enabled by default in your Active Directory users and computer. So you need to enable it in your Active Directory users and computers. If you go here and refresh this button here, and here you can see a new U. Inside new U, this user is not enabled, so you just enable this account and the object ramsing has been enabled. So here I have told you everything about the ADS edit, not everything but almost covered everything. So I suggest you guys now that you practice hard on your home lab so you'll get used to it. Now I'm done here, I'll see you in my next video. Thank you.
In Active Directory management tools, Active Directory's administrative center plays a biggest role to manage Active Directory. The Active Directory Administrative Center in Windows Server includes enhanced management features. These features made easy the administrative burden for managing Active Directory domain services. Some features of an Active Directory management tools are Active Directory Recycle Bin, fine-grained password policy, Windows Parcel History Viewer, global search, and multiple domain support. I'll discuss about each and every features in our next videos. Active Directory Recycle Bin. In earlier days, accidental deletion of an object of Active Directory was a biggest risk. It has been a nightmare for system administrators. With release of Windows Server 2008 R2, all risks were mitigated as Active Directory Recycle Bin introduced. With Windows Server 2012 release, Active Directory Recycle Bin introduced with a new graphical user interface for users to manage and restore deleted objects. Before I move further, let's look into how an object is deleted from a domain controller permanently and how an Active Directory recycle bin would restore an object to the Active Directory users and computers. When an object is deleted from Active Directory, the object doesn't remove immediately from the Active Directory database. In order to ensure that replication of deletion occurs across the forest, deleted object in the state known as tombstone object. In the state of tombstone object, if you are restoring Active Directory with authoritative Active Directory restore, then this object would comes to life to the Active Directory users and computers again. If the Active Directory recycle pin is not enabled, the time that objects are returned in the database after deletion is called as tombstone lifetime. Once the tombstone lifetime passes, the garbage collection processes on each domain controllers to remove the records from the database. In this way, an object will finally delete it from the database permanently. Now we will talk about how an Active Directory recycle bin will help us to restore the same object before it processes through the garbage collector. When Active Directory recycle bin is enabled, the deleted object first enters the deleted object state before it is being converted into the tombstone. In deleted state, the object still retains all of its attributes. After the deleted object lifetime passes, garbage collection converts the objects to a recycled object. This recycled object previously was known as tombstone object. In this state, all attributes of the objects are removed. Once the recycled object lifetime passes, garbage collection physically removes the record from the database. By default, garbage collection runs on each domain controller in every 12 hours. Before I move into my Windows Server 2016 to show you how to enable Active Directory Recycle bin, I'll mention some Active Directory Recycle bin facts for your knowledge base. By default, Active Directory Recycle bin is disabled in Windows Server 2016, 2012 or 2012. To enable Recycle bin, you need to raise the forest functional level to 2008 R2 or higher, like 2012 or 2016. Once you enable the Active Directory Recycle bin, this configuration you cannot be reversed. To use Active Directory Recycle bin, Active Directory Administrative Center must be installed. Now I will move into my Windows Server 2016 and I will show you how to enable Active Directory Recycle bin. To enable Active Directory Recycle bin, you need to go to Active Directory Administrative Center. To open Active Directory Administrative Center, go to Windows Administrative Tools and click on Active Directory Administrative Center. I have already opened here. Once you open your Active Directory Administrative Center, go to your ctc.com domain. In your right hand side, in your tax pane, you can see this Enable Recycle bin. I have already enabled my Active Directory Recycle bin in here. You just need to click on this link and it will ask you for the Active Directory Recycle bin enabling. So you just click on the OK button and it will enable the Active Directory Recycle bin in few minutes. Once you enable your Active Directory Recycle bin, you just need to ensure that whether this is working properly or not. To see whether it is working properly or not, we need to delete one object from our Active Directory users and tools, users and computers. So I'll navigate to my Active Directory users and computers. Now here you can see there are a lot of objects I have created, lot of users I have created in here under CTC users organization unit. Now I will delete one object from here. Delete, and yes. Now the object is deleted from this Active Directory users and computers. Now how will I get back? For this question, you need to navigate to your Active Directory administrative tools. Then under CTC domain, you need to navigate to deleted objects. If you can't see your object herein, you just refresh with this button, refresh this Active Directory Administrative Center. Here you can see my deleted object Barry Allen user is showing here. Now I need to restore it. So just select this one and restore. Now it will be restored to this Active Directory users and computers. To ensure whether it is already being restored or not, go to Active Directory users and computers and refresh this your domain. Now come to CTC users. See, this Barry Allen object is here and restored perfectly. This is all about Active Directory Recycle Bin. I hope you have learned about Active Directory Recycle Bin. In our next video, we will see about fine-grained password policy. Up to then, goodbye.
Hello my dear brothers and sisters. Today we'll discuss about how to enable Active Directory Recycle Bin through your PowerShell. Previously, accidental deletion of an Active Directory user object and restoration of that particular object was a very hefty task for a system administrator. But with the release of Windows Server 2008, Microsoft introduced the Active Directory Recycle Bin inside the Active Directory Management tools, which helps the restoration of an accidental deletion of an Active Directory user object. So here we'll go ahead and enable Active Directory Recycle Bin through our PowerShell. To do so, press Windows and R key simultaneously to appear here on. Then type in PowerShell. I'll maximize this one. Now type following commandlets. Okay. Enable AD Asana feature. Just type it. Okay. Identity. Okay. Command name. Recycle bin feature. Okay. Comma. Command name. Optional. Sorry. OPTI optional feature. Command name. Directory service. Comma. Again command name. Windows NT. Comma. Again command name. Services. Comma. Again command name. Configuration. Okay. And here in domain component, type in your appropriate domain name. Okay. So here my first domain component will be CTC and the second domain component will be my COM. Okay. Now close it. Now type in scope and forest, or just type in forester configuration set. Sorry. Target. Type in your domain name. Okay. Sorry. Now press enter. So here it is showing me confirmation message performing the operation enable on target recycling feature. Yes, A, yes to all, no, no to all, S, suspend. So I'll go ahead and type in A, okay, and press enter. Okay, here my active directory recycling is enabled here. To confirm it, I need to go to my active directory management tools. To go to active directory management tools, go to here, start, expand at Windows Administrator Tools, and click here in this Active Directory Administrative Center. Okay, now expand this one and navigate to this CTC local. Here you can see this enable recycle bin option is grayed out here because we have just enabled this recycle bin through our PowerShell. Okay, now to confirm this further, we'll go ahead and create a user in Active Directory users and computers and try to delete one that specific object, and again we'll come back to this Active Directory Administrative Center and try to restore that user object, whether that object is restoring or not. Okay, so I'll just create an user. uh, okay, I'll just create an OU here. First of all, create OU CTC users. That's okay, and inside this OU I'll create a user. Okay, Cisco Ramon, C Ramon 001. Click next. I'll just give any password and click next. Finish. Okay, so here we have created one user object here. Now here I'll go ahead and open my administrative center. I'll close it for now and again open it. Okay, now navigate to CTC. Here CTC users is there. Cisco Raman user also is visible here in. Okay, now try to delete this one. Yes. Okay, so here my Cisco Raman user is deleted from here. Now I'll move into my recycle bin folder. Okay, whether I can restore it or not. Here you can see there is one folder is called deleted objects. So double click here in. So here my Cisco Raman user is reset in this deleted objects folder. So I'll go ahead and restore it. Okay, and I'll go back to this CTC and CTC user. Here you can see the Cisco Raman user is being restored herein. Okay. Now I am done with enable of Active Directory Recycle bin through PowerShell. Now I'll see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye and thank you.
Fine-grained password policy. In Active Directory domains, prior to Windows Server 2008, only one password policy and account lockout policy could be applied to all users in the domain. These policies were specified in the default domain policy for the domain. To distribute different password policy to certain single user, it was a really costly business. With release of Windows Server 2008, 2012 and 2016, fine-grained password policy management made easier and mitigated all issues. With Active Directory Administrative Center, now administrators can specify multiple password policies within a single domain and apply different restrictions for password and account policies to different set of users in a domain. Before configuring fine-grained password policy, you need to look into some following facts. Fine-grained password policies can be applied to only global security groups and user objects. Policies cannot be applied to OUs, sites, and domains. Only domain admin group members can set fine-grained password policies. The domain functional label needs to be raised Windows Server 2008 or above. Now I will move into my Windows Server 2016 to show you how to set fine-grained password policy to a certain user. To set fine-grained password policy, you need to open your Active Directory Administrative Center. To open Active Directory Administrative Center, you need to go to Windows Administrative Tools and navigate to Active Directory Administrative Center. As I have already opened Active Directory Administrative Center, I'll just jump into this console. Here in Active Directory Administrative Center pane, navigation pane, in list view, navigate to CTC domain or your appropriate domain. Navigate to system and then navigate to password settings container. Now you are in password settings container. From here, you can set a fine-grained password policies. I just told you about how to view password settings container in list view. Now in review, the same thing. Navigate to CTC domain, then navigate to system, then navigate to password settings container. It's real easy. Now, without any wasting time, we'll create a fine-grained password policy for one group or for single user. Now, click on this new button, then password settings. In this password setting window, there are several options are available, such as minimum password length, number of password remembered, password complexity requirements, and so many others. Okay, let's start creating one password settings. Name CTC secure. Then select it to minimum password length. According to your need, you just set it like 10 or 12 or 8, whatever you need. Number of passwords remembered the settings is like that. When you repeat same password after changes of 5 passwords, then it will warn you that this password is already used. So how many passwords you need to remember from to your server? You just set it according to your needs. I'll set it like 8. Then store password using reversible encryption. If you want to take this button, take this button. Protect from accidental deletion. It is asking you about this password settings. So it will be better if you take this one also. Then user cannot change the password within how many days. It's your choice, your set. Okay, I'll set it. I'll let it like 1 day. And user must change the password after. Generally, it's depend upon your uses. So I'll set it like that every 1 month, like every 30 days. Enforce account lockout policy. This one is also important option in your fine-grained password policy settings. You want to be enable this one, so you just take it. Number of failed login attempts allowed. Like before I said, it's your choice. What do you want to set? So I'll set it like 4. Reset failed login attempts count after. These settings basically how many minutes it will wait to automatically reset the lockout account. Like I said before, it's up to you what the settings and what are the configuration you want to set. I'll set it 10 minutes. Now, account will be logged out. There are two options are there for a duration of minutes and until an administrator manually unlocks the account for a duration of minutes. This is most dependent upon the previous setting. Reset failed login items count after. So you need to set according to your previous settings. For the better security purpose, I'll select this one until an administrator manually unlock the account. Now, here in description field, you can describe about password settings, what do you want to set or anything. Okay, so now in this directly applies to here we are going to set what users and what groups we need to apply this password settings. Click on this add button and search for the particular user or particular groups. So I have already created a group like CTC S and check names. See, you can see a CTC secure group. It's already there, and my all users are comes under this security group. So I'll click OK. Now the group is selected. If you want to select individual username, so again click on the add button and write down username B Allen and check names and click OK. So now this single user Barry Allen and the group CTC secure group are applied to these password settings. Now click OK. Now all those password settings would be applied to this secure group, CTC secure group and this user Barry Allen. So this is all about fine-grained password policy. I will see you in my next video.
Hello, my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surajwan, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about how to create fine-grained password policy using PowerShell. To create fine-grained password policy, so first of all you need to open your PowerShell. So press Windows and R key simultaneously to open run and type in PowerShell and click OK. I'll maximize this one. Okay, here in this PowerShell, first of all you need to create a fine-grained password policy. To create so, type in as follows: new AD fine and just press tab button, fine grained password policy. Okay, then you can type the arguments. Well, in my previous PowerShell videos I have already shown you how to get particular commandlet arguments, right? So herein for this new AD fine grained password policy we need to know what are the arguments. Okay, so you can type it like get help, sorry, get help. Okay, and press enter. You can see here there are several arguments are there: name, precedence, authorization type, complexity enabled, credential, description, display name, instance, lockout duration, lockout observation window, and many more. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and create a fine grained password policy. Okay, so type in new AD fine, just tab it. Okay, put the argument name, give your appropriate policy name. Okay, so here in I'll give in like finance. Okay, the next argument would be precedence. I'll just tab it. Okay, so I'll make it 10. My next argument will be maximum password age. I'll set it like 45 days. Okay, so sorry, Herein, this 45 it is denoted as days, this first double zero denoted as hour, second double zero denoted as minutes, and third double zero denoted as seconds. Okay, be clear about it. Then my next argument will be minimum password is, I'll set it like I'll set it like 15 days. Okay, 15 double zero. This is hour. Now this is minute. Now this is second. Okay. Then sorry. Uh, then my next argument will be complexity enabled or not. Okay. Just tab it. I'll set the boolean value true. We need a complex password settings. Okay. So make it true. Then my next argument will be minimum password length. I'll set it like 10. Then my next argument will be password history count. Okay, so I'll set it like 20. Okay, then my next argument will be lockout duration. Lockout duration, I'll set it like 0 days, 0 hours, 20 minutes only. Okay, so make it double zero. Okay, then after my next argument will be lockout observation window. I'll set it like 0 days, 0 hour, and 15 minutes. Okay, and double zero. Okay, so I have already told about this what is lockout duration, lockout observation in my previous videos. Okay, to know all about these arguments, you can refer to my previous video. Okay, then after the next argument will be lockout threshold. I'll set it like 4. Then my next argument will be reverse reversible encryption enabled. I'll set it like boolean value true. Okay, here knowingly I'm leaving out protected from accidental deletion. Okay, why I'm leaving this out, I'll show you in my future videos. Okay, so for just now I'll leave it like this and press enter. Here my finance fine grade password policy is generated here. Now I'll assign this finance fine grade password policy to my finance users, right? So first of all, I need to make sure what is my exact username. So here in this user, uh, okay, I'll just refresh it here. Finance user. Okay, so I'll go back to my PowerShell. Finance user. Okay, now you can add this finance fine grade password policy. So type it like this: add ad fine grade password policy subject and give the argument identity that finance. Okay, sorry, this is small letter, right? Finance, and give the subject name, subjects assigned to this finance user. Okay, finance user. Now press enter. Okay, so here I have applied this finance fine grained password policy to my finance user group, right? To confirm it, we'll go ahead and open our Active Data Administrative Center. Here, navigate to CTC, go to the system folder and navigate to this password settings container. Okay, here you can see my finance fine grade password policy is created herein. Okay, and this finance fine grade password policy is assigned to my finance users. Here you can see direct applies to finance user. Okay, now I will minimize this one. I'll go to my PowerShell. Here I want to show you something. If you are having trouble with creating these fine grade password policies, You can get help from this PowerShell get help commandlet. Okay, so how you can do it? Get help new ld, fine, just tab it. Okay, and press enter. Okay, so here you can see in this remarks to see the examples, type get help new 8500 password policy example, and for the more information you can type get help new 8500 password policy in detail. Okay, so I'll go ahead with the example. So I'll just get help and type the example. Okay, and press enter. So here you can see using getHelp commandlet and example commandlet, this PowerShell query output shows how to create a fine grained password policy step by step. Similarwise, if you are having issue with assigning a password policy to a specific user or a group, you can get help like this. Okay, so I'll show you here. Get help, add ad, fine, just tab it. Okay, examples and press enter. You can see here the example, add a defined grade password policy subject, domain users PSO, subjects, this domain users group, right? On the second example, apply the fine grade password policy to user SAM account names Bob KE and key maybe. Okay, so here you can see the example, add a defined grade password policy subject, this password policy, and the subjects, this users Bob KE and key maybe. Similar wise, you can see this example 3 and example 4. Okay. Now I'll go ahead and create another fine grained password policy. So herein I'll type that argument which I left before. Okay. So I'll just type it here. Protected from accidental deletion. Okay. So I'll set the boolean value to true. Okay. And I will rename this password policy to IT. Instead of finance, I'll set it like IT. Okay. Now I'll press enter. Okay, here my IT fine grained password policy is generated. Now I'll go ahead and assign this IT fine grained password policy to IT users. Okay, so I'll make sure what is my group name, IT users. Okay, so I'll just okay, add a defined grade password policy subject, identity. Identity will be IT, this password policy, and the subject my IT user group. Okay, so IT user, I made it right, IT users, sorry, and it's a small, not a capital, IT users. Okay, and press enter. Okay, now I'll go ahead and check my active directory administrative center for this IT fine grade password policy, right? So just click here in. Just navigate to CTC and navigate to the system folder, navigate to password settings container. Here you can see this IT fine grade password policy is generated here. I just made a mistake, sorry. You can change this precedence. Okay, it's not good to set precedence number same to everyone. Okay, so you just update it. IT and okay. You make sure whenever you are creating any password policy or anything, just make sure you are doing right thing. Okay. Okay, now here I am done with this IT password policy. Now I'll go to my PowerShell to manage all these fine grade password policies, right? So I'll just clear this screen. So now I want to know what are the fine grained password policies I have set in my server. To get to know all those things, so you can type it like get ad fine, just tab it now, fine grained password policy. Okay, now press enter. In this filter you can use this wildcard and press enter. Here you can see this R&D. This one I have already created before, so this one is showing here, and this R&D fine grade password policy is applied to R&D users. This distribution name, this common name R&D, common name password settings container, common name system, domain component CTC, and domain component COM. And the object GUID is generated here specifically for this R&D password policy. The similar wise, we have created a finance password policy, and it is applied to finance user, and the IT fine grade password policy, and it is applied to IT users. If you want to see specifically this IT password policy, you can type it like get ad fine grained password policy, just tab it and again tab it, fine grained password policy subject, and press enter. In this identity you can type the value IT and the press enter. Here you can see this IT fine grade password policy is showing up here, right? Now we have already three fine grade password policies herein. If you want to remove this fine grade password policies, then what you can do? You can just type it like remove LD fine grade password policy and just keep the identity, sorry, identity, let it IT, okay, and press enter. Now it is asking me whether we want to perform this action or not. Okay, so I'll go ahead and select yes, press enter. Here you can see this access is denied. Why this error message is coming? Can you remember? We have said protected from accidental deletion, and we have set the boolean value to true for this IT fine grade password policy, right? Now we'll go ahead and remove finance fine grade password policy. Okay, fine, sorry, finance. Okay, and press enter. I'll say why. Press enter. Now you can see it is deleted. So here you can analyze this protected from accidental deletion argument is the safest way to prevent any kind of deletion of fine grade password from your server. So be cautious about it whenever you are setting any fine grade password policy. Now I'm done here with fine grade password policies with PowerShell. I hope you guys learned a lot, and I suggest you guys you practice hard on your home lab so you'll get used to all those PowerShell things. Right? Now I'll see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye and thank you.
Active Directory Administrative Center is a user interface tool built on top of Windows PowerShell. IT administrator can leverage Active Directory Administrative Center to learn Windows PowerShell for Active Directory commandlets by using Windows PowerShell History Viewer in Windows Server 2016, Windows Server 2012 R2, and Windows Server 2012. In our Active Directory Administrative Center console, you can see Windows PowerShell History Viewer is there. You just expand this viewer and see there is already some PowerShell history is already built up in this console. I'll show you some simple example. Resetting password in Active Directory Administrative Center is really easy. In the home page of Active Directory Administrative Center, you can see there is an option reset password. Before I reset the password, I'll clear all history of Windows PowerShell history viewer from here. From this Windows PowerShell history. Now, username. Our domain name is CTC. There is an username Cisco Raman. So we'll put his username. See. RAM1 password, anything you choose. See, so once I typed into this username and navigate to password section, see in get the in password history this one command line is printed over here, right? Isn't it easy? And learning this PowerShell is also really easy. Okay, I will reset this password. We'll go ahead with and apply changes. Okay, now the password is already changed, and now we will navigate to this Windows PowerShell history view. I'll just okay for your convenient view. See here, you can see set Active Directory account password in PowerShell. If you type the same thing, people are saying I'll show you PowerShell. Okay, in PowerShell, if you type all those things to reset password, it will accept. Okay, we'll try it here. Set a day account password. You just put on tab and it will go ahead with it will complete the command let. So click enter. So identity, it will be your RTN, relative distinguished name. So CN command name will be Siskaraman, OU will be CTC users, BCU will be CTC, and this will be .com. Just type in CN equal to Siskaraman, OU equals to CTC users, DC, CTC, DC equals to com. Now press enter. Now it will ask you for new password change. Okay, so type your password, anything else, whatever you in your mind. I typed a simple password to show you what's going on here, why this landmark is coming. You know, in our previous video for fine grained password policies, we have set some password complexity requirements, right? That's why it is not taking a simple password. So we need to put a very complex password for this to retain the fine grained password policies. Okay, we'll start over. Identity. The password is put what you had said earlier. Now put a very complex password. Okay. Let's to wait. Okay. See, now password changes successfully. Now I will close this PowerShell button and we'll come back to Windows PowerShell history view. Like I said, learning PowerShell is really easy in this Active Directory Administrative Center with the Windows PowerShell history view. So this is only about password changes in Windows PowerShell history view. You can see other things also.
such as we will see while creating a new user in Active Directory Administrative Center, how the PowerShell is printed in a PowerShell in Windows PowerShell history here. In CTC user container, I'll come to this right hand side navigation pane and select the new and create a new user. Now here you'll fill up each and every details, not each and every details, some important things like a first name, last name. So the first name let it be like down, last name Felton, user VPN logo T Felton at ctc.com, because your ctc.com is your domain controller, right? So then password set, password, whatever password you just set it. Protect from accidental deletion, it is really important, so you need to click on this one. Okay, account expires never, that's fine. User must change password at next login. This option you need to select. Okay, other password options, likewise you can choose whatever you want to on your convenient use, so you can do it. Okay, then after organization details, whatever the details, if you are working with very secure environment, then if you need to put each and every details, every contact details, so you can put here everything. Okay, so I'll go ahead and create the new user. Now here my new user term filter is created. During the creation of this new user Tom Felton, you can see in my Windows parcel history here, there are several changes are occurred. Here you can see edit domain, because before I navigate into this Active Directory Administrative Center, I clicked on ctc.com domain. So in the Windows PowerShell history here, PowerShell commandlets are printed as per clicked step by step. Here you can see, while I was creating the new user Tom Felton, all its credentials were written over in PowerShell history view step by step, like as for display name Tom Felton and Tom and other credentials were, you can see, perfectly written in this PowerShell history view. I advise you play around with Active Directory Administrative Center in your home lab along with Windows PowerShell history view. And with enormous practice, you can see your improvement in your PowerShell commandlets. Now I'm done with Windows PowerShell history view. I'll see you in my next video. Thank you. In Active Directory Administrative Center, Global Search allows administrators to perform search across all domains in a forest and against all domain controllers. Here in Active Directory Administrative Center, move into this navigation button and select Global Search. From this search box, you can search any object in your domain controller or in your forest. Likewise, I want to search one username like Cisco Raman and click enter. So you can see here the Cisco Raman is being searched and the result is showing here. In this global search bar, you can see there is a scope. Expand the scope, you can see there are navigation nodes such as CTC local, your local domain controller, dynamic access control, authentication, and also you can search the forest.
If you want to search the forest, you know already Global Cutler server holds all records of objects in a forest. If you want to search the forest, you just select this one and minimize this expand button. I have an organization and unit named CTC users. Let's search this CTC users OU. Search. See, this OU CTC users OU is shown here in the output box. Now we will expand our search criteria. So I have selected this scope to CTC local and dynamic access control and authentication. So we will set a criteria like there are several criteria in local scopes. So you can check out all those criteria like users with disabled and enabled accounts, users with an expired password, and so many others. You can check one by one specifically in your home lab. And it's really better to have some research on those criteria. It would be better for your knowledge base and your practice base. So you'll get prompt on this one. So without wasting any time, I'll go ahead with this one. Um, Before I'll say anything, I'll show you one thing. I have created another. No, wait a minute. Okay, you can see I have already created another user on name Tom Moody, and I have disabled this Tom Felton user account. Now come to our Active Directory Administrative Center. So I'll search username Tom, and I'll put one criteria users with the disabled and enabled accounts to show you whether the search criteria is going through or not. Okay, so then I'll select press enter. See, this Tom Felton, this account we have disabled, and the search character is showing here in this output folder. Now this global search chapter is comes to an end, and I'll suggest you practice hard on your home lab so we can get to know more about it and will boost your confidence. Now I will see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surajvan, your instructor. Today we will discuss about Active Directory organization and objects of Active Directory users and computer tools. When a domain controller installed on your system, you will find several containers within your Active Directory users and computer tools. Those containers are built-in, computer, domain controller, foreign security principals, managed service accounts, user. Now I will move into my Windows Server 2016 and I will show you Active Directory organization tree. In your Windows Server 2016, you open your Active Directory users and computer tools and expand your domain controller. Here you can see there are several containers like as I said before. Built-in computers, CTC users, domain controllers, foreign security principals, managed service account, and users. If we expand this built-in container, you can see there are several groups are there. Generally, all groups are belongs to security groups and domain local. This built-in container includes all of the standard groups that are installed by default when you promote a domain controller. Using these groups, likewise account operators, administrators, backup operators groups, you can administrate the server environment smoothly. You can see these groups and its descriptions like account operators. Members can administrate domain user and group accounts. Those users who are belong to these account operators can administrate domain user and group accounts. Like backup operators, you can see Like those users who are belongs to backup operator, they can operate and override security restrictions for the sole purpose of backup and restoring files. Likewise, you go through all those groups and you'll get a knowledge about what the different groups are holding each and every operations. Now I'll move into the computers container. Computers container by default it contains a list of workstations in your domain. When you join any workstation to your domain, all those computers will be by default added to this computers container. And CTC user. We have created this custom organization unit to manage our users. Domain controls container. When you promote a domain controller, the domain control machines will be by default added to this domain controller containers. Here you can see our domain is installed on this DC01 machine. So this DC01 machine is showing up here. When you will add any child domain, that domain machine will automatically reflect here with the help of replication. Now this foreign security principle. These containers are any objects to which security can be assigned that are not part of this current domain. Managed service accounts. The managed service accounts are service accounts created to run specific services such as Exchange and SQL Server. And the last but not the least, users. The user containers include all the security accounts that are part of the domain. Here you can see there are several security groups and user also added in here in this users container. Now I'll show you one more thing. If you enable the advanced feature setting, there are other several containers will showing up. For the security reason, those containers are hidden from viewing from the general users. Now I will move into introduction to Active Directory objects. In your Active Directory users and computer tools, you can create several objects such as computer, contact, group, end of person, MSDS site of principal container, MS imaging PSPs, MSMQQ alias, organizational unit, printer, user, and server folder. With release of Windows Server 2016, Microsoft releases secret features such as privileged access management and site of principal. I'll discuss about privileged access management and site of principal in our Active Directory Security Perimeter chapter. Okay, now begin with this computer object. Computer objects represents workstations that are part of Active Directory domain. All computers within a domain share the same security database, including user and group informations. Contact. Contact objects are usually used in organizational units to specify the main administrative contact. Contacts are not security principles like users. They are used to specify information about individuals outside the organization. Group object. Group objects are a logical collection of users primarily for assigning security permissions to the resources. In our future videos, I will show you how to assign an user to a security group in these group objects. The init outperson object is an Active Directory object that defines attributes of users in lightweight directed access protocol, in short, LDAP, and extra 500 directories. We have already discussed about Shadow Principal container. This container is specially dedicated to Shadow Principal objects. We'll discuss about furthermore in our Active Directory Security Perimeter chapter. Next, MS Imaging PSPs. MS Imaging PSPs is a container for all enterprise scan process objects. MSMQQ alias. It is an Active Directory object for the MSMQ custom recipient class type. The MSMQQ alias objects associate an Active Directory path and a user-defined alias with a public, private, or direct single element format name. This allows a queue alias to be used to reference a queue that might not be listed in Active Directory domain services. Organizational unit. An organizational unit object is created to build a hierarchy within the Active Directory domain. It is the smallest unit that can be used to create administrative groupings, and it can be used to assign group policies. Generally, the OU structure within a domain reflects a company's business organization. Printer. Printer objects are mapped to the printer that is installed in your server, the share printer or anything like that. User. A user object is the fundamental security principle on which Active Directory is based. User accounts contain information about individuals as well as password and other permission informations. And lastly, share folders. Share folder objects map to several shares. They are used to organize the various file resources that may be available on file or print servers. So that's all about Active Directory organization and Active Directory objects. I'll see you in my next video about Active Directory organizational unit and organizational unit planning. Up to then, goodbye. Active Directory organizational unit and organizational unit planning. An organizational unit is a logical group of Active Directory objects. Organizational units are served as containers where Active Directory objects are stored. In a complex organization, planning of logical network structure is a hefty task. Using Active Directory organizational unit, you can simplify the complex network structure. And also, you can manage groups in your organization irrespective of complex structure. Let in your CTC software company, you have departments such as sales, marketing, engineering, and information technology. Each department has their own roles. For example, your company produces three softwares named PDF Converter, Chip Extractor, and 3D Paint. For each software, you have individual sales team assigned. Now you need to place those three teams in your Active Directory. So in your domain, under Sales OU, you can put all those groups OUs like this: 3D Paint, Chip Extractor, PDF Converter. I'll explain this in my Windows Server 2016 for your better understanding. In my Active Directory users and computers, I have already created one Sales OU. Inside Sales OU, I want to place all of my three PDF Converter, GP Extractor, and 3D Paint groups under Sales OU within individual OUs. So under Sales OU, I have created three OUs: 3D Paint, PDF Converter, GP Extractor. Inside those OUs, for well management, I will place individual groups inside those individual OUs. In my next video, I'll show you how an user is assigned to a group and how you can place a group inside an OU for your better management of Active Directory logical tree. Now I will show you one thing for my well management of computers. In my CTC computers, I have divided CTC computers into two parts: active computers and inactive computers. Those computers which are active right now, those computers will be showing here. And those computers who is disabled or inactive for now, for any system of prediction or anything else, I will move into this container for my well management purpose. How you will use OU and its logical structure, it's totally depend upon you. How you will manage it, it's also depend upon you. A simple and clean OU structure would reflect your administration skill and it will help you in big ways. So I'm done here. I'll see you in my next video. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. Today we will discuss about Active Directory users and groups. So let's get started. Users. A user is a fundamental security principle on which Active Directory is based. User accounts contain information about individuals as well as password and other permission information. Groups. Group objects are logical collection of users primarily for assigning security permission to resources. Groups are used to collect user accounts, computer accounts, and other groups into manageable units. Working with groups simplify network maintenance and administration. There are two types of groups in Active Directory: distribution group and security group. Distribution group. Distribution groups can be used only with email applications such as MS Exchange Server to send email to collection of users. Distribution groups are not security enabled. Thus, you cannot apply any permission or rights for the object on the group. Security groups. In security groups, you can place permission and rights. Security groups can provide an efficient way to assign access to resources on your network. Like distribution groups, security groups can be used as email entity. Now we'll discuss about group scopes. In an Active Directory, each group has a specific role or scope which depends how it can be used. There are mainly three different types of group scopes are available in a domain or forest, and also one local group is available to the individual local computer. The availability and scope determines where the group scopes are used, such as at local level, domain level, or at forest level. These four group scopes are local group, domain local group, global group, and universal group. Now I'll discuss about how all four groups are managed in same domain level, other domain in same forest, domain from external forest. In same domain level, local group can have users, computers, domain local group, global group, and universal groups as its members. Due to local group is created on local machine, it has limited resources to manage domain environment. Domain local group. A domain local group can have same members as local group has: users, computers, domain local group, global group, and universal groups. Domain local group can administrate domain controllers as domain local groups are given the permission to manage the domain resources. To be remembered, domain local groups cannot be used outside of the domain. Global group. A global group has limited membership as compared to other groups. Only users, computers, and other global groups can have the membership to global group. Global groups can be used in other domains in the forest or in external domains. Universal group. Universal group can have users, computers, global groups, and other universal groups as its members. It is stored in with global catalog server, and it is available to any domain in the forest. Now we'll talk about another domain in the same forest. Local group can have everything except domain local groups. Domain local groups cannot be used outside of the domain. For this security reason, domain local group limited to the same domain where it is installed. Domain local group has the same as like local group has, except the domain local group, as it cannot be used outside of the domain in the forest. By default, global groups cannot have any other members from the other domain in the forest. Universal group. Universal group can have the same members as it can have in the same domain level, as it is designed to allow its membership to other domains. Universal group is free to move from domain to domain. Now we'll discuss about domain from the external domain. When a trusted domain is added from another forest, then the group scope membership also changes accordingly. In this scenario, local group can have users, computers, and global groups. Domain and local group cannot be added outside of a domain, as we have already discussed earlier. And universal group needs to be global catalog server, and global catalog server must be the one in a forest where the universal group is used. Thus, universal group cannot be a part of member in another forest. So the domain local group and universal groups cannot be added. For the domain local group has the same access as the local group has. As I discussed before, global group scope cannot be used outside of a domain. Thus, it cannot be added to any domain in the external forest. So here it will be blank. And also in universal group, like I said before, universal group cannot be used in an external domain. For the same reason, it cannot have external domain membership. Now I'll discuss about how this group and group scope can be converted from one group to another group for well management of your organization groups. First, I will discuss about group convert, that is conversion between distribution group and security group. If you convert a security group to distribution group, then all associated security access would be removed from the group and subsequent users who are the part of the security groups. In next conversion, I will discuss about group scope. For this particular conversion, Microsoft suggests HDLP and HUDLP group strategies. Before I will explain about HDLP and HUDLP group strategies, remember that global group cannot be converted to a domain local group and a domain local group cannot be converted to a global group. But a global group can be a member of domain local group. But also a domain local group cannot be a member of global group. You need to keep difference between group conversion and group scope membership. Now I will discuss about HDLP group strategies. HDLP. In HDLP group strategies, first you need to create an account, then create a global group and put that user account that you have created in the first place in the global group membership. Then create the domain local group and put that global group in the domain local group membership. After that, you can assign permission, security permission, anything to that specific group. Now, HUDLP group strategies. In this strategy, the same thing, you need to create an account, user account, then create a global account and put that user in this global group and create a universal group, and in this universal group assign global group as its member, then create the domain local group and put that universal group in the domain local group membership. After that, you can assign the security permissions to this domain local group. Now I will move into my Windows Server 2016 to show you how to create users and convert the groups and assign the memberships. In your Windows Server 2016, go to your Active Directory users and computers. In users container, I have already created three groups: group 1, group 2 and group 3. Select any group and come to properties. Here you can see this group type security is there and distribution is there. When I created this group, we have selected as group type as security. Now if you want to select as distribution, convert as a distribution, then select this radio button, click apply. Now you are getting the warning message. You are converting a security group to a distribution group. If this group is used to grant or deny permissions on network resources, members of this group may lose access or gain undesired access. Are you sure to want to continue? Like as I said before, if you convert a security group to distribution group, then that group will lose all their security access. So if you want to continue, then okay. If you don't, then click no. So here we want to continue to show you. Okay. So click yes and click OK. Now this group is converted to the distribution group. If you want to reverse that one again, then you click on the security again and apply and OK. Then you need to put all permissions back to this group. Okay. Now the group scope conversion. Now the group scope conversion. Select this group properties and group scope. Here you can see this domain local group is grayed out. Like I already said before, in group scope, global group cannot be converted to a domain local and domain local cannot be converted to a global. Okay, so herein you can convert this global group scope to a universal. Okay, click universal, click apply and OK. Again, if you want to see here, from this universal group, you can assign, you can convert to a domain local group scope or global group scope. That I have already discussed about this HDLP strategy earlier. Okay, so you can put it domain local or global, or let it be like that universal. It's your use. But now we'll revert back to our original. So let it be like a global. Then apply and OK. Now we'll discuss about HDLP and HUDLP strategy. Okay. So for the user, I have already some users here in like Tamfil, Tantum, Joseph West, Ice West. These users are already created. So I will put this user in one group. So first in HDLP group strategy, first creation of account is created. Okay, let Iris West. Then put this user account to a global group. Global group, you can remember group 1 is denoted to global group. So I'll put this user to global group, group 1, group 1. Check names. That's already there. So click OK. The add to group operation was successfully completed. Okay. Then we'll come to our group. Click here, members. Here you can see the Iris West is successfully added here in this global group. Now we put this global group into domain local group. Okay, so click on it, properties, or just here in you can do add to a group. Add to a group. What is the domain local group? Domain local group is I think our group 2. Group 2. Check name. Yeah. Then click OK. The add to group operation was successfully completed. Here you can see in group 2. Here you can see in group 2, in members, group 1 is added to here. Now the permissions. Like in our previous video, I have shown you how to plan your OU and OU structure. So, and one more thing, I have not discussed that yet, the group policy object. The group policy, you can assign the group policy to a organizational unit. Okay, so so you can place this group into this sales group. Okay, just 3D point sales group. You can move it here. Yes. Okay. Then in 3D paint, then you can assign any group policy to this container so that the subsequent policies, group policies, permissions, labels are will be added to this group. So whoever the user account and the group members, those are get the same policies, whatever the policies applied to this 3D paint container. Okay. Now in AGU DLP, In HUDLP, first we need to create a user. That I have already created users. I have shown you that. Okay, let it is Joseph West. Okay, Joseph West. Then you need to add then according to HDLP, then we need to create a global group. So let's create a new global group for global group. Okay, then add this global group to universal group. Universal here is group 3. Okay, so here you can add to group from here, or else from this properties section you can add from member of. Add group 3, check name. Okay, apply. Okay, if you go to this group 3 universal group, you can see members group 4 is added to here. Isn't it easy? Really, it is really easy. So now we need this universal group added to a domain local group. So let's create another group 5. Okay, and let it as a domain local group. Click OK. Okay, so here this group 3 as a universal group, then group added to group 5, the domain local group. Added to domain local group, this group 5. Check names and click OK. Now this R2 group operation was successfully completed. Now here in this domain local group, you can see members group 3. Group 3 here it is showing denoted as a universal group. Okay, so here I have completed this HDLP group strategy also. Now I'm at the end of this my Active Directory users and group strategies. I'll see you in my next video. Thank you.
Hello, my dear brothers and sisters. Today we'll discuss about management of Active Directory users and computers. In this video course, I'll outline the user creation, user account lockout, user password reset, user account disable, user move from one container to another container, user deletion, user properties view, and about computers. So now I'll move into my Windows Server 2016 to show you the practical view of user creation, deletion, disable account, and many others. Okay, now in your Windows Server 2016, come to this Active Directory users and computers. You can see here there are several users I have already created here. Now for your view, I'll create another one. So right click here and on new button. Then come to this user. Here you need to put any username like was what? Yes, Kapoor. Okay. Now we need to put a username according to this user. But this username should be uniquely added by in your organization. Okay. So put it like YKA 001. Okay. If another year's Kapoor is already there in your organization previously, and a new year's Kapoor is joining in your organization, so basically you can just remove this one and put it to 002 and click next. Set a password ABCD at 123 ABCD at 1234 or anything. You can put anything your password selection according to your policies. You can put anything. Here there are 4 options are here. By default, once option is selected, user must change password at next login. You must be selected. You don't in this selection must not be onto. Okay, so whatever the by default selection is here, just let it be like this, because when the user is logging to his or her account, so the password will be here. He will set password according to his own. Okay, so the user cannot change password. Don't ever select that one.
because it's a very security risk. Okay, and the password never does. This is also not recommended, so don't do it. Account is disabled when the user is no longer in organization or temporarily unavailable. You can put it like that and disable. Okay, so then next and finish, and user creation is done. Now account lookout. When you apply a GPU in your organization that for just like that after 4 consecutive failed login attempt, your account will be locked. So in that case, that user will request you to unlock his or her account. Okay, so that user will still come to your that user formally request you physically. So you need to select this user, go to properties, from here account, unlock account, apply. Okay, so in this way your user account will be unlocked. Okay, so then after we move into user password reset. If the user forgets his password or password, then you can reset his password by right click on it and reset password button, and again you put any password your desired password. Then select this user must change password at next level. Just let it be like that and click OK. So when the user will log into his system again, that default password you would tell him that whatever the default password he will receive. Then after when he log into his account or her account, then the system will ask for new password change. Okay. Now we'll move into user account disable. When the user is not available in organization or or she resigned from our organization, first for security principles or for the policies, you need to retain this user for some time, for like for some company work or anything else. So you can temporarily disable his or her account. So from here you can select the user and disable the account. Okay. So in this way you can disable user or her account. Now we can enable this account. Okay. So okay. Then then we next will go to moving one object from one container to another container. You can drag, basically you can drag and drop the account from here to this container. But remember that this is not the way to proper way to do like moving the user objects from one container to another container. But because if you have like 400 to 500 users account and there will like 20 to 30 containers are there, then instead of sales you if you put this in disable account, then you'll face so many problems. So the proper way to do is like right click on it, move, and select the appropriate container and click OK. So it's so easy, but don't do drag and drop option. Okay. Now we'll move into delete user object deletion. Okay, then I'll go to disable accounts. Here there I have 3 disable accounts are there. You can select any user, right click it and delete account. Yes. Now the user is deleted from your Active Directory users and computers, as well as remember I have already told you, with the deletion of user accounts, all the security IDs, all the attributes and everything will be deleted from the system, right? But it will be in the tombstone lifetime period. If you want to if you want to restore this user, go to Active Directory and Steam Center and go to this your domain, and in that okay, I'll show you instead of saying anything. Okay, wait. Active Directory Administrative Center. Okay, our Active Directory Administrative Center is open now. So you go to this domain. Now come to your deleted object container. Here you can see yes couple is now here. If you have to restore this one, just click restore button. I'm going to delete permanently. Just let it be like it in deleted account. Okay. So once the garbage collector will once the dumpster lifetime will be over, then the garbage collector will come and it will delete wash out everything whatever the details here. Then we'll go to properties view of a user. Series user. Then click any one of user. Then go to properties. Here in properties there are several options are there. General, address. You can edit or anything like that. Just street address for this for your company policy. If your company policy is that user address should be entered in this user object, then you can enter. Okay. And account. I wanted to review over this profile. There is nothing. There is everything, but I'm not covering all those things. Okay, so this member of here this member of citizen secure group. Remember, we have created citizen secure group. So and we have added this to and we have added the selection words to this group, right? So here it is showing this member of statistical group. And domain is obviously it will so because it's a part of domain, so obviously it will become under domain users. Okay. So you can I'll suggest you that you go ahead with the home lab and try to manipulate all those properties and see what happens. So if you do anything. Now we'll see about computers. What about computers? Okay, here we have several computers here joined in a domain. So here we can disable account, reset account, and to move also option is there. Delete if that computer is no longer in your domain, you can delete the option here. So this is all about Active Directory users and computers. I'm done with here. So I'll see you in the next video. After that, goodbye and thank you.
Hello, my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surajman, your instructor. Today we will discuss about delegation of controls. To explain this, let's assume you are working as a senior system administrator in a company and you have a loads of work. So you want to assign Active Directory users control to your junior staff. To giving access or permission, you can delegate certain controls to your junior admin to handle all Active Directory user properties. Now, let's see how to delegate the access control to your junior staff. So, in your Windows Server 2016, navigate to Active Directory users and computers. In CTC users or your appropriate user container, right click it, click on Delegate Control, click Next, add a user. Like I have users like Cisco RAM1. Then next, from this here, delegate the following contacts. So you can access, create, delete, and manage user accounts, reset password and force password change at next login, read all user information, create, delete, manage groups. We are talking about only users, right? Not about groups. So we will untake this one. Group, manage group policy. We don't need this one. Create, delete. We don't need this one. So this is all about the users attributes. So then we have selected all users attributes. Then we'll select next, then finish. Now the Cisco Raman have all the delegation of users, so he can handle user creation, user deletion, user password reset, those things. So this is real easy, isn't it? Now we'll see about what about the other radio button that we have during the selection of delegation control we have seen. Now we'll see that one. Okay, I just will add a new user.
Alice West. Then click next. Then create a custom tags to delegate that other radio button we need to explain about, and click next. And here this folder existing objects in this folder and creation of new objects in this folder. So whatever the objects are here in this folder, she can operate on those objects. Okay, if you want to give us one specific tag, specific object tags, so you can select this radio button. So you can select any class attributes, then click next. Okay, general, what are the permission you want to give? Full control, read, write, or anything like that. So just give full control or anything, whatever you want to do. Okay, you want to give. Then so the permission level. Okay, then next and finish. This delegation control is really easy. You practice on your home lab so you can get used to it. Okay, now I'm done here. So I'll see you in my next video. Thank you.
Hello, my dear brothers and sisters. I am Suraj Bhav, your instructor. Today we will discuss about the importance of a secondary domain controller, and we will also perform the installation of secondary domain controller in our DC02 server. Okay, now the question is, why do you need a secondary domain controller in your organization? Okay, think about this way. You have thousands of users and one domain controller in a company. Those thousands of users are frequently requesting Active Directory resources, DNS resources, and other services. If something happened to your one and only domain controller, or if your domain controller crashes at one point of time, then all your employees will have hard time to get server resources in server downtime, irrespective of size of your organization, right? On this scenario, if you would have put a secondary domain controller, the secondary domain controller would have took place the primary server roles and would have performed the user requests seamlessly until you have fixed the primary server. So, having two domain controller in an organization would help in a lot ways. First of all, the secondary domain controller would act as a failover load balancing, and secondly, accessibility of Active Directory resources, DNS resources would be faster. Now, we'll go ahead and install our secondary domain controller in our DC02 server, right? As you can see, we have a primary domain controller named ctc.com installed on our DC01 server. Now we'll install a secondary domain controller in our DC02 server, right? To install a secondary domain controller, first of all you need to install Active Directory domain services and DNS services on your server. So from your server manager, you go to manage, and using add and roles feature, you can add Active Directory domain services and DNS services, right? Here I have already added Active Directory domain services and DNS services herein. So now we'll go ahead with promote this server to a domain controller. So click here. Now this deployment configuration is initialized. Here you can see there are three options are there. Add a domain controller to an existing domain, add a new domain to an existing forest, add a new forest. Here we will go ahead with add a domain controller to an existing domain because we have already domain controller ctc.com, so we'll need a replica of this ctc.com, so we'll select this option. If you select add a new domain to an existing forest, our existing forest is ctc.com, right? So if you click this one, you have multiple choices herein. So here the first option, select a domain type. Here in this option you can see there is child domain and tree domain is there. If you select the child domain, in the parent domain name you have to put ctc.com, right? Because our root domain name is ctc.com. So the now new domain name. Here, what you will put here in a root domain? Let's consider this. If you want your IT department
to use a fully qualified domain name, and separately for security reasons you want to separate this IT department. So you can create a new domain name for IT, like it.ctc.com. Here it is not only about IT. You can assign it for your HR department, your development department, for specifically research department, because the research department in an organization is very crucial, and it should be placed in very secure environment, right? Because you don't want to go out any kind of research information outside the server, so you need to be separate the server as secure as possible. So you can assign this as a research dot ctc dot com. Okay, now here supply the credential to perform this operation. Here you need to give your root server credential to perform this action. So here you need to click on this change. Now you will put the username and password of your root server, right? Okay, why? Okay, sorry, I have to, right? Now click OK. Now the credential is accepted. Now you can go ahead and click next, and you can install this child domain. So what about the tree domain? If you select the tree domain, the things are changed, right? So here in forest name box, you need to put the ctc.com forest, the new domain name. What should you assign this new domain name? Okay, let's assume that your ctc.com organization, they're developing a new application like paperfly application, right? So you want this paperfly to be a separate domain, so you can create a separate domain for it under the ctc.com. As per root server, it will this your new domain will get the same schema configuration, same active directory configuration as the ctc.com has, right? We have already discussed about it in our previous chapters. You can visit those chapters again and you can get it. So here you can put it like paperfly.com, right? Now supply the credential to perform this operation. The same thing as I have already told, that you need to give the credential for the root server, right, to perform this operation. After giving the credential, you can click next, and you can perform the secondary domain controller with a new domain name. Okay, so now we'll just forget about all those things. We'll go ahead with our first option. Click the first option, domain name ctc.com, right? The credentials are already there, so we'll go ahead, click next. Here you can see this option is showing here to me because I have already installed a secondary domain controller previously on this DC02, and few days back I demoted this server. So that's why it is showing me this allow domain controller to reinstall. On your window, this option not will not be showing. Okay, so don't freaking out or don't panic. So you can just I'll just select it here. Okay, so here you can select domain name system, yes, DNS server, global catalog server, yes, and here read only domain controller. Read only domain controller. What is a read only domain controller? I'll discuss about it in my next video, so we'll skip for this now. So site name would be like yes, New Delhi, right? So password is you can put your login password here, no issue, right? Then click next. Then click next and specify additional replication option. Replicate from this server. This is our root server, right? ctc.com. This name and ctc.com. Then click next. Then it will show the database folder, log file folder, sysbol folder. Okay, so you no need to change anything here. Click next and review option. If you want to know what are those things, you can go ahead and check all those things. Then click next. Now this pre-request check is also finished. So now we can go ahead and install our secondary domain controller, right? And click install. So this installation of secondary domain controller is really easy, but you need to think about so many factors before you install the secondary domain controller. And it is really indeed a very much requirement in your organization to install a secondary domain controller. In case of something would happen, so you must be prepared for that critical time or critical response. Okay, so now uh, once after you finish the installation of secondary domain controller, so be cautious about one thing. After installation of your secondary domain controller, you must need to configure sites and subnets in your root server for this secondary domain controller. Okay, and you need to configure properly. You need to configure the IP address properly. I need to give the name properly, right? Now you must be thinking that what is sites and subnet? I am not talking about those things yet. Okay, wait. Be patient. I will discuss about sites and subnet in my next chapter. So keep up with me and practice hard on your home lab so you can get used to it. So here we are done with the installation of secondary domain controller. I'll see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye. Thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. Now we'll discuss about read-only domain controller. Before I start installation of read-only domain controller, you should know why do you need a read-only domain controller in your organization. So let's consider this. You have a branch office in a remote location with very slow one link, and also you want to secure your domain controller, like you don't want anyone to make changes to your domain controller, right? Using read-only domain controller from headquarters, you can replicate all data, all Active Directory resources, DNS resources to your branch office. For security reasons, read-only domain controller is a really good idea to place a domain controller in your branch office. So now we'll start installation of read-only domain controller, right? As you know that my root server is located on my DC01 as etc.com. Now I will install this read-only domain controller in DC03. To install read-only domain controller, you need to install first Active Directory domain services and DNS services, right? From this manager and role features. I have already done those part. So here we'll go ahead with this promote this server to a domain controller. So click on this. Now this deployment configuration is initialized. Here you can see there are three options as I have already discussed about those three in my previous video. Add a domain control to an existing domain, add a new domain to an existing forest, and add a new forest, right? So here I'll select this add a domain controller to an existing domain. So here in domain I need to specify my root domain name as you can say ctc.com, right? And the credential you need to put. So click on the change. To install read-only domain controller, you can use your root server administrator password. So in future, you can add or delete any Active Directory resources in your RODC server. Or else, you can install this RODC server with a username who is not a part of administrator group. So whenever that particular user in your branch office is logged into your server, he will not have any access to Active Directory resources to make any changes. Now you give the credentials, right? So ctc administrator and the password and click OK. And the credential is submitted successfully. Now click next. Now you can see you want your read-only domain controller is served as a DNS server. So this is by default is ticked because we have already installed DNS configuration, right? And also serve as a global catalog server. So by default it is ticked. Now we need to tick this read-only domain controller, right? So tick on it and the site name. Here my site name is showing New Delhi, but in your window it should be showing as default site link configuration, right? So no need to panic here. Now you can put the password, right? So put the password and click next. Here the most important thing, accounts that are allowed to replicate passwords to the RODC, this is by default it is selected, so don't do anything, right? Now the second option, accounts that are denied from replicating passwords to the RODC. So the by default, you know what is happening here. So here in this option, this RODC password replication group, who are the members of this replication group, these group users can have password cache in that RODC server. So here Microsoft by default selected administrator group, server operators, backup operators, account operators, and denied RODC password replication group. Those groups are denied for replicating password to the RODC. So if you want to configure those things manually, if you want to guessing the passwords in your server RODC server, you can just remove this. Okay. So this means when the root server administrator is going there, means in your branch office, and when he will put his credential on that server, at that moment the password won't be cached on that server. So whenever he put the password, it will authenticate with the root server directly. Now we'll go ahead and click next. Now replicate from our root server, right? So we need to select root server, then click next. Now this is the data folder, log folder, sysvol folder. You should not change anything right here. So you need to click next, and all the review options are there, you can check it. Okay, so this here all the deny options are here, right? Then click next, and now this pre-request check is done here. Now this, with this one click, your RODC server will be installed. So we'll go ahead and install here. So here our read-only domain controller installation is finished here. Now it will restart. Now I am done here. I hope you have learned about RODC server. And also, I am advising you practice hard on your home lab so you can get used to all those things, right? I'll see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye. Thank you. Hello, my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surajman, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about Active Directory domains and trust. Active Directory provides security across multiple domains or forest through domain and forest trust relationships. When an authentication is carried out in between trust components first determine whether the domain is being requested by a user, computer, or a service that has a trust relationship with the login domain of the requesting account. To determine this, Windows Security System computes a path between the domain controller for the server that receives the request and a domain controller in the domain of the requesting account. Before we discuss about the types of trust, first we need to know about what is a transitive trust. Transitivity determines whether a trust can be extended outside of the two domains with which it was performed. A transitive trust can be used to extend trust relationships with the other domains. A non-transitive trust can be used to deny trust relationships with other domains. Each time you create a new domain in a forest, a two-way transitive trust relationship is automatically created between the new domain and its parent domain. If child domains are added to a new domain, the trust path flows upward through the domain hierarchy, extending the initial trust path between the new domain and its parent domain. transitive trust relationships flow upward through a domain tree as it formed, creating transitive trust between all domains in the domain tree. Here you can see this root domain is ctc.com and the child domain it.ctc.com. It is automatically when this child domain is created, so automatically a two-way transitive trust is automatically created. And for the tree root trust, as this paperfly.com is a part of CTC Forest, so it will also create a two-way transitive trust. Okay, so how many types of trusts are there? First, forest trust. Second, realm trust. Third, external trust. Fourth, Sutco trust. Forest trust. It is a transitive trust between one forest root domain and another forest root domain. Forest trust complete two-way trust relationship with every domain in each forest. It uses both Kerberos version 5 and LTLM authentication protocol to improve the trustworthiness of authorization data transfer between the forests. The advantage of forest trust is isolate directory replication with each forest. Schema changes, configuration changes, and the addition of new domains to a forest have forest-wide impact only within that forest, not in a trusting forest. Our next trust, realm trust. Realm trusts are always created between the Active Directory forest and a non-Windows Kerberos directory such as E directory, Unix directory. The trust can be transitive and non-transitive, and the trust direction can be a one-way or a two-way. In your organization, if you are running different directories in your production environment and need to allow users to access resources from all directories, then a realm trust need to be established in between your Windows directory and non-Windows directories. Here you can see here, this is 01, this is 02, this is 03. All those domain controls are inside this domain Windows forest, and these two Unix directory are located in your environment. To access all SSS for the users, you can make a one-way transitive realm trust and also two-way transitive realm trust here again. Okay, so our next trust is external trust. An external trust is a trust relationship that can be created in between Active Directory domains that are in different forests, or between an Active Directory domain and a Windows entity or earlier domain. An external trust is always non-transitive, and it can be a one-way or two-way trust. External trusts provide access to resources in a domain outside of the forest that is not already joined by a forest trust. So our last trust is shortcut trust. Shortcut trusts are one-way or two-way transitive trusts that can be used when administrators need to optimize the authentication process. Authentication requests must initially travel a trust path between domain trees. A trust path is a series of domain trust relationships that must be traversed in order to pass authentication request between any two domains. In a complex forest, the time required to traverse the trust path can impact the performance. You can significantly reduce this time by using shortcut trust. Shortcut trust speed up the login and access time to resources in a domain that is deep within the hierarchy of another domain tree. Here you can see in the city's forest there are two trees all available. One is ctc.com and another is bbsa.com, right? So here you can see under the ctc.com there is a child domain it.ctc.com, and under this it.ctc.com there is another child domain developer dev.it.ctc.com, right? So in between this you can see there is a two-way parent child trust, and here also two-way parent child trust is configured. And in between ctc.com and bbsa.com you can see there is a two-way tree root trust is configured. And here also in between bbsa.com to its child domain it.bbsa.com, it's a two-way parent child trust. And from the itbbsr.com to developerbbsr.com, it's a two-way priority child trust. Here you can see when a developer.bbsr.com employee wants access to any resources from developer.ctc.com, so here you can see there is a one-way shortcut trust is established. So without any problem, developer.bbsr.com employees can gain access to any resource from the developer.it.ctc.com, right? But for the developer.it.ctc.com, these employees, if they want to have some resource access from this developer.ctc.com, they have to come along a whole way, because there is no shortcut trust established from this domain controller, right? If this domain controller wants some resource access from this domain controller, it has to pass through all the way down a circle, right? So if you establish a two-way shortcut trust here, for this domain controller, it would not be a very big problem to travel through the circle. So here it is the best way to put a two-way shortcut trust instead of one-way shortcut trust, right? Now I'll move into my Windows Server 2016 and I will show you how to create trust between two forests. Here in my DC01, I have forest ctc.com, and in my DC03 I have a forest monkey.com, right? So if you need to establish a domain trust in between these two forests, so first you need to go Active Directory Administrative Tools, then go down and you can select Active Directory Domains and Trusts and select it. Click here, select this, right click, click Properties, Trust navigation button, you can select it here and click on the new trust. Okay, next, and you can put the that another forest domain name, right? So here we are in banky.com, so we'll need to put ctc.com because we are going to make a trust with the ctc.com, right? So click next. It's a forest trust we need to do. Click next. We want a two-way, right? You can make it to one way or outgoing one way, right? So you need to we just need to select here two-way. So click next. So this domain only, okay, if you select this domain only, the trust will be created in here, this domain. If you select this one, then it will create on the both domains. So click next. And the username and password of the CTC, we know already that administrator, on the password put, then click next. Yeah, we need a forest wide authentication, right? Click next. Outgoing trust, we also need forest wide authentication. Trust selection is complete, so the click next and the click next. Do you want to confirm the outgoing trust? Yes, confirm. Click next. Confirm the incoming trust? Yes. Click next and finish. Now the trust configuration is completed here. You know, if you want to make sure that whether this trust is completely configured or not, the first thing is you need to go to DNS, because in DNS you can check whether this trust is configured or not, because in DNS there is a conditional forwarder is there. So in this conditional forwarder, it is not covering in this Active Directory course, but I'll show you this thing only. Go to tools and select DNS. Once DNS will open, right click here, properties and forwarders. You can see this is the IP address. This is the IP address of our ctc.com. So it is already written here. So I think our trust is completely done. If you want to make sure that in ctc.com whether this trust is done or not, you can check it also. Go to ctc.com, select Windows Administrative Tools and go down. You can open Active Directory Domains and Trusts and you can check it here whether this trust is being configured or not. Trusts. Yes, you can see in ctc.com this banky.com is already configured here. So now another thing you need to confirm whether this trust is working properly or not, right? So I believe you guys you have remembered this what the group ties I have discussed about in my Active Directory users and group, right? I'll just remind those things again. So to check this thing whether this trust is completely done or not, so we'll go to users. Okay, I'll tell you what we need to do. So we'll create a new um, group, security group, name like secure banking, right? And we need to select domain local because we have already discussed about this thing that only a domain local group can have access of another external forest, another forest domain local group users computers, right? So we need to create a domain local group here only. So click OK. Now click on the secure banking and click on members. Now try to add a member from this ctc.com, right? We are in banky.com, we remember that. So click here in location and select ctc.com, click OK. Okay, and go click advance. Now here in you click on this find button. See, the ctc.com users are coming here, right? And here you can select this Cisco I'm an user and click OK, OK, and apply and OK. So here this trust is working properly. So this trust relationship is real easy, isn't it? Right? So I'm done here. I hope you have learned a lot about trusts. And also I'm advising you that please practice hard on your home lab so you can get used to all those things. Now I'll wrap up everything. I'll see you in my next video. After then, goodbye. Thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. Now I'll discuss about how to change a domain controller in your Active Directory users and computers. So first of all, you need to open your Active Directory users and computers from this Windows Administrative Tools. Click here. And here you can see your domain controller monkey.com is here, is showing up here. If you want to change this domain controller to ctc.com and you want to do some work on ctc.com, so you can right click here and select on this change domain controller. Here in this box, if you have any child domain controller in your environment, so you can see your child domain controller here in. If you are not seeing any child domain controller, you can just type it here, the domain controller name. Like here I am typing this domain controller of another forest and I have already a two-way transitive domain trust in between banky.com and my ctc.com. So here I can type ctc.com domain and I'll just click it here and I'll wait for the status from pending to online. Once it will show online, just I'll select it again and click OK. Now this pop-up box will show this domain controller is in domain ctc.com. You are currently administrating domain banky.com. Do you want to administrate ctc.com by using this ctc.com? It is asking for permission, right? So if you want to administrate ctc.com from your banky domain.com, so you can click it here, yes, or if you don't want, so you can click no. So here I'm click yes, and I am navigate to this ctc.com, and I am still on myki.com domain controller, right? So from here I can manipulate anything, like here ctc users are there, so I can so here I can see all the record resources of the ctc.com here. So changing a domain controller in another domain controller, it is really easy. If you are in root domain controller and you want to access your child domain controller, you can do it this way, right? So here actually I'm in another forest, so my credentials are limited to do any updation, deletion or creation of any user or any resource objects. But if you are in root domain and you are accessing your child domain, you can have all the access to deletion, updation and creation of any user objects. So don't panic here, because you can see there is a grayed out this user creation and user groups, because I am already in a different forest and my credentials are limited. Be remember this thing. Okay. So I'm done here. I'll see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye and thank you.
Hello, my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surajwan, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about Active Directory sites and services. In Microsoft Windows Server Network, you can find two topologies: logical topology and physical topology. Logical topology represents the security boundaries of a network and network services as extras. Physical topology represents the structure of the network, which includes network topologies, header placements, and IP address allocation. A site is a group of well-connected networks. An Active Directory site can be a logical topology or can be a physical topology based on location of server placements. The Active Directory site topology describes the network connectivity. An Active Directory site can contain many domains, and also one domain can contain multiple sites. Here you can see one site with multiple domain and one domain with multiple sites. In Active Directory, sites, subnets, site link bridges are some major components of Active Directory topology. Subnets. Subnet is a part of IP addressing protocol. When an IP address assigned, a subnet mask must assign to describe the IP address networks class. Now, one question must be arising in your head, that why Active Directory sites and services? Well, as you know that Active Directory information is crucial for any organization. Let's assume your head office at New Delhi and branch offices at Mumbai and Pune. Mumbai branch office needs Active Directory data of New Delhi site. So using sites and services, the Mumbai office can get New Delhi site Active Directory information with help of replication in between New Delhi and Mumbai, irrespective of physical locations. When any changes occurs in New Delhi site, the changes would replicate to Mumbai site. For Pune sub branch connected to Mumbai branch. So here Pune sub branch can get New Delhi and Mumbai Active Directory information by replication with Mumbai branch. Though Pune can get direct replication data from New Delhi site, but here link cost comes into play. About link cost, I will explain this in my next video. Now I will move into my Windows Server 2016 to show you how to create a site and subnet in Active Directory sites and services. To create sites and subnets, first you need to go to your Active Directory Administrative Tools, scroll down and select the Active Directory sites and services. Then it will open your Active Directory sites and services tab pane. Now expand these sites.
Here you can see I have already installed three servers like Mumbai DC, New Delhi DC and Pune DC. Now we need to create three sites. Here default first site name, it is created when you create a domain controller in the first place. So you can rename this to like New Delhi. Okay, okay, space are not allowed. So I'll rename it again. New Delhi. Now we'll create new. Now we'll create two more new sites. So we'll go ahead with Mumbai. Now we'll select this default site link. I will discuss about site links in my next video. So here you need to select this default site link and click OK. Now Mumbai site has been created. To finish this Mumbai configuration of Mumbai, you need to create a subnet. So after we created these sites, we will create subnets and we will assign these sites to those subnets. Okay. So now click OK, and the same procedure will follow on for Pune site. Like the default name site is created during the creation of domain controller, the default site link also created along with that one. So here you can select this one, no hassle about it, just select it. Okay, now we'll move those servers to the appropriate containers. So Mumbai, this is we'll move this one to Mumbai site, and Pune DC will move this into Pune site. So now all site containers are contain the respective servers, you can see here. Now we'll go ahead with creating subnets for the each sites, right? So click here in the subnets and click new subnet. For New Delhi, the subnet is defined as 192.178.1.0, and you need to put the suffix as the subnet max bit number, 24. Okay, then you select the New Delhi site and click OK, and again the same procedure will follow for Mumbai site. Mumbai site, it is on I believe 10.178.1.0/24. Select Mumbai site and click OK. And again for Pune branch, new subnet 172.16.1.0, subnet max 24. Now select Pune branch, click OK. Okay, so here we have created sites and subnets. So herein, to secure your DCS from accidental deletion of any object or anything like that, so you can select here protect object from the accidental deletion, click on and click apply and OK. So we remember that whenever you select this option, after selecting that one, you can't move this server to another container, another site. If you want to move that domain controller to another site, you need to first untick that. Then after you can do any changes. We remember that one. So here I am done. In my next video, I'll discuss about replication intra-site and inter-site replications. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I am Suraswan, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about Active Directory replication. In our previous video, we have learned how to create sites and subnets. Today we'll discuss about Active Directory replication. There are two types of replication existing in an Active Directory replication. First one, intra-site replication. Second one, inter-site replication. Intra-site replication. Intra-site replication happens when you have two or more domain controllers at a single physical location, well connected in between them through a local area network. For intra-site replication, there is no need of configuration, as Active Directory replication automatically configured once all domain controls are well connected to each other. Intra-site replication start among domain controllers less than 1 minute when a changes occurs in an Active Directory. The next part of replication of an Active Directory is inter-site replication. Inter-site replication happens between two distinct sites connected through a wide area network. Like intra-site, here you can't wait for domain controllers to be configured automatically for replication. Here you need to configure site, subnet, site links in order for replication in between sites. Here in this city's forest, you have headquarters at Mumbai and branch office at Pune. In order to replicate in between sites, on each site, Active Directory automatically choose one domain controller for replication. Like here, in Mumbai site, this DC02 domain controller is automatically selected for replication, and in Pune site, this DC04 domain controller is automatically selected for replication. These two DC02 and DC04 servers or domain controllers are called as bridgehead servers. When any changes made in domain controller, the first chosen bridgehead server replicate the changes to its connected bridgehead server. If any changes occur any of these domain controllers, first this DC02 bridgehead server, it will replicate the information to its Pune side bridgehead server to DC04. Then this DC04 server subsequently replicate the changes to its other domain controllers in Pune site. In inter-site replication, site link decides when the replication need to occur. It is the duty of a system administrator to set appropriate time for replication to occur. In most cases, system administrators set after office hours for replication. Site link also offer cost links in between location where two or more site links are created for replication. The least cost value, the replication priority given. Here in this Delhi, Mumbai and Pune, in these sites, in between Delhi and Mumbai, the site link cost is 30. In between Mumbai and Pune, the site link cost 20. And in between Delhi and Pune, the site link cost set as 100. When the changes occur at Delhi domain controller, through the inter-site replication, Mumbai will get the replication changes. To get those replication changes, this Pune site can get the replication from Mumbai as well as from Delhi. But here the site link cost we have already determined. So here the site link cost from Delhi to Pune via Mumbai would be 30 plus 20 equal to 50. So here the site cost link between Delhi to Mumbai is 50. But here Delhi to Pune the site link cost is 100. So as I just said before, the least site cost, the replication priority given first. So here Pune will get the replication changes from Delhi via Mumbai only. If in some cases Mumbai to Pune site link is failed, then the Pune site will get the replication from Delhi, and also the changes in Mumbai site, Pune site will get the changes via Delhi site, irrespective of the cost of the link. Once this Mumbai and Pune site link is resolved, then this Delhi to Pune site link will be ignored. It will be still there, but it will be ignored because the site link cost will be reduced to 50. Right? So next, site replication transport generally occurs through RPC over IP instead of SMTP. As SMTP doesn't support file replication, while IP support everything. that an active directory require any replication changes. So now the last but not the least, we'll cover about knowledge consistency checker, in short KCC. Once all sites configured properly, KCC will start making connection between sites automatically. If any site link network goes down, KCC will automatically configure standing site link irrespective of link cost. Like I just said before, once main site link recovered, the KCC once again will reconfigure the main site link for replication. KCC also ensure the replication between two sites happens seamlessly without any problem. It is also responsible for choosing bridge-edge servers. As it is running automatically in background, it doesn't need any configuration. So this is all about Active Directory replication. Now I'll move into my Windows Server 2016 to show you how these site links are configured and how this replication does happen. In our previous video, Active Directory sites and services, we have already created sites and subnets. In this Active Directory replication, we'll go ahead and create site links and we'll see how this replication, like intra-site replication or intra-site replication, is happening in between domain controllers. So you go ahead, click on Windows button, go to Windows Administrative Tools and select Active Directory Sites and Services. Here in our Active Directory sites and services, we have already created 3 sites as you know already, right? So now we'll go ahead and create site links for replication. So expand this intersite transport and click on IP. So here you can see during the creation of sites, whenever you create a site, you by default you select this default site link. If you click on this one and go to properties, you can see this Mumbai, New Delhi and Pune, all sites are merged into this default site link. Here we go ahead and create a new site link, right? So here we need individual site links in between two domain controllers. So go to this IP, right click it and select new site link. Here you can name it like as New Delhi to Pune, and you can select New Delhi site and add, Pune site and add, and click OK. So here our new site link is created. Now we'll go ahead and create another site link. In this site link, we'll go ahead and connect two domain controllers from the Mumbai to Pune, right? So you can name it like Mumbai to Pune and select Mumbai and select add and Pune and then add and OK. Here we have created two new sites and we have already default site. So this default site you can rename it like New Delhi to Mumbai, right? Now click here on this default site link and here you can see there are 3 sites are merged into this one single site. So here we have mentioned this site would be like from New Delhi to Mumbai. So here we can remove this Pune site and apply and OK. So here we have already created 3 sites. Now you can remember about I have discussed about cost link. So I'll go ahead and manipulate this cost link of each sites. So here I'll select this New Delhi to Mumbai. In this properties window, you can see here this cost link is defined as 100. As here you can see all these 3 site links are cost defined as 100. But we want replication from our headquarters from New Delhi to Mumbai should happen frequently, right? So here we can make this cost link as like 30 Okay, and the replicate every 180 minutes. It's like 3 hours, but you can come down to it like 15 minutes. You can't set it below 15 minutes, because if you set it below 15 minutes and in apply, you can see there is a warning message come up. Please enter value between 15 and 10080, right? So it would be better we will put 15. And here you can change the schedule button also. So here this is the replication is set as whole 24 hours in a day, but here you can set the replication not available, likely in the office you don't want to replicate these things, right? In the night hours you want to replicate, so here you can set it like from Monday, from 9 o'clock to let 6 o'clock to Friday, right? So you can select whole the area button and and select the replication not available. So here this whited out area at this particular time and day, your domain controller will not replicate to each other, but after office hour replication will happen frequently. Okay, so here you can click here, okay, and set it apply and okay. So likewise, we will set this Mumbai to Pune site link also. So here you can set this cost as like 30 again, or 20, whatever you can set, but 30 set it. And replication also you can set it like 15 minutes. And the change schedule you can set like before I set it, from Monday from 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock, from Monday to Friday. Replication not available, select the replication not available, click OK, apply and OK. So here you can see this Pune branch gets the replication from Mumbai, and this Mumbai branch gets the replication from New Delhi. Here the cost link from New Delhi to Pune is direct as 16, but from the New Delhi to Pune direct side link is direct as 100. So the replication will frequently happen from New Delhi to Pune via Mumbai, because we have set this cost link as 30 plus 60. So whenever this New Delhi to Mumbai site route down, as you discussed, by default, cases will reconfigure the site link New Delhi to Pune as a temporary replication site link. Okay, so whenever you will fix this New Delhi to Mumbai site link, then again cases will start replication from New Delhi to Pune via Mumbai branch. So now, as I said, replication interval is set to 15 minutes. So here I'll stop the video to replicate all the domain controllers in between them. After that, I can show you how the replication configuration generated from the site links in between domain controllers. So here our 15-minute time lapse is passed. Now we'll see whether the site links are created automatic connection or not. So expand this new daily site and come to entity setting. On selecting entity setting, on the right hand side you can see there are three connects are generated automatically by KCC. So whenever you set on replication in between two sites, the KCC will take steps and it will configure in between domain controller and create automatically connection in between two domain controllers, right? So if you want to say what are the incoming and outgoing connection in between domain controllers, you can go to entity settings and select properties. Select on connection tab. Here you can see all the incoming and outgoing connection in between domain controllers. Right? If you think that you are missing some connection in between two domain controllers, you can create here in manually. So right click here in entity settings, select on new and connection. And on this window button, you can select any connection in between your domain controller New Delhi or any domain controller like DC02 or DC03, right? So here I have all the connection in between New Delhi to like DC01 to DC02, DC01 to DC03. So I won't create any new connection in between my New Delhi to Mumbai and New Delhi to Pune. If I will create a new one, a message will pop up like this. See, there is already a connection in from the source server to the destination server. So this is only mandatory when you observe a connection is missing from your sites. Okay, so now I'll click here in no. During our creation of site links, we have set the replication between domain controllers fit to 15 minutes. So if you want to replicate between two domain controllers immediately, you can click here on any link, right click here and replicate now. If you want to post replicate in between your domain controller, like here my DC01 and DC03, so right click here and replicate now. This error message popped up because my DC03 server, I have shut down this server for now. So that's why this replication error is showing up here. So don't panic here. It's not a big issue herein. But if you are in your production environment, if one of your domain controller is down, then it will be a big problem. Because in production environment, all your production servers should be up and running 24 hours. So how do you know if the replication is not working in between two domain controllers? In my next video, I'll show you the troubleshoot of replication in between two sites. Now here, I am done with the Active Directory site replications. I'll see you in my next video with troubleshooting of Active Directory replication. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters, I am Surajwan, your instructor. Now we'll discuss about Active Directory replication between domain controllers. In Windows Server, there are several applications available to check replication in a Windows Server families. One of them, Microsoft provides Active Directory Replication Status Tool. You can find this application in Microsoft official web store. I believe you can go to microsoft.com and you are able to download this application. Here I have already installed this Active Directory Replication Status Tool. So I believe you can install this application on your lab server. So here we'll go ahead open this application. Click OK. Here you can see in this window there are several functions are available like this refresh replication status, forest, domain, select targets, load exported dataset and so many things. Okay. So first of all we'll check Active Directory Replication Status tool. Check replication status for all DCs in forest. So we select this one forest and click on refresh replication status. So select it and the replication will run in background of domain controllers. So here you can see the replication query is successfully completed for each and every queries. Here in this window you can see the replication status results are showing up here. If you discuss about each and every column herein, we can see first one is last sync result, second destination domain controller, third one destination domain control domain, like destination domain controller is DC03, destination domain control domain ctc.com, right? Destination domain control site name, that our default first site name, destination DC global controller, yeah it's there. Destination domain controller is RODC. If your destination domain controller is RODC, then the replication status tool will identify it as a RODC server. So here you could see ticks in these boxes, right? Then partition name like command name configuration, schema partition, domain DNS zones, forest DNS zones. All those partitions comes under this ctc.com domain. Here last sync message, the operation completed successfully is showing here. Source DC, our source DC is dc01 ctc.com. You know, the source domain controller domain, yeah that's right, ctc.com. That source domain control site name, the default first site name. Okay, so here all the details are showing up here about replication in between DC01 and DC03. If you want to export all the replication data into CSV form, you can just select it here, export view data and click here. It will ask you to save all the data in a CSV format. You can select the destination and save it here. Okay, so all the replication data are saved into this export view data in CSV file. Right? Now we'll go to home page. On our second option, you can select domain, and here in the domain section, you can replicate against any your domain controller like ctc.com or paperfly.com and query the replication status against the domain controller. So now we'll discuss about another replication status tool, that is repadmin. We'll use it in our command prompt or in your PowerShell. It doesn't matter. Okay. So here I'll minimize this one and you go to your command prompt. Before we run any repadmin command, first of all we need to know what are the switches available in repadmin tool. So here you can type repadmin slash and question mark and press enter. Okay, here you can see there are several switches available in repadmin command like SSE, PRP, Q, replicate single object, rep summary, ROTC. Okay, so many switches are there. You can see it here, right? Now I need to tell you something about replication. Before you check replication in between domain controllers whether it is working perfectly or not, first of all you need to check whether your network connectivity is working properly or not in between your domain controllers. Likewise, whether this your RJ45 cable is properly connected to your server or not, right? You need to check those things. Secondly, you need to check your site links in between your sites and services, whether these sites are working properly or not, whether the connection between sites are properly configured or not. All those things you can check in your Active Directory sites and services, right? And the last and the most important thing, you need to check whether your DNS is up and running 24 hours or not. Okay, in any replication thing, DNS is most important factor that plays an important role in Active Directory replication. So now we'll go ahead and we'll check rep admin switches. So our first example will be rep admin slash, we'll see the KCC knowledge consistency checker, right? And press enter. Here you can see this command line repadmin slash KCC. It checks the default site link in between domain controllers and the result shown consistency check on localhost successful. Our next example will be repadmin slash queue. It will check if any replication in between domain controller is in queue or not, right? So now you can press enter and it will run against all the domain controllers in our environment. Here you can see this repadmin slash queue command ran successfully and the result shown the queue contains 0 items, right? So our next example will be repadmin sync all. This command line will synchronize all the replication in between your domain controller DC01 and DC03, right? So here you can see there are some error messages also there and some successful messages are also there. Now the next example we will say rep admin rel summary. Basically this command summarizes the health of a forest. So here you can see this source DSA fails 0, total replication is 5, percentage of error 0. Destination DSA DC03 fails 0, total is 5 and percentage of error is 0. So our next example will be rep admin slash so rep. This command line basically show the replication status of specific domain controllers in your environment, right? So we have three domain controllers in our environment, DC01, DC02, DC03, right? So here this command line is run against DC01 and DC02. Since our DC01 is up and running, so here the replication status is showing successful for DC01 and for the DC02, since our DC02 server is down, so the replication status for the DC02 is showing error message. Now I am done here. I suggest you practice hard on your home lab so you'll get used to all these repadmin switches and tools. Right? I'll see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I'm Surajwan, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about Active Directory and DNS. Before we will discuss about Active Directory and DNS, first of all we need to know what is a domain name system, in short DNS. The domain name system is a hierarchical decentralized naming system for computers, servers, and its services connected to the network. The domain name system is a service that delegates the responsibility of assigning domain name and also mapping those names to the internet resources by the designated authoritative name servers for each domain. In other words, DNS allows you to resolve a host name to an IP address. Active Directory has a lot dependency on properly configured DNS. When a DNS is properly configured, DNS zones are created, and Active Directory directly depending on DNS zones, as clients' requests are being authenticated frequently to get access to domain naming resources. In this chapter, we'll learn a good understanding of how Active Directory uses DNS to serve seamlessly between client machines and AD domain services. Before I move into my Windows Server 2016, I'll give a glimpse of some advantages of DNS in Windows Server 2016 and 2012 R2 servers. Background zone loading. When Active Directory DNS server restarts, the Active Directory zone data starts populates the database in the background. Background zone loading allows the DNS server to service clients' requests for data from the other zones immediately after a restart. Support read-only domain controllers. Read-only domain controllers are full copy of an Active Directory database without the ability to write the Active Directory install on remote creation for security concerns. The read-only domain controller is mainly implemented in remote locations. Whenever a change is made in Active Directory, RODC gets replicated information on the server. DNS socket pools. DNS socket pools allows to choose random source port to protect against DNS cache poisoning attacks. When you install a DNS server in Windows Server 2016 or Windows Server 2012 or 2, with the default setting, it will enable by default. DNS security extension. In short, DNSSEC. DNSSEC enables a DNS zone and its all data to be signed with a digital key to encrypt all DNS zone data. When a client computer requests data, it will accompany with a key against which DNS data will validate the request in reply. Now I'll move into my Windows Server 2016. I'll show you how this Active Directory is integrated with DNS and its resources. In your Windows Server 2016, move into Server Manager, select Tools and click DNS. When a domain controller is promoted, there are several records registered in DNS. You can see here in forward lookup zones, there is one folder called, this starts with underscore msdcs and ends with this our domain controller name. This folder belongs to Microsoft LDAP services folder because there are several other OSs who are using also LDAP services to filter out particular Microsoft services. Microsoft by default created this folder name and all LDAP service records are stored in this folder. Now we'll move into our domain called cities.com. Here you can see there are several folders also created, several DNS records are also created, underscore msdcs, underscore sites, underscore tcp, underscore udp, domain DNS zones, forest DNS zones. These domain DNS zones and forest DNS zones, those records are created with the Active Directory application partition. I'll discuss about application partition in our future videos. Now we'll see about what are the DNS records are stored are generated during the creation of domain controller. Here you can in underscore TCP folder you can see there are underscore GC, underscore kbrowse, underscore kpassword, underscore LDAP records are there. Well, underscore GC. This record, this service record denotes the global catalog server IP address and domain name. Here you can see This domain name is denoted with this global catalog server. When a client requests a global catalog server, this service record is responsible to reply with the appropriate IP address and as well as the domain name to the client. This underscore kpress record allow the client to find any this domain controller, like in this our domain we have already configured this domain controller on the network that can perform authentication using the kpress. The next record k password. The k password indicates the location of a service on network that is able to perform kpress password changes. And the last but not the least, underscore LDAP. This record indicates the location of the network of servers on the network that can perform LDAP lookups in an Active Directory. To be remembered, without this DNS record, a client cannot authenticate to a network or cannot find any Active Directory services. Okay, so now I will come into another thing. When you have multiple domain controller in your network, then the service records are also used accordingly. If we go through the properties of any service record, you can see here priority box is there and wait box is there. So when the client requests a service record, likewise a global catalog server, so this request is being carried out according to the priority. The lower the priority, the record is being used in the first serve. When the priority will be 0 for multiple GC records, then wait comes to play. The most important thing to update those DNS record, make sure that the data stored in Active Directory set to dynamic update to secure only. To check this, go to domain and select properties and check it out whether this dynamic updates under this data stored in Active Directory is set to secure only. If the dynamic update on selected, the changes across DC won't be reflected to the domain controllers or as well as the DNS records. Thus, in this scenario, clients would have hard time to locate at these resources and be cautious about it. Okay, and also don't enable edging and scavenging without enabling dynamic update. If you want to enable dynamic update and you enable edging and scavenging, then the service record would be removed from the DNS server in a given time period. And after then, all the clients will face a very hard time to locate all the Active Directory resources in your network. So it is best practice to enable dynamic update to enable to support Active Directory environment. Now I have been talking about how the clients are authenticated with Active Directory in a secure way. When clients are communicating with Active Directory in unsecure way, they'll use this underscore UDP service records. Okay. Now I have almost covered all the DNS aspect of Active Directory integrated DNS services. I hope you have learned a lot about Active Directory and DNS. Make sure you practice hard on your home lab so you can get used to all those things. So for now, I'm done here. I'll see you in my next video. Thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surajwan, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about how to take a snapshot in Active Directory. To take a snapshot in your Active Directory, first of all you need to open your command prompt and type ntdsutil command tool and press enter. Then you need to type activate instance ntds and press enter. Now you need to type snapshot and now here you need to create a new snapshot herein. If you need any help in this snapshot command line utility, you can just type help and press enter. Here there are several switches are there like activate instance, create, delete, help, list all, list mounted, mount, quit, unmount. So if you have already created some snapshot, you can just list it here, list all. Here you can see all of my snapshots are showing here. Now we'll go ahead and create a new snapshot. So you just type create and press enter. Now you can see one of the snapshot is generated successfully. Now you want to list all the snapshots, list all. Here you can see one snapshot is there, my previous one, and now just we have created here. Okay, so what if you need to access this snapshot? Okay, so what you want to do? So first of all, you need to mount this snapshot. Okay, so mount and set the ID for, here ID is 4, right? We need to set this ID and click enter. Now the snapshot is mounted. Okay, so here you need to quit from here and again quit. Now you need to type DSA main slash db path, and now you need to type this path. Okay, so I'll type this path. And give the path to the datas folder. Okay, so Windows ntds slash ntd, sorry, slash yeah, ntds dot dit. Okay, now set a LDAP port, anything, any port number, and that port number should be free. Okay, LDAP port like 30,000. Okay, and press enter. Now we'll go ahead and open our Active Directory users and computers. Now our Active Directory users and computers open. Now go to this node and click here and select this radio button, this domain controller or ADLDS instance. So select this and type in here DC01 and your LDAP port 30,000, right? And press enter and wait status from pending to online. Now you can see this port number is online now. Now you can click OK to access that Active Directory snapshot. Now you can see this Active Directory users and computers dc01.ctc.com double colon 30,000. Now this snapshot is ready to work around, right? So here I have told you how to take a snapshot and how to check the snapshot. Okay. So now before I warp up everything, I'll let you know how to unmount this snapshot. Okay. So again you need to go to command, type a command, okay, and launch entity sutil command tool and press enter. Then activate instance. Okay, sorry. Yeah, activate instance ntds and then snapshot. Okay, list all, mount, ID set 4 because we have taken the second snapshot, right? So now on mount 4. Now this snapshot is unmounted. Okay, so in my next video I'll tell how to take a backup and how to make a restore in a domain controller. Okay, after that, goodbye and thank you.
Hello, my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surajban, your instructor. Now we'll discuss about how to backup your Active Directory through Windows Server Backup. To backup Active Directory through Windows Server Backup, first you need to install Windows Server Backup tool. To do so, go to Server Manager, go to Manage, select Add and Roles feature, click next, click next, click next, and click next. In feature tab, you can go to down and select Windows Server Backup feature and click next and install. Now the installation is being started, so I'll pause the video for now until installation is finished. Now you can see Windows Server Backup feature is installed herein. So close this window button and now navigate to Tools and select Windows Server Backup. Once your Windows Server Backup snap-in will open, navigate to Local Backup. Here in this right hand side, you can see there are three options are there: Backup Schedule, Backup Once, Recover, Configuration of One Settings, right? So we need to do Backup Once. Okay, so click here in this Backup Once. When Backup Once widget will open, on the very first page, you can see there are two options are there. Create a backup using Schedule Backup option. Since we have selected Backup Once, so by default it is selected these different options. Okay, so now we'll click next. Now there are two options are there. What type of configuration do you want to schedule, right? So here we need to select custom. You can select full server. Okay, there is no issues there, but for now we'll select custom here and click next and select add items. Here you can see there are several options are there: bare metal recovery, system state, EFI system partition, local disk C, E, and recovery. Since we need to backup active directory, so we need to select system state. In system state, along with active directory, there are several files are there, such as boot files, syspool folders, certificate services, cluster database, registry files, performance counter configuration informations, component services class registration database. Okay, so now we'll click OK and select next. We'll select local drive, click next. Our local drive will select E drive since there are 15 GB is free. So now click next. Now we'll start backup. Now it will back up active directory and along with other files, so it will take much more time. So I'll pause this video herein and I'll return once it will completed. So now the backup is completed. Now I'll go ahead to restore this backup. Okay, so first of all close this window and open your command prompt and type vcd edit slash set save boot ds repair. Okay, you must be thinking, why did I type this command prompt? To restore a backup, you need to boot your Windows with a safe boot. Okay, so now you press enter and close all the windows and restart your server. Okay, now log into your account. You can see our server is restarted with safe mode. So now wait for server manager to open, navigate to tools and open Windows Server Backup. Here you can see in this Windows Server Backup snap-in, there is one copy of backup is successfully backed up, right? So now you go to local backup. Now click on recover. So here in this recovery wizard, you can see where is the backup stored that you want to use for recovery. So we have stored this backup in this server. So we'll select this server and click next. Select the backup date. Since we have backed up on this 1st October, so we select this 1st October. Okay. Okay, then we'll click next. Select recovery type. We need to select system state. Since we have backed up system state, so we need to select system state. Now click next. Now here there are two options are there: original location and alternate location. In this original location, this option restore the system state. You must restart your computer at the end of the recovery operation. If you want to perform one authoritative restore, so you will click this one. Okay, so you must be thinking what is authoritative restore. So in Active Directory restoration, there are two types of restore. One is authoritative and another is non-authoritative. Okay, so what is authoritative restore? This authoritative restore, it restores the domain control directory to the state that it was in when the backup was made. Then the backup overrides all other DCs to match the restored domain controller. In next, non-authoritative restore. This non-authoritative restore will restore an active directory to the server in which the restore is being done, and will then receive all of the recent updates from its replication partner in the domain. Okay, so herein we'll go ahead with non-authoritative restore. In our next video, I'll go with authoritative restore in PowerShell. Okay, so here I'll select this original location and click next. Note, this recovery option will cause our replicated content on the local server to resynchronize after recovery. So you need to just okay. So click here recover. System state recovery cannot be paused or cancelled once it has started. It will need a restart of the server to complete the recovery operation. Do you want to continue? Select yes, and the restoration process will be going on. Since our restoration process will take time, so I'll pause the video up to the end. Okay. Now you can see the restoration part is done. So here we need to restart our server. Before we restart our server, we need to delete that BCD edit value. Okay. To do that, so we need to open CMD and type BCD edit slash delete value save boot and press enter. Okay. Now close this and click on restart. Now you can see our non-authoritative Active Directory restore is completed here. In my next video, I'll show you how to do a authoritative restore using PowerShell. After then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. Now we'll discuss about how to restore authoritative Active Directory with PowerShell. As I said before, to restore Active Directory, you need to boot your server with save mode. So here I have already boot my server with save mode. So now we'll go ahead and open our PowerShell. Now in PowerShell, we need to type this following commands: wv-admin and get versions. Okay, so this command will get all of our Active Directory backups. So press enter here. So here you can see I have already a backup here in on 1st October at 4 p.m. So this backup target is level as E. Version identifier is 10/01/2018. Okay. So now what do we need to do? First we need to do a non-authoritative restore in PowerShell. We have already done non-authoritative restore using Windows Server backup tool. Okay. So now here we'll do non-authoritative restore using PowerShell. So type as in wb-admin space stat system state recovery version double colon. Now the version you need to put this one. Okay. So what is the version name? 10 slash 01 slash 2018 hyphen 10 double colon 40. Okay. Now you press enter. So before I press enter, the system state recovery. I have already discussed about what is a system state. So you can visit my previous video and you will get to know. Okay. So now I will press enter. Now it is asking me, do you want to start the system state recovery option? Yes. So I'll type Y and press enter. Then it is asking me, the recovery operation will cause all replicated content on the local computer to resynchronize after recovery. This rise in the network due to, okay, you need to put yes, Y and press enter. Starting a system state recovery operation, processing files for recovery. This might take few minutes. Okay. So according to your database, it will take that much of time. So I think I do have database of likely 8 GB. So it will take around 20 to 30 minutes. So up to then I will pause my video and I will start once it will be completed. Okay. Now you can see the non-authoritative register has been done in PowerShell. So now we'll go for authoritative register using PowerShell. Okay. So you need to open another PowerShell. In order to do authoritative restore, you need to type entity SITL command line tool. So herein I'll type entity SUTIL and press enter. Now you need to activate instance NTDS. Okay, then press enter. Now if you want to see what is next, so you can type here help button and press enter. So here you can see several commands are there. So here we need to do this authoritative restore. So you can type it here authoritative restore and press enter. Okay. Now also you can type help and you can see several commands are also there. So here we need to take this restore subtree. So type restore subtree and give your OUs. Okay. So OU would be like my CTC users. Yours would be different. So what are the OS you have configured in your Active Directory? You need to remember those things, or you must have write it somewhere. So you can put it here, and you can put this is domain component, like your domain controller CTC and domain component COM. In my case, it's CTC.com domain controller. In your case, whatever your domain controller would be. Now press enter. Now it is asking for, are you sure you want to perform this authoritative restore? We'll go ahead and select yes. Now you can see opening DIT data was done, 7 records found and it updated. Now successfully updated 7 records and authoritative restore completed successfully. Okay, here increasing attribute version numbers by 100,000. So by now this authoritative restore, now this domain controller will force all other partner domain controllers to update its Active Directory database. So that's why during this authoritative restore, it increased attribute version number by 100,000. Okay. So now I'm done here with the authoritative restore. So we'll quit now and quit from the entity SL. Okay. Now we want to restart our server And before you restart your server, you need to wipe out your save boot value from your booting option. Okay, so to do so, you need to type bcd edit slash delete value save boot. Okay, and press enter. Now the operation completed successfully, and now you can restart your server. So this is all about backup and restore of Active Directory. I hope you have learned a lot about it. I suggest you guys you practice hard on your home lab so you'll get used to it and you will know better about it. Okay? So in my next video, I'll tell you about how to transfer all flexible single master operations from one domain control to another domain controller. Up to then, goodbye and thank you.
Hello, my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surezwan, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about the transfer of operation masters from one domain control to another domain controller. In my previous chapter, I have discussed about roles and configuration of flexible single master operations in a server. Now, without any wasting time, I'll go ahead and I'll show you how to transfer all the roles PD simulator, domain name master, schema master, raid master, and infrastructure master roles from one domain controller to another domain controller. So, first of all, we need to know which domain controller holds all the flexible single master operations. So, here you go to your command prompt and type netdom query fsmo and press enter. Here you can see DC01 holds all the operation master like schema master, domain name master, PDC, read pool manager, infrastructure master roles. Right. So we need to transfer all those roles from DC01 to our DC03. Right. So first of all, what you need to do, you go to Windows Administrative Tools and navigate to Active Directory Users and Computers and open it. Once your Active Directory Users and Computers opens, you go to your domain controller, right click and check Operation Masters. Here you can see, as I discussed in my previous video in FSMO, you can see each domain controller holds three operation master, RAID master, PD simulator, and infrastructure master. And forest wide, two operation masters are there, domain naming master and schema master. So here we are seeing three masters, RAID, PDC infrastructure. Now we need to change from DC01 to DC03. Okay. If you simply click here on the change button, you'll face the error message that this current domain controller is the operation master. To transfer the operation master role to another computer, you must first connect to it. So what you need to do here? Just close it, click here and change domain controller. Select this domain controller or ADLDS instance and double click here. Type your appropriate domain controller to which you want to transfer your all operations master, RAID, PDC emulator and infrastructure. Okay, so these three are domain wide. And wait for changing status from pending to online. Now you can see this DC03 comes online. So select it and click OK. Now our domain controller will change to DC03. So now we have our DC03 domain controller here in. So right click here on this domain and select on operation masters. Okay, here you can see operation master dc01.ctc.com and here you can see dc03. So herein you just simply click on this change button and the message window will come. Are you sure you want to transfer the operation master role? So click yes. Now operation master role was successfully transferred and click OK again. See here you can say operation master. Now it holds DC03. This read master. Okay. Now we'll move into next PD simulator. Similar wise, click on change. Yes. Okay. Now you can see PT simulator also holds the DC03. Now we'll move into next infrastructure master. Change. Yes. Okay. So we have transferred all three domain-wide operation master to our DC03. Okay. Now close it. Now we'll go ahead and change the domain naming operation master from DC01 to DC03. To do that, so you need to open your Active Directory domains and trust. So go to Active Directory domains and tools and select on Active Directory domains and trust. So here in this Active Directory domains and trust, the same thing you need to do. You need to change Active Directory domain controller. So click on it and select this domain entity else and select your domain controller DC03. Okay, and wait for status change from pending to online. Now our domain controller is showing online. So select this domain controller DC03 and click OK. Now our domain changes. Okay. So now we need to right click here and select operation master. Now the same thing as I did before. Okay. So click change, click yes and OK. Now you can see this domain name operation master is changed to DC03 domain controller. Now close this. So now we move into schema master changing. Changing schema master operation role is not easy as you think. To transfer schema master operation, first of all, you need to register schema management DLL file. To do that, so you need to open your command prompt and type the command reg svr 32 schema management sch schema management mgmt dot dll. Okay, and press enter. Now your schema management DLL file is successfully deployed on your DC01 server, right? So I just want to tell you on something about here. If you face any error message, then you must have logged into your server through another user, not using any administrative account. Okay. If you want to register DLL file, you need to launch command prompt with elevated privileges, means with administrative account. Okay. So now we'll go ahead, click OK and click here in this search bar and search for Microsoft Management Console, in short MMC, and select. Now herein go to file, select add and remove snap-in, click here and select Active Directory schema. Here if you have not registered the Active Directory schema DLL file, then this Active Directory schema would not be showing here. Though we have already installed schema DLL file, so this Active Directory schema is showing up here in this add or remove snap-in window. Okay, so select it and add and click OK. Now what you need to do, the same thing we did before, change Active Directory domain controller and select it. Now the same thing you need to do, select this domain controller or ADLDS instance and type in your domain controller DC03. In my case it is DC03, yours it will be different. Now we'll wait for status change from pending to online. Now select this DC03 and click OK. Now you can see this schema master is changed to DC03. Okay, so here in the same thing, to transfer the schema operation master, you select here, you right click here and select operation master and click on change and select yes and OK. Everything is simple as before, right? Now close this and now give it wait some seconds to replicate changes to from DC01 to DC03. Now we'll carry net dump to confirm whether this DC03 holds all the operation master roles or not. Okay, to do so, you need to open your command prompt and write the command net dump query fsmo and press enter. Here you can see all the operation master roles like schema master, domain naming master, PD simulator, Revit pool manager, infrastructure master, all are transferred to DC03 from DC01 server. Here we have completed the transfer of all FSM role from one domain control to another domain controller. In my next video, I'll show you how to seize all FSM role when your main domain controller is down. So I'll see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. In my previous video, I have shown you how to transfer FSM role from one domain controller to another domain controller. Now I'll show you how to seize all FSM roles from one domain controller to another domain controller. In my previous video, you saw that I have transferred all the operation master roles from DC01 to DC03. So what happens? DC03 server is down or it can't be recovered, and in that situation, if you can't transfer the roles from the DC03 to or any other domain controllers, how your server environment holds all the operation master roles to do all the active directory operations. On that scenario, we need to switch all the operation master roles onto one server. To do so, you need to open your command prompt cmd and you launch ntd sutil tool. Okay, so herein you type fsmo roles. Sorry, I think it should be roles. Yes, and then after type connection, then type connect to server DC01. You remember I have already transferred all the FSM role from DC01 to DC03. Now on this scenario, our DC03 server is down. We can't recover any operation master role. So that's why we are going to switch all the operation master role here into our DC01. So connect to server DC01 and press enter. Now you can type help to see all the helping switches. So herein we'll go back one step, like we'll type quit, and now here you can type also help to see all the switches for FSMO maintenance and press enter. Here you can see there are several switches available, question mark, connections, just I did before, help, quit, siege infrastructure master, siege naming master, siege PDC, siege read master, siege schema master. Like I just said before, we need to switch all the operation master to our DC01. So here you need to type one by one to seize all the operation master. So first of all we need to seize infrastructure master. We'll go ahead with type seize infrastructure master and press enter. Now it will ask you for the yes. Click yes. Now it is attempting to save transfer of infrastructure FSMO before seizure. Here now the output is shown with an error message. So we'll go ahead and try it again. Press again. Select yes. And check whether this transfer is succeed or not. So here says infrastructure master attempting safe transfer of infrastructure FSMO before seizure. FSMO transfer successfully. So the infrastructure master transferred successfully. So now we'll go ahead to do another siege. Now siege PDC, press enter, Click yes. We'll check it whether it successfully transferred or not. Says PDC unavailable. Okay, we'll do it again. No issue. Press enter. Click yes. Said transfer successfully. Yeah, this PDC emulator transfer successfully here. Now I'll go ahead with another seizure. Sage naming master. I believe this I typed right one. Yeah, naming master. And press enter. Click yes. Okay, we'll do it again. No issue. Click yes. Now says naming master. FSMO transferred successfully. Now the domain name master also assist successfully. Now we'll go ahead with read master, right? Sage read master. I believe I typed right. Okay. Sage read master, yeah. Press enter. Yes. Okay, again error message. So again we'll do it again. Click yes. Now this read transfer also done properly. Now we'll go ahead with seize the last one. SEIZCH SCH schema master and press enter. Click yes. Again error message. Now again we do it. Click yes. And now this schema master also transferred successfully, right? Now we need to check whether all the operation masters seized successfully onto domain controller 01. So I'll quit here and I will carry the netdom command and press enter. Now you can see here all the operations master seized successfully onto DC01 server. Previously, all the operations master we have transferred to DC03. Now our seizure procedure, we have seized all operation master roles onto DC01. Now I am done here with transfer and seizure of all FSM roles. I'll suggest you practice on your home lab so you'll get used to it. Up to then, I'll see you in my next video. Goodbye and thank you.
Hello, my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surajwan, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about Active Directory and Group Policy Object. So, what is a Group Policy Object? Group Policy is a feature in Windows Server family which controls the working environment of user accounts and computer accounts. Group Policy provides centralized management and configuration of operating systems, application, and user settings in an Active Directory environment. Generally, group policies are client driven. Group policies are created when you promoted a domain controller and stored in the Active Directory database. Group policy can be custom configured. When a Windows 10, 8, or 7 workstation is connected to the domain, group policies are downloaded automatically to perform certain tasks on the workstations. Benefit of group policy, it can be reconfigured, reassigned to certain workstation periodically. Except Windows family operating systems, non-other operating systems such as Linux OSs are not supported group policy. If you log into Windows Server 2016 Group Policy Management Editor, you can see there are two nodes are there, computer configuration and user configuration. Under computer configuration and user configuration, there are two folders are there, policies, preferences. Same as with user configuration, there are two folders, policies and preferences. There are a big difference between policies and preferences folders. When any GPO applied under policy folder, a user must have those configurations. But when a policy applied under preference folder, a user have When a policy applied under preference folder, a user can have optional choices whether that group policy configuration should be applied or not. Okay, so if you expand this policies folder, you can see there are software settings, Windows settings, and administrative templates. So, software settings allows an administrator to apply specific softwares to be deployed to computers. So, specific application can be available to the end users. Windows settings option divided in accordance with user specific and computer specific configuration. Using Windows settings, an administrator can configure Internet Explorer settings in user specific configuration. And using computer specific configuration, an administrator can configure account policies such as account policy, security policy, and many more others. Right? In administrative templates, an administrator can create his or her own administrative templates with custom option. In administrative template, an administrator can create own administrative templates with custom options. Group policy configuration is a huge subject. If you start configure 10 group policies per day, it will take you years to complete all configuration. But be cautious. Too much settings will overload your systems. Apply GPU settings according to your company need. Okay. Now I'll see you in my next video for further group policy object sections. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. Now we'll discuss about group policy storage. Group policy setting information for a GPO is stored in two different locations. Now we'll discuss our first location, group policy container. It is an Active Directory container that contains GPO policies such as version information, GPO status, and other component settings. To view group policy container, you first need to open your Active Directory users and computers and select view option and take advanced features. By clicking advanced features, you can see there are several containers are expanded. So here to view group policy container, we need to expand our this system container. For our group policy container, we need this particular policies container. So if you expand this policy container, you can see here there are two GUID containers are there, right? So if you extend further this policies container and this GUID one over this GUID container, you can see there are two more containers are there, machine level and user level. If you select on machine level, you won't find anything else inside here. And same as with the user also, you can't find anything here. Generally, in Active Directory users and computers, group policy object files are not stored. If group policy object files are stored here in Active Directory users and computers, then the Active Directory database would become bigger by GPU configurations. Because in a company, there are several GPUs are needed to be configured. Okay, so here by default Microsoft stores all GPU configuration files in another location. If you want to see what are the key attribute value of each GUID container files, you can go to ADSI edit. In ADSI edit, select connect to and select OK, and it will connect to your server. And double click here in. I'll just expand this one. Now double click here in, and now double click in system container. Now double click in policies container. You can see there are two GUID containers are there. So if you want to see what are the key attribute value of this particular container file, so you can select it and click properties. Now here in this properties, you can see there are several key attributes are there. Particularly if you go down and check this GPC file sys path, that ctc.com, sysvol, ctc.com, policies, and this GUID container file. Okay, if we'll go ahead and we'll check whether this container file path is correct or not. So we'll go to C drive, Windows, go to sysvol folder, sysvol, ctc.com, policies, and see here this GUID container file is there. So 31B2, 31B2 F340, F340, right? So basically all group policy template files are stored in group policy template folder, means sysball folder. It includes all policy data specified by MDX files, security settings, script files, and information about applications that are available for installation. If you go inside one of these GYD container file, you can see in this machine folder there are several subfolders are available and group policy template files are available herein. Right. So now, last but not the least, as we discussed, group policy container files stored in Active Directory database, right? So group policy container files are replicated using Active Directory replication that I have already discussed about in Active Directory site and services, right? And group policy template file folder, syspoll is replicated using file replication services, that is FRS, or distributed file system replication process, in short DFSR process. So this is it. We have discussed about Active Directory group policy storage location. I'll see you in my next video with more Active Directory group policy object chapters. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. Till so far we have discussed about what is group policy and storage location of group policy objects. Now we'll discuss about how to configure group policy objects in your server. Basically, group policy objects are configured according to your company needs. Whatever your company policies are structured, you need to configure a group policy according to that. Okay. To configure group policy, we need to open Server Manager. From Server Manager tools, we'll select Group Policy Management and click it. During creation of domain controller, by default, Microsoft creates two group policy objects inside Group Policy Management console. To access these two group policies, you can expand this group policy objects folder. See, here you can see default domain controller policy and default domain policy. If I go above and see below my domain controller ctc.com, there is one shortcut group policy is made. This default domain policy will apply whole total domain wide ctc.com. Right. If you want to create your custom domain policy, you can select it here and right click and create a GPO in this domain and link it here. So click it here and type it like ctc domain policy. Now watch here carefully. When I click OK, a new domain policy is created here in below ctc.com and it is still a linked group policy domain profile. The original location of this group policy object, you can find it here in below this group policy objects, ctc domain policy. Okay. Now to edit this group policy, you select this and right click here and edit. You can see group policy management editor console is pop up. Now I will maximize this window and I will show you. Under computer policy and user configuration, there are thousands of group policy object configurations are there, right? If you expand here in user configuration preferences folder, and you can see Windows settings, control panel settings. In Windows settings, like application drive mass, environment, folders, several group policy objects are there. So you can configure herein and apply to domain wide. Okay. If you want to set a wallpaper through GPU settings, you can expand this administrative templates. Okay. And herein, from all settings, you can see there are several GPU settings are available. To filter specific wallpaper setting, you can right click here and select filter on. Once you select this filter on settings, now you can select filter option, and herein you can see there are several options are there: managed, configured, commented. And here one option is there, enable keyword filters. Okay, so we tick here and search desktop wallpaper, right, and select OK. You can see regarding desktop wallpaper there are several GPUs are available, so you will select your appropriate GPU file and configure this. Okay, here I am done with configuration of group policy in server environment. I'll see in my next video with more GPU chapters. Hello my dear brothers and sisters, I am Surajwan, your instructor. Now we'll discuss about Active Directory and GPU implementation planning. When multiple group policy settings associated with same computer, then in the following order, group policy is applied. First, local group policy is applied to the computer. Then on site level, group policy is applied to the computer. After site level, the domain level group policy is applied. And lastly, on organization level, group policy is applied to the computer. To illustrate properly, let's see how group policy implementation process is working with following example. Here in local level, if we set a custom wallpaper and remove my computer icon from the desktop, so the resultant group policy will be local level group policy settings. Since there is no GPU applied other than the local group policy, right? On site level, if proxy server GPU applied, then in resultant group policy, site settings will appear along with local settings. Here local group policy settings and site group policy settings won't overlap onto each other. Now on the domain level, if you set a custom wallpaper and set group policy setting to disable add or remove programs, then the resultant group policy setting will overwritten the local wallpaper GPU settings. Whereas site group policy setting will return the group policy settings. So finally, the final resultant settings will be custom wallpaper and disabling add or remove programs from domain level, proxy server group policy setting from site level, and removing my computer icon from desktop group policy setting from the local level. Lastly, on organizational unit level, if you want to show add or remove program for certain users, then the resultant group policy setting will overwritten domain level group policy setting by organizational level group policy setting. So finally, the resultant group policy settings will be enabling add or remove programs for certain users from organizational unit level group policy settings, proxy server settings from site level, custom wallpaper from domain level, and removing my computer icon from desktop GPU settings from local level. Now I'll move into my Windows Server 2016 and my workstation Windows 10 to show you how this group policy implementation processing is working. So now we need to set a custom wallpaper and remove this PC icon from the desktop through local group policy. Okay, to do so, you need to open your local group policy on your Windows 10 workstation or Windows 8 or Windows 7. So I'll go ahead and search for type gp edit msc, okay, and press OK. But here you can see this group policy error message is coming. You don't have permission to perform this operation. This error message popped up because you don't have enough permission to do all these operations. So how to open your local group policy editor in Windows 10 in your workstations? To do so, you need to open your command prompt as elevated privilege. Means with administrative privilege account, you need to open your command prompt here. So type command in your search bar and select this command and run as administrator. Click it and enter your local server administrative account. Okay, so administrator and password given and click OK. Now the command prompt is launched with administrative credentials. Now type cpedit and press enter, and you can see your local group policy editor is showing up here now. So I'll just expand this thing. So here what you need to do, as per our example, we need to set a custom wallpaper and remove this PC desktop icon from your desktop, right? So to do so, we need to go administrative template, desktop, and click on desktop again. And you can see this desktop wallpaper GPU settings is herein. We need to create a wallpaper folder in our server and share it to everyone with permission label to read only. Okay, so I'll move into my Windows Server 2016. In C drive, you can see I have already created a folder named wallpaper, and inside wallpaper folder I have created two subfolders, domain and local. Inside local folder I have set a Mickey wallpaper. Okay, you can do as following. And before you exit from this Windows Server 2016, just make sure you share this wallpaper folder to everyone. Okay, so click on properties and come to sharing tab and click on share. You can see this folder is shared to everyone and it's set to read only. Okay, don't keep privileged access to read and write, only read. Okay, and make it share, done, and close. So if you set this wallpaper folder to share to everyone, so it subsequently is subfolder also get the parent inheritance share label to them. Okay, so here you no need to share those folders again. So I'll come to my workstation again and click on this desktop wallpaper GPU setting. Once this desktop wallpaper GPU setting is showing up, you need to enable here and set the wallpaper UNC path. So what is the wallpaper UNC path? / DC01 our server / our folder shared folder wallpaper. Okay, and we set the local wallpaper, right? So local folder / mickey.jpg. I think you can remember inside local I have a wallpaper named as Mickey. To view it properly, you can see this Mickey, right? So it is a JPG file. So you need to put the extension JPG. Now here, wallpaper style, you can select it fit. Click apply and OK. Now we'll go ahead and remove this PC desktop icon from the desktop, right? To do so, we need to go to desktop here. Now here and you can see this remove computer icon on the desktop. So we will click it here and enable it. Click apply and OK. Right. If you want to remove recycle bin icon also, so you can do it here also. Just click on this remove recycle bin icon from the desktop and enable it. Click apply and OK. Okay. So now you close all those windows. So to update all those GPU settings, now we need to sign out from this account and we'll log in again. Okay. So sign out. Now again we log into this account. Okay, so here you need to click on other user instead of going into the same user account again. Click on other user, type the same username and put your password and press enter. Now you can see this Mickey wallpaper is set herein, and our this PC icon and recycle bin icon is removed from this desktop. So here this local group policy is working perfectly. So now we'll go ahead next and put the site label group policy on the same computer under the same user. Okay. So now to set site level group policy setting, we need to move into our Windows Server 2016. From Server Manager, go to Tools and open Group Policy Management. Now here we need to set a proxy server site setting in our group policy management services. Okay. So to do so, we need to first create a group policy object here, new, and set it like as Mumbai site GPO proxy server. Okay, and select OK. Now here you can see one of our group policy Mumbai site GPO proxy server is created herein. Okay, so now navigate to site, right click it here and show sites and select Mumbai. Click OK. Now click on Mumbai and link an existing GPO. And from your existing GPOs like Mumbai site GPO proxy server, select one and click OK. Okay. Now we'll expand this Mumbai site and select this Mumbai site GPO proxy server. Okay. Here to set proxy server here in this Mumbai site, we need to edit it. So edit it, expand this policy folder and expand this administrative templates. Okay. So here and like in my previous video, we need to filter on this one and filter option. And herein you need to search proxy server. Okay, so why I'm doing this, if you're having difficult time to search this proxy server through all the settings, you can search that specific group policy object through this way. Okay, so click OK, and here you can see there are several GPO settings that are related to proxy server, so we need to do HTTP proxy server configuration. Okay, so we'll go down and check, yeah, configure HTTP proxy, right? So click here and enable it and type the proxy address, the proxy server address. Okay, so in my case it is this address. Okay, and the port number 8080. Okay, now click apply. Here the message is coming, no value was entered. This first make sure that you enter a value. Okay, so here I think proxy type, yeah, proxy type we need to do like you can custom. Okay, and apply and click OK. So here we have configured this site proxy server setting. Now we'll go ahead with domain level group policy setting. Okay, now we need to set domain wide group policy setting, right? To do so, first of all, we need to create a group policy object under this group policy objects folder. Select it and click new and name it like domain, like ctc domain wide GPO. Okay, and click OK. So we'll see it here whether this yeah, this city's domain wide GPO is created here, right? So here in this one ctc.com, I will right click here and link an existing GPO. So here I'll select this ctc domain wide GPO and click OK. Okay. So here in the ctc domain wide GPO, we need to configure one custom wallpaper domain wide and disable add or remove program domain wide, right? So to do that, we select this one and right click and edit it. I'll maximize this window. Under user configuration, navigate to policy and expand it, and expand this administrative templates. Now under desktop folder, expand this one and select this desktop folder. Okay, so here one GPS setting is there, desktop wallpaper. So click it here. Once desktop wallpaper GPS setting window will open, you select this enable and set the UNC path name for the wallpaper, right? So what is our UNC path name? /DC01 wallpaper domain. You can remember I have a folder named wallpaper and it is shared to everyone to read only permission, right? Under wallpaper folder there are two subfolders are there, domain and local. I think you can remember it, so I'll show it again. So here under C drive, wallpaper, domain and local. So here we will select this domain folder. Okay, and inside this domain folder we set this mini wallpaper to our domain wide workstations, right? So come back to group policy management editor /minnie.jpg, right? And wallpaper style I'll set it as fade. This should not be difficult because I have already discussed about it in my previous lecture, right? So here I'll click apply and OK. In my previous local group GPS setting, I have set my computer icon and recycle bin icon removed from the desktop. Now if you want to bring it back to desktop, you can select it here, remove computer icon on the desktop and disable it. Click apply and OK. And recycle bin icon from the desktop. Click disable, apply and OK. We remember we are doing it here for domain wide configuration, right? Now secondly, we need to disable add or remove programs from the control panel. Okay, so here we need to click control panel. You can see add or remove programs are there. So here we'll do one thing. Instead of disabling add or remove programs from control panel, we'll completely disable control panel from the workstation. To do that, so here one group policy configuration is there, prohibit access to control panel and PC settings. If we prohibit control panel, so automatically add or remove programs will be prohibited from the users, right? So I'll click here and enable it, click apply and OK. Okay, so I have completed the configuration of domain wide settings. Now I'll close this window and I'll see my group management policy, whether it is set it perfectly or not. Yeah, domain cities domain or GPO. Okay, so now I'll go to my understand workstation. So here this understand workstation still retains the local GPO policy, right? So now I will sign out from this account, click start button and sign out here. Now login in again using other user account, that put the same Ramon, password is being set 234 and press enter. So now here you can see the domain wide custom wallpaper is here set in this workstation, as well as this PC and recycle bin icon also come back to the desktop, right? So now we'll go ahead and check whether control panel is working or not, right? So click on start button and go down and select Windows System and try to open control panel. Okay, or else you can search here control panel and select it. Okay, so I'll select it here. Now you can see this operation has been cancelled due to restriction in effect on this computer. Please contact your system administrator. So by configuring domain wide group policy setting, Now control panel is being restricted from the users to be being used in workstations, right? Now I'll click OK here in. So now we'll go ahead and carry out our test on OU level group policy settings, right? Now here for OU level group policy, we need to create a separate group policy. So I'll click here in group policy object folder. Now click and name it like as OU standalone GPU. Okay, and click OK. So here OU standalone GPU is created herein. Now I'll open my Active Directory users and computers. Go down and select Active Directory users and computers. And here you can see in CTC users, R&D user, there is one Harrison Wells user is there. I want to apply that specific OU GPU onto this user. Okay, so coming back to my group policy management, and under the CTC user, under R&D, select it here and link an existing GPU. Okay, so I'll select this OU standalone GPU and OK. To edit this OU standalone GPU, select it, edit, maximize this window, and under user configuration, policies, unstated templates. Okay, so here we need to enable control panel for the specific user Harrison Wells. Okay, to do that, so I'll double click here and select this private access to control panel and PC settings and select disable. Click apply and OK. Now I'll close it here. Okay, and I'll move into my Windows 10 workstation whether this OU standalone GPU is working or not for the particular Harrison Wells, right? So I'll go to my Windows 10. I'll sign it from here. Signing out. Now I'll log in again with Harrison Wells username and password, right? Now I will log in into my Windows using other user H Wells, password is given, press enter, Harrison Wells. Now we are logged into Harrison Wells account. Now I'll go ahead and check whether this control panel is working or not, right? So click and start. And go down. Select Windows System and try to open control panel. And now you can see on OU level group policy setting, the control panel is being opened here, right? Now here in OU level GPS setting for Harrison Wells, we are missing local group policy settings here. So here I'll do the local group policy setting for the custom wallpaper, remove this PC and recycle one icon from the desktop. Okay, so here I'll go with elevated privilege on command prompt and type gpadd and I press enter. In the starting in my example, I have already shown domain group policy will overwrite in all local computer policy, but the specific group policy should be matched on local policy as well as in domain policy also. If local policy and in domain policy same GPF configuration is configured, then at that moment domain local policy will overwrite in the local policy. If any group policy is defined in local policy and that specific group policy is not defined in domain local policy, then the local policy will show in the resultant group policy settings, right? So here I will come under administrative templates Under user configuration, under desktop, I'll go to this desktop. See, you can hear this desktop wallpaper group policy is enabled here. But as I said, domain policy will overlap this local policy. Okay, so now I'll go ahead and go to this icons. In icon section, this policy is also enabled here. But in domain policy, we have said for this remove computer icon on the desktop is disabled. So here for now, we'll select it not configured. Okay, apply and okay, and also select this recycle bin as not configured, apply and okay. Here after setting this domain wide group policy in workstation, this PC and recycle bin icon will remove from the desktop. To achieve that, I'll sign out from here and again log into this account, right? So I'll sign out from this and log in again using Harrison Wells account. Okay, H Wells, password is given, press enter. So now here you can see this PC and recycle bin icon is removed from the workstation desktop, right? So here the local group policy is retained here. So finally here in this O level control panel is opening. On terminal level this custom wallpaper is set and the proxy server is set there, as well as my computer icon is removed from this desktop, right? So this is all about group policy implementation process. So before I warp up everything, I just want to say one thing. Group policy on local level never recommended due to being no centralized control. So it is very difficult to manage group policy at local level. That's why group policy always centralized from the server, from the domain level. And also, and it is very rare on site level group policy is being used. Maximum time administrators are finding different ways to set proxy server like group policy settings on domain level. So I am done here. In my next video, I'll discuss about group policy inheritance. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surajban, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about group policy block inheritance and enforce inheritance. So far, we have discussed about how group policy implementation process is working out. So first of all, at local level, group policy is implemented. On second basis, at site level, then after at domain level group policy is implemented. And lastly, at organization unit level, group policy is applied. If under your domain tree, if there is multi-level of organizational and unit folders are there, and to those organizational unit, multi-level GPU links are also there. So how this group policy link will be applied? To understand this, let's see this example. Under CTC domain, there is a domain-wide group policy is implemented. And under ctc.com, there are several OUs, OU1, OU2, OU3 and OU4 are there. Under OU1, there are 3 group policies are implemented. So how these group policies are implemented onto OU1? So first of all, domain-wide group policy will be implemented as per our LSDOU implementation process. So secondly, group 3 link will be processed, and third, group policy 2 link will be processed, and lastly, group policy 1 will be processed. But here, group policy 1 link will have highest precedence. By default, in group policy management, the group policy with lowest order will be processed last. So, the group policy with the link order 1 has the highest precedence, followed by the link order 2 and 3, right? So here group policy 1 link will be overwritten group policy 2 and group policy 3 links as well as domain wide group policy. Now we'll discuss about block inheritance. In this domain tree ctc.com, there is a domain wide group policy is applied and there are several OUs are there under OU1, OU2, OU3 and OU4 configured. So under OU1 there is a custom GPO also configured herein. So this custom GPO will be applied to OU1. So subsequently OU2, OU3 and OU4 will get the inheritance from this OU1. So whatever the custom GPO is applied to OU1, all those three OU2, OU3 and OU4 will get the same group policy due to parity inheritance. So here, if you want to configure OU4 to be different from all other OUs like OU1, OU2 and OU3, and you don't want to configure the OU4 as the same group policy OU1, OU2 and OU3 has. On that situation, you can apply a blocked inheritance on OU4. On being applied blocked inheritance on OU4, OU4 now restricted to use this custom GPO. But sometimes you need to apply some group policy configuration to be applied to all users. But you have blocked this OU4 as blocked inheritance. So on this scenario, so what will you do? So on this scenario, you can apply enforced inheritance on custom GPO under OU level, right? So this enforced inheritance to this custom GPO will suppress the blocked inheritance on OU4. So whatever the custom GPO is applied to OU1, it will pass through all OUs like OU2, OU3 and OU4. You can also apply this enforced inheritance on domain wide. Now I will move into my Windows Server 2016 and Windows 10 workstation to show you how this enforced and blocked inheritance is working. So now here in Server Manager, in Tools, open your Group Policy Management. On this Group Policy Management, you can see under ctc.com there is a domain wide group policies there. Under ctc user, there is ctc user OU group policies there. Under CTC users OU, there are finance users, IT users and R&D users OUs are there. So all those three finance, IT and R&D users OUs are inherit the properties from CTC users. So basically this CTC user OU group policy is applied to CTC user. So subsequently all those three OUs will get the properties from the CTC user OU group policy. So here under R&D users, Harrison Wells is there. So Harrison Wells is getting the group policy from this CTC user OU. So we will see what are the group policy we have set in CTC user OU. I'll maximize this one. Administrative template. Okay. Now navigate to control panel. Here prohibit access to control panel and PC settings. It is enabled. It means control panel won't be showing on Harrison Wells account, right? On desktop, remove computer icon from on the desktop and remove recycle bin icon from the desktop. And under desktop wallpaper, a custom made desktop wallpaper is also set. So here this Batman desktop wallpaper is set here. Now I'll go to my Windows 10 workstation to Harrison Wells account. So here in Harrison Wells account, this Batman desktop wallpaper is set here, and this PC and recycle bin icon, these are also removed from this desktop. Now we'll go ahead and check about control panel. Go down. Expand Windows System and click on control panel. Now these restrictions are there. So here you can see the CTC users OU, this group policy is applied to R&D users. So here we want to restrict this CTC user OU group policy to be being applied to R&D users. So what do you need to do? You can right click and select block inheritance. Right. Now I'll go to my workstation. I'll sign out from here and we'll check about whether this block inheritance is working properly or not. Right. Sign out from here and I'll log in again using other user rituals password is begin and press enter. Now here you can see none of this CTC user OU group policy is inherited to this R&D users, right? So here you can see this custom wallpaper is gone and this PC and recycle bin icon is come back again, and we'll check about control panel. So click on start, go down, expand with the system and select on control panel. So here this block inheritance is working properly. Now I'll move into my Windows Server group policy management. Now in this group policy management we need to put enforced inheritance. Okay, so here this R&D you just get this block inheritance, but you want to this CTC user OU group policy should be applied to all users regardless any folder is having blocked inheritance applied to it. To do that, so you need to select your group policy like CTC user and select enforced. So here the CTC users OU group policy will be enforced to all those organizational units. Okay, now I'll move into my workstation and we'll check whether this enforced inheritance is working properly or not. So I'll go to my workstation and sign out from here and again log in into our account using other user rituals abcd at 1 2. Okay, now here you can see this CTC user group policy is written here in on this R&D users. Regardless, the block inheritance is applied to R&D users OU. Now I will move into my Windows server. So enforced inheritance, why this is being used every time? This enforced inheritance is really applicable when you set account security policies on your domain environment to your users. Now here consider this thing. You want to apply some different group policies to R&D users, right? So you can first untick this enforced one and you can untick this block inheritance. Here, if you want to set different group policy settings to these R&D users, you can select it here and link an existing GPO to R&D OU group policy settings. Okay, and click OK herein. Now, you must be thinking that I have already configured CTC users OU herein. So R&D users will get this R&D OU and CTC users OU group policy settings. But here is the play. Like I said before, the group policy inheritance, you can see here the precedence number. First, city's domain wide group policy will be processed, then default domain policy, then CTC users OU, then R&D OU. Here the precedence is number 1. So here the last group policy will be processed will get the higher precedence number. So here only R&D organizational unit group policy will be applied to these R&D users. Now I am done with group policy blocked inheritance and enforced inheritance. I'll see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surajvan, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about Active Directory loopback processing. As you have already know, group policy applied in this following order: local group policy, site, domain, and organizational unit. In short, LSDOU. So LSDOU makes sure that settings from group policies link closest to the user and take more priority over those linked farthest from the user. As we discussed earlier in our previous videos, using inheritance, you can alter the priority to any level of LSDOU. Normal user group policy processing applies user settings from GPOs linked to the site, domain, and organizational unit containing the user object regardless of the location of the computer object in the Active Directory. To illustrate properly, we'll use this following example. Here in this picture, first the group policy is applied to local computer, then it will apply to site, then it will apply to the group policy linked to this domain. You can see here banking domain, right? Then it will apply to the OU IT computers. Then after it will apply to administrator OU under the IT computers OU. Then it will apply to the developers OU under IT computers OU. Then it will apply to the testers OU under IT computers OU. Then the normal group policy will apply to users IT OU. Then after the normal group policy will be applied to administrators under user IT OU. Then after the normal will be applied to developers OU under users IT. Then after the normal OU applied to testers OU under users IT. So we have already pretty much idea about how a normal group policy implemented on which order. So what is a loopback processing in group policy? Group policy loopback processing is a computer configuration that enables different group policy user settings to apply based upon the computer from which logon occurs. Loopback process generally used in kiosk machines, in labs, in terminal server, in training session computers, or in testing environments. So as per user logged into those machines, loopback GPS subsequently applied to them. There are two types of loopback processing. First one, loopback merge, and second one, loopback replace. So first of all, we'll discuss about loopback merge. In loopback merge mode, user GPS process first as normal GPS are applied following normal user processing. The GPS settings are applied to the computer OU. In the process, user receives all user settings from the GPOs applied to the user and all user settings from GPOs applied to the computer. In both user and computer's OU, user setting applied on computer OU wins where a conflict occurs in between user's OU and computer's OU as the user setting applied to the computer's OU in the last. If we follow this example, you can see here. So first the loopback merge group policy will apply to the local group policy. Then it will link to the site. Then the group policy object linked to the domain here in banking domain, right? Then the group policy object linked to the OU user IT, like I just said just before, right? Then the group policy object linked to the administrator users. Then the group policy object linked to the site again. Okay. Then the group policy object linked to the domains again. Then the group policy linked to the OU IT computers. Then after the group policy linked to the administrator computers. So here you can see the loopback group policy will be applied to the user regardless the order of the OUs. Here the users are in the down and the computers are in the above. So regardless the users are situated in the OU tree, the loopback merge group policy will be applied to the users first. Then after it will come to the workstations such as computers. Now in general understanding, let's illustrate a simple example herein. Here you can see here node level user GPUs and computer GPUs, right? Here under user group policy, I have made a custom Batman wallpaper to be set. And I have removed recycle bin icon and computer icon from the user mode group policies. And here for the control panel, I have not configured on this user group policy. On the computer section, I have set a custom wallpaper, the loopback merge wallpaper herein. Then I have enabled recycle bin icon in computer GPU section and I have not configured the my computer icon to the computer group policy. And also I have disabled the view of control panel in the workstation here in computer GPUs. So now the resultant loopback merge group policy will be, it will inherit the loopback merge wallpaper from the computer group policies. It will inherit the enabling recycle bin from the computer group policies, and it will inherit the disable my computer icon from the user group policies, and also it will inherit the disable the control panel icon from the computer group policies. Now I'll move into my Windows Server 2016 and Windows 10 workstation for your better understanding on this loopback merge group policies. In Server Manager, go to your group policy management, open your tool and go to your group policy management, expand your domain and expand your workstations and expand your users, right? So here I have an OU named intern users under cities users, and under cities workstation OU I have a OU named intern workstations. Under intern workstations I have set an intern user GPO, that is user side group policy, and under intern workstation I have set intern workstation GPO, that is referred to computer side group policy. Now, as per our example, I will set user side GPUs as Batman wallpaper. I'll remove this recycle bin icon, my computer icon, and I want to configure this control panel herein. Okay, so first of all, we will go to user GPUs and set the Batman wallpaper. Cities user, intern user, select right click here and edit, maximize it. I'll expand this one. Here in policies, user configuration, administrative templates, go to desktop. Okay, here in desktop wallpaper, you can see I have already set the Batman wallpaper herein. Okay, so as per my UNC path, this is one wallpaper batman.jpg, right? And wallpaper style I set it to fit and click OK. Now in the desktop, and I have removed my computer icon from the workstation desktop. Okay, so I have enabled it and remove recycle bin icon from the desktop. I have enabled here in, and about the control panel, I am not configured here in anything. Okay, so private access to control panel and PC I am not configuring here in. So the user side I have already done the GPU settings. Now I'll go to computer side. In computer side we need to set loopback merge wallpaper. We need to show recycle bin on our desktop. We won't configure my computer icon, and we disable content panel from viewing in the workstation, right? So to do so, I'll move into my Windows Server 2016 and click on this intern workstation GPU, that computer side G group policy, edit it. I'll maximize this one, expand this one, policies, administrative templates, sorry, desktop. On the desktop, wallpaper, now I'll set that loopback merge wallpaper, right? So my wallpaper will be merge.jpg. I'll make sure it is a merge, 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 and the extension would be, let me check, jpg, right? So sometimes some wallpapers are make also jpeg, that's why I just confirming about it. So wallpaper slash merge merge.jpg, and wallpaper style I would like to fit. Okay, click apply and okay. Now I'll go to desktop folder. Here what do we need to do? We need to enable a recycle bin icon. We need to show recycle bin icon on our desktop, and we won't configure my computer icon, right? And we disable the control panel. So to do so, uh, remove my computer icon desktop not configured. Okay, that's right. So remove recycle bin from the icon desktop. we need to show, right? To show, we can disable it here and click OK. And regarding control panel, we need to provide access to control panel and PC settings. We need to disable from viewing it, right? So need to enable it here. Enable, click apply and OK. Okay, so now I'll close this one. So before I go to my workstation, that makes sure that workstation you are testing with, that computer must be under intern workstation OU, right? To confirm that, I will open my Active Directory users and computers. If your placement of computer in different OU and you are applying group policy to different OU, then it won't work. Remember this thing, okay? So here expandctc.com and expand cities workstation under intern workstation. Yes, this intern workstation is available, right? Now I'll minimize this one and again I'll go to my group policy management. So herein I just forgot one thing, the most important thing to do. So click here on this intern workstation GPM, edit, just maximize it. Okay, so we need to set here as a loopback merge group policy, right? We didn't set that thing. Now I'll go to under computer configuration, you need to go, okay, and make sure you have select under computer OU group policy, right? Now I'll go to computer configuration, then go to policies, then administrative templates, then go to systems, then go to group policy. Okay, in group policy you can see there are several group policies are available, but you need to set loopback merge group policy settings, right? To do so, yeah, select this configure user group policy loopback processing mode, double click here in, enable it, and in this mode option you select merge. Okay, if you select replace, then the loopback replace settings will be configured. If you select merge, then the loopback merge configuration will be set, right? So now we'll see this merge one. Select it, click apply and OK. Now close this one. Okay, now I'll move into my Windows 10 workstation and log in. Okay, so I just forget what is the intern username. Intern users Harry Potter. Okay, so I'll use it like H Potter password. Now press enter. Now the system is logging into the loopback merge group policy settings, right? Now you can see, as we discussed in our example, this loopback merge wallpaper is inherited from the computer group policy. Recycle bin is showing on the desktop herein. Our my computer icon is removed from the desktop herein. And we'll check about control panel whether it is opening here or not, right? So click on Windows System and click on control panel. Here you can see this operation has been cancelled due to restrictions, right? So as per our example, the resultant loopback merge group policy, it retained this computer group policy wallpaper, it retained the recycle bin enabling, and it retained the user group policy my computer icon removed from the desktop, and it retained the control panel disabling from the workstation. Okay. Now here we are done with loopback merge. Now I will go ahead and check about loopback replace group policy. So loopback replace. In loopback replace process, the user settings applied to the computer's OUs, completely replacing the group policies those are applied to the user's OUs. Group policy services skips the group policies those are linked to the user's organizational units. To illustrate this, let's understand this example herein. In this example, First of all, local group policy will be applied. Then the group policy will be linked to the site. Then after, group policy will be linked to the domain here in bankydomain.com, right? Then after, group policy will be linked to the organizational unit IT computers. Okay. And lastly, the group policy will be applied to the administrative computers, right? So herein, the group policies are will be ignored completely to the users OUs on this loopback replace group policies implementation process. Okay, let's see a schematic table. So here in this table you can see on user side GPUs we have configured a custom wallpaper Batman wallpaper to appear on the desktop, and also we have removed recycle bin icon and my computer icon from the desktop. And for the control panel we have not configured it here in our user side group policies. On the computer side group policy, we have configured a custom loopback replace wallpaper, and we have enabled recycle bin icon and my computer icon on the desktop for the showing. And also we have disabled control panel on the workstation from viewing. So for the loopback replace resultant will be user side OUs are completely ignored as well as the group policies. So testing workstations, intern workstations, whatever workstation you have set on loopback replace, those will get only computer side group policy settings. Now I'll move into my Windows Server 2016 and Windows 10 workstation to illustrate properly loopback replace process. Okay. Now herein I'll open my group policy management. I'll expand this one ctc.com and expand cities user. First of all, we will carry out the user side OU GPS settings. Okay, so edit here in, and we expand this one, maximize this one. I'll just check it out. On user side, we need to set custom Batman wallpaper. Recycle bin, my computer icon should be removed, and this should not be configured, right? Okay. Now I'll go to policies and static templates. First of all, desktop, I'll go to desktop wallpaper. Okay, Batman wallpaper is already set. Okay, and I'll go to desktop, remove computer icon on the desktop. Yeah, it's enable. Okay, recycle bin from the computer desktop, it's enable. Okay, and regarding control panel, which this will not be configured. Okay, okay, not configured. Here we are done with user side group policy settings. Now I'll go to computer side group policy settings, intern workstation, right click, edit. I'll just maximize it. Policies, administrative temple. On computer side GPUs, we need to set loopback replace wallpaper, recycle bin on, computer on, and control panel off, right? So we'll do accordingly. First of all, we'll go to remove the text, remove computer icon on desktop. We need to just disable it to showing up on the desktop, and there is disable. Yeah, okay. Now control panel, we need to prohibit this control panel from viewing. Okay, it's enabled herein, that's okay. And what do we need to do again? And the wallpaper, right? So desktop wallpaper. Here instead of merge, I'll set replace dot jpg, click apply, and okay. Now I'll go to computer side configuration, policies, administrative, system, and where is group policy? Yeah, group policy. Go down, and here configure user group policy loopback processing mode, select it. Here you can enable it, and now here in instead of merge you can select replace, Click apply and OK. Now here we are done with computer side group policy settings. Now I'll close this one. I'll just minimize this. Now I'll go to my Windows 10 workstation. Now I'll log in into my workstation as exporter. Okay, and password will be given. Okay. Now here you can see the look back replace wallpaper is set here on this desktop, and also this PC and recycle bin icons also showing up here on this desktop. Now I'll go ahead and check with control panel whether it is disabled or not. So click on start button, go down, select Windows system and click on control panel. And here the control panel also not showing up here due to restriction on the computer side group policy settings. So in loopback replace group policy settings, only computer side group policies will be applied regardless LSDOU group policy implementation process, right? So here I am done with group policy loopback processing. I suggest you guys you practice out on your home lab and try to configure normal group policy settings, loopback process, block inheritance, enforced inheritance, and do all the settings and try to mix all also. So by playing again and again with group policies, you will get used to it and you will gain the group policy knowledge very deeply. So now I'll see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I'm Surajwan, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about group policy preferences. Group policy preferences was not a part of Windows Server until Windows Server 2008 was released. Previously, group policy preference it was named as a policy maker as a third-party Windows software for Windows Server environment. With release of Windows Server 2008, Microsoft purchased Policy Maker so it could be applied to group policy with extra new feature as preferences. Previously, preferences are done with Windows scripts. Using Windows scripts, various actions were deployed through GPUs. Now with the release of Windows Server 2008 and onwards with preference, it is much easier to do workstation settings such as control panel, power option setting, map drive setting and many more settings on workstations. So generally, preferences are different for the traditional group policies. So it is not mandatory to force preference group policy to be used by computers and users. So now I'll go ahead and configure a group policy preference settings on my Windows Server 2016 to show you how it is being done. So first of all you need to open group policy management, then expand this ctc.com your domain, and I have applied a ctc domain wide group policy under ctc domain, right? So here I right click here and edit it. I'll maximize this one and expand it. So here under user configuration, expand preferences, expand control panel settings. So here in control panel settings, you can see there are several options are there, several settings are there. So you can configure here in. So these settings will subsequently apply to your workstations, right? So here I'll go ahead with power option. So I'll right click here in new. So power plan at least Windows 7 I'll select it here in, and here advanced settings and common settings tabs are there. So first of all I'll check with advanced settings. So here in advanced settings in action pane there is several options are there: create, replace, update and delete. Okay, so here I need to create a new power plan, right? So I'll create here in, and option I'll select as balanced. Okay, so I will make it so set it as active power plan. Okay, click it here in. So it will force workstation to use this balanced power saver. So now we'll go ahead and we'll select the sleep option, sleep after. On battery we'll select it as like 5 minutes. In plugged in, we'll select it as 5 minutes also. I will minimize this one and I'll go to display option. Okay, and here I'll expand this toner display. On battery, I'll select it as 3 minutes. On plugged in, also I set it as 3 minutes. Here apply and OK. Right? Now I'll go to my workstation whether this power saving group policy preferences is being applied to on my workstation or not. Okay. I log into Cisco Raman. Okay. So using other user Cisco C Raman ABCD. Press enter. Now herein our workstation is logged into. Now I'll go ahead and open my control panel to see whether this power option is configured herein or not. Okay, so select start, go down, expand Windows system and select control panel. Once your control panel will open, you need to find out power option. Select herein. So here you can see our power option configuration is set here. As we set balanced option, so it is automatically select here in balanced, right? So I'll go ahead and click on change plan setting to see whether our settings are configured here in or not. Okay, so I'll click it here. Now here you can see our group policy preference settings. To turn off the display, it's set as 3 minutes, and put the computer to sleep, it's set as 5 minutes also, right? So here group policy configuration is properly configured here, right? So now I'll go back, and here as I just said before, users can have option to choose their own choices, right? So here I can choose power saver here. Regardless the group policy preference settings, it is set as balanced. Okay, now I'll close this window and again I'll click on power option. See, this power saver option was chosen by the user and it's configured on this workstation. Now I'll go to my Windows Server 2016 and click on the power plan option. Here in this action pane, you can see there is create, replace, update and delete. On selecting replace, you can replace the power setting option. On select update, you can update the power settings option herein. Likewise, I click here update and select sleep after. Instead of 5, I can make it 10 and click apply and click OK. Right? When my workstation will restart or the user sign out from the workstation and login into again, this power option on battery sleep after, it will be updated. So here I am done with group policy preference setting. I'll see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surajwan, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about group policy software installation. In an organization, software deployment to hundreds of workstations is a hefty task. As a system admin, individual going to workstation places and managing softwares is likely a nightmare for any system administrator. On that scenario, as a system admin, you cannot authorize each company individual to manage their workstation for managing softwares. Sometimes, some malicious employee could bust your company network with malicious softwares. Thus, to prevent this scenario, Microsoft developed deployment softwares like SCCM, but it is very cost effective. So what are the options are available to you now? Well, in Windows Server 2016, 2012 R2 and 2012, there are services like WSUS and group policy software installation services are available, which can be used to deploy, update and remove softwares in your company network. Using group policy software installation, you need not to worry about cost as it is bundled with group policy management package which is bundled with the Windows server. Generally, using group policy software installation, you can deploy softwares on user level as well as on the computer level. On installation of any software through group policy software installation, you will come with two options. First publishing and second one assigning. So what is publishing? Publishing software is only available to user. You cannot publish softwares to computers or group of computers. By publishing software, user gets choice whether the user want to install the software on the computer or not. If user made a choice to install publishing software, then the software has to be installed via control panel by the user. Since the user has option to install software, so likewise, software uninstall option is also available for the user. Now we'll discuss about assigning. Assigning can be done for user and computer. When a software assigning to the computer, the software install automatically on the computer when the computer starts. So any user logged into that computer will have access to the software. On assigning the software to the computers, users are forced to use the software. So unlike publishing softwares, users cannot uninstall assigned softwares which are assigned to them. When software assigned to user, the installation done by two parts. When a user logged into a computer, the assigned software installed once the user logged in, regardless the computer or workstation. Another way of installing assigned software is via shortcut method, which is usually found in Start menu or in desktop. When a user launches shortcut, the assigned software installed automatically. Windows software installation through group policy software installation follows some standard installation procedure. For the application installation, the application must be on the following packages such as MSI, MSP, and ZAP. So MSI package contains all files and configuration for the application for default installation on the workstations. MSP. Without MSI installer configured in GPU, MSP cannot be applied. MSP file contains updates or patch files for the MSI package application that has been configured in GPU. MSP file only updates the existing application. ZAP. ZAP file is a text script that helps to install the application. It doesn't support administrative installation mode. And also, the application that use ZAP file as a install cannot be reinstalled on the computer. So that's why on process of installing ZAP file, if it fails, group policy cannot detect the installation failure. So GPU will not try to reinstall that specific application once again. Now I'll move into my Windows Server 2016 and I'll show you how to configure software installation through GPU. Now here in Windows Server 2016, I'll show you how to deploy softwares in workstation through GPUs. To do so, first of all you need to create a shared folder on your local drive. Okay, so navigate to your local drive and navigate to C drive, create a folder name software, okay, and share it to everyone or share it to your appropriate groups. Okay, so properties and sharing tab, click on share, just drop down it and everyone, add it and set it as read only. Okay, don't set it as read and write, only read only. Okay, so make it save and done and close it. So here for deployment I need softwares also, so that's why I have already downloaded Chrome and Adobe Reader herein. Okay, now I'll go ahead and copy those two folders to my softwares folder. Okay, software, and paste it here. So I'll cross check it again whether the softwares are in it or not there. Okay, now I'll go ahead and deploy software through group policy management, right? To do so, first I need to open my group policy management console. Here under ctc.com, I have a ctc domain wide group policy object configured herein. Okay, so this ctc domain wide group policy object, it will apply to all this folder ctc user ctc workstation, right? So now I need to install Chrome to all computers, right? To do so, I will right click here and edit it. It will open my group policy management editor. I'll expand this one, and here in computer configuration node, you expand these policies, software settings, and software installation, right? On software installation, you right click here in, select new and package. Now type here the ENC path to get your software folder, this C01 software, and press enter. And here I'll deploy Chrome, right? So I'll select Chrome folder, installers, and select Google Chrome standalone enterprise. Okay, and select it and open. Now here you can see this published option is grayed out because of, I have already told you, if you are configuring on computer's configuration node, then the software deployment will forcefully deploy to workstation whether the users wants it or not. On this deployment, users don't have any choice, so all users will get the softwares on their systems or workstation. But here I will select advanced option and I'll go ahead. Okay, here in this Google Chrome properties, just I'll slide it. Here in general deployment upgrades categories modification security tabs are there, but here we need only deployment. So here by default the deployment chosen as assigned, right? And in deployment option I'll select this uninstall this application when it falls out of the scope management. Okay, so tick it here. By taking it here, you will make sure when the system will remove from your domain, then the application will automatically remove from the computer or workstation. Okay, now I'll see about upgrades because there is no upgrades, it is the fresh install, so we need not to apply any upgrade patches here, right? Now I'll go ahead and deploy this software. So herein you can see the software is deployed here. Now I'll move into my understand workstation to see whether this Google Chrome application is successfully deployed or not, right? And remember one thing, when you deploy a software on your workstation, it will take much more time. If your system is taking too much time to boot up or restart or log in into your account, then don't worry because you need to understand the software installation is going on, right? Now I'll move into my workstation 10. Now log into my account using other user. See Raman. Password is given. Press enter. Now here you can see the Google Chrome application is deployed here successfully. Now here I am done with assigning software through group policy object. Now I'll move into my Windows Server 2016 and I'll show you how to publish a software through group policy object. Now I'll go ahead and install auto reader through publishing in group policy management. Right? To do so, I need to open my server manager through tools. I'll go to my group policy management. I'll maximize this one. And under CTC domain, you can see I have already CTC domain wide group policy object. Right? So now I'll edit this one. Edit it. I'll maximize this one and expand it. Now instead of computer configuration node, I'll go to user configuration node. So expand policies and expand software setting. On software installation, right click, select new and package. So package, I'll go to my UNC path as you have already know, TC01 software and, press enter. Select Adobe and select Adobe. Open it. Now herein, like my previous video, here the published option was grayed out, but here now publish option is there. So here in publishing software through group policy software installation, user will have options to choose whether the user want to install that software or not. So this published option is showing up here in the deploy software window. But now I'll go ahead with advanced like my last video. Click OK. Now here in this Adobe properties, you can see you can rename it like Adobe. Okay. This MCO evaluation package why it is showing because I have repackaging it through MCO software. Now I'll go ahead and deployment. And here this published selection is already there. I will not do anything here. In deployment option, auto install this application by file extension activation. So it is already ticked here. I won't do anything here. In the second option, uninstall this application when it falls out of the scope of the management. Okay, so I'll tick it here. I have already told about this thing in my previous video. Now click OK. Now here you can see your software is deployed here. Now I'll move into my Windows 10 workstation to see whether this other software is deployed or not. Now I'll log into my Windows account using author user, cram and password will be, and press enter. Now here we'll check whether our Adobe software is deployed here or not. Okay, to view the Adobe program we need to go to control panel. So click on start, go down, select Windows system and select control panel. Once your control panel will open, you need to select programs and features. So select it herein. In this programs and features, on the left hand side, you can see there is a install a program from the network. So click here. Now here you can see this Adobe software is deployed here successfully by publishing software through group policy installer. Right? So to install this Adobe, you can select it and click on install. So once you will click on install button, the Windows installer will start and it will install the Adobe Reader on your workstation. Like I said, it is depend upon user whether the user wants to install the software on workstation or not. Now I want to tell you something that sometimes when you publish or assign a software through group policy and software installation procedure, sometimes on workstation the deployment is not working properly. It's not like that it won't work, but the thing is that On workstation, sometimes the group policies are not updating perfectly or time to time. So here you need to force to update group policy on workstation. To do that, so you need to open your command prompt with elevated privilege, means with administrative account, right? So herein select on start, go down, Windows system, and right click here in command prompt, select more and run as administrator. Now you need to give your administrative credentials, administrator, and the password given, press enter. Once your command prompt will open, you need to type following command: gp update, okay, group policy update slash force, and press enter. Now it will update the policy. Once policy will update, this command prompt will ask you to restart your workstation or computer. So to update group policy perfectly, you need to restart your system. So do as your command prompt instructed on the screen, right? So now I'll tell you about MSI package installer. There are several third-party softwares are available to create MSI package from exe package. So some of the softwares are MCO MSI package builder, this MCO software. Okay. Second one, this advanced installer, MSIX, AppB and MSI. Okay. And other one, the Page Suite 4.7. You can get these softwares with 30 days free trial version and you can try it on your home lab. So you can convert any exe file to MSI file and deploy that MSI file on Group Policy software installer and try to deploy those packages to your workstations. And if you are satisfied with the softwares, you can go ahead and buy those softwares. Okay. Here in for my lab, I have used this MCO MSI package builder. Okay. So here I am done with publishing software through Group Policy software installation. I hope you guys learned a lot of things. So I suggest you guys try and practice hard on your home lab. So we'll get used to all those things, right? So now I will see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I'm Surajwan, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about how to map a drive to share folder on workstations. To do so, I'll go to my Windows Server 2016 and I need to create two folders in my local drive. So I'll go ahead and open my C drive in my Windows Server 2016. In C drive, I'll create two folders named one is common folder and second one secure folder. Okay. Once you will create those folders, now go to folder properties for common folder and go to sharing tab, share, put it to everyone and select add and permission label set it to read and write. Okay, and share it and done. Now close this one. Now for the secure folder, you want to secure this folder for some certain users like your finance user on your company, research and development users on your company, right? So to do so, you need to go to properties, sharing tab, share and search here, find people and search here your secure group, right? So I have created a secure group. I'll click OK and here put put the permission label to read and write. Okay, and share it Now done. Close it here in. Okay. I'll show you my secure group here in. So go to tools and active directory users and computers. Now here you can see my finance users are Iris West and Joseph West. Okay. And R&D users are research and development users are Harrison Wells. So I'll put those three users in my secure groups. I'll click here and members. Harrison Wells, Iris West and Joseph West. Right. So you can do so on your home lab. Now and click OK. Now through GPU we need to map a drive to those share folders, right? So to do so, now go to tools, open a group policy management, maximize this one, and here you can see under my ctc.camp I have already a ctc domain wide group policy objects configured here in, right? So I will edit this one, edit it. I'll maximize this one, expand this one also. Okay, now here in under user configuration node, go to preferences, go to Windows settings and select drive maps. Okay, now right click here in, click new and map drives. Now here in this location you need to type in here your UNC path. Okay, so to do so my UNC path is DC01 and what, what is my common folder name? That is common folder, right? So I'll type common folder. Okay, now so use the first letter available or you can just set it like use any drive name, like I'll put it like E drive. Okay, now you can go ahead and apply and okay, right? Now I'll go ahead and create another drive for my secure folder. So click on map drive, location, give the UNC path, sorry, DC01 secure, what is the name? Secure folder, right? Okay, secure folder. Now use this drive as F drive because we have already used this E drive, right? So I'll put it F drive. Okay, now you need to assign this drive to secure groups only, right? To do so you need to move into command tab and select item level targeting and click on targeting. Now here in targeting editor, click on new item. Now you can see there are several options are available. Here we need a group option that will set our secret group. So here you can see secret group is here. Now click on it. Okay. Now the group name you need to assign. Click here in and search your secure group. Secure group. Check names. Now the secure group is here in. Now click OK. Okay. Now OK. Apply and OK. Now here you can see this common folder is mapped to E drive and it is available for all users in my domain. Okay, and the secure folder mapped to F drive, it is available for only the secure group, right? So now I'll move into my Windows 10 workstation and log in into one common user and with a secure group user, right? To show you whether these drives are mapped or not. Now I'll log into account Cisco Raman. First I need to go. Okay, Cisco Raman is under everyone, right? So the password is given and press enter. Now I'll go ahead and open my this PC. I believe the common folder will be mapped to one drive E, right? Now here you can see this common folder is mapped to E drive under this Cisco Raman user. right? Now I'll sign out from here and log into Harrison Wells account to show you whether this common folder E drive and the secure folder F drive is mapped to Harrison Wells account or not. Okay, so I'll sign out from here. Now log in into Harrison account using other user. H Wells password is given. So herein now I'll move into my this PC and open it. Now here you can see this common folder mapped to E drive and secure folder mapped to F drive is showing up here. Since Harrison Wells it comes under everyone group as well as secure group, that I have assigned that secure folder to secure group. That's why the secure folder and common folder, both folders are showing up here under this Harrison Wells account. Now I am done here with how to map a drive to share folder on workstations. In my next video, I'll show you how to secure your workstations with account security policies. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. Now we'll discuss about how to secure your workstation using group policy account settings. To configure group policy account settings, first of all you need to open your group policy management. To open group policy management, go through tools and select group policy management. Now expand this ctc.com domain. Here I have already told you I have a ctc domain wide group policy object is configured herein. So I'll go ahead with this group policy object. Right click here, edit it. Now I'll maximize this one and expand it. Okay, now in computer configuration node, go to policies, expand Windows settings and expand the security settings. Now see, account policy settings are there, so expand it herein. Under account policies you can find password policy, account lockout policy and KBROS policies are defined. So if I select password policy, you can see here several group policy password settings are there. So I'll go through one by one. So first of all, enforce password history. So click on it. So go to explain tab. This enforce password history properties, it is basically the security setting that determines the number of unique new passwords that have to be associated with a user account before an old password can be reused, right? So here I'll go back to security policy setting tab. Here I will take this one, define this policy setting. Now I will set a value that will remember after exit how many passwords that specific password will be reused again. Okay, so here I'll set it like 15. Okay, click apply and okay. Now I'll go to next, maximum password age. So this basically explains the security settings determines the period of time that a password can be used before the system requires the user to change it, right? So basically the thing is that this maximum password is you need to set it like that way that this password needs to be changed at a certain period of time, right? So I'll enable it and I'll set it like 35 days. Okay, so after exactly 35 days you need to reset your password. So I'll click apply and here the suggested value changes for minimum password age. It is suggested is like 30 days. So this is basically that user cannot change this password until 30 days passed, right? So basically this is a suggestion from this Microsoft OS. Okay, so you need not to worry about it. So click OK and click OK here, and here in minimum password is you can set it like 10 days. Okay, Click apply and OK. And next, minimum password length. Here I'll go to explain tab. Here you can see this minimum password length. The security setting determines the least number of characters that a password for a user account may contain, right? So basically you have already idea about this thing, how much password length you need to set for your account, for your domain account, for your workstation accounts, right? So basically here you can see default 7 on domain controller, 0 on standalone servers. So I'll go at this security setting tab and enable it. I'll set minimum password length should be 8. Okay, click apply and OK. Now next, password must meet complexity requirements. Yes, we need this thing. I'll go to explain tab. Here the password complexity is basically here English uppercase characters A to Z, English lower characters A to Z, base 10 digits 0 to 9, non-alphabetic characters for example exclamation mark, dollar mark, hash mark and percentile mark, right? So this complexity should apply to your passwords. Once you enable this, password must meet complexity requirement properties, right? So I'll go at security policy setting and enable it. Enable, click apply and click OK. Now store password using reversible encryption. You can skip it or you can enable it. Okay. So I'll go through the explain. So this is basically the security settings determines whether the operating system stores password using reversible encryption. Okay. So I'll go back to security policy setting and enable it if you want to enable it or it is already dependent upon you. Okay. Now click apply and OK. Here my password policy settings are configured herein. Now I'll go to account lockout policy. Here account lockout duration I'll enable it. Okay. I suggest you go to this explanation and read all those things. Okay, so you will get an understanding about it. Okay, now I'll move into security policy setting. So basically, this setting will block user after conjugating wrong password entry. For how many time the user should be blocked from the account, right? So I'll set it like 15 minutes. Okay, click apply. So here the suggested value changes it automatically suggesting this account lockout threshold should be 5 invalid login attempts. Reset account logout counter after 15 minutes. Okay, so you can click here OK now. You can change it later, right? And click OK. So second option account logout threshold. It is automatically configured herein, but I can change it here. So account logout threshold policy I'll set it like 4. Okay, after 4 consecutive wrong attempt the account will be locked for the user. Okay, so now I'll click apply and OK. Reset account lockout counter after. These properties basically suggest after how much minutes the account will be unlocked once it gets locked, right? So I'll put it like 16 minutes. Okay, so here account lockout duration 15 minutes and reset account lockout will be 60 minutes, or you can put it back like 50 minutes also, doesn't matter. Okay, so I'll click apply and OK. Now I'll go at Cabros policy. In Cabros policy, first option is the enforce user login restrictions. So I'll go ahead and enable it. So these security settings determines whether the Cabros V5 key distribution center validates every request for a session ticket against the user rights policy of the user account. Okay, you should enable it. Don't disable it. Okay, so click apply and OK. Maximum lifetime of service ticket. Well, you can set it or you can ignore it. It is totally depend upon you. And also I want to say thing. As a system administrator, you need to compile your security policy according to your company needs. It's not like that you are the only one responsible for all those security settings. You need to get authorized from your management whether these security policies are valid or security policies are well defined for your company or organization, right? So basically those security policies are defined in your company's information technology policies. So you must follow your company's information technology policies. Okay. Now I'll go ahead. Maximum lifetime for user ticket, maximum lifetime user ticket renewal, maximum tolerance for computer clock synchronization. You can ignore this thing or you can enable. It's depend upon your choice. Okay, or your company's choice. Now I'll move into my understand workstation to see whether these account policies are effective or not. Now in understand, I'll sign into my Cisco Raman using other user, Cio Raman and password. I have already reset this password for this Cisco Raman user. So now I'll go ahead and press enter. Now this user password must be changed before sign in. Okay. So the group policy is applied here. Now I'll try to set a simple password to show you whether this password is changing or not. Okay. So I'll put it like QWERTYUIOP. Okay. QWERTYUIOP and try to sign in, but the error message is coming, unable to update the password. The value provided for new password doesn't meet the length, complexity or history requirement of the domain, right? So as per I have set here the complexity requirement in explain, you can see English uppercase A to Z, English lowercase a to Z, base 10 digits 0 to 9 and non-alphabetic characters, for example the special characters. Okay, so I'll set a password according to this complexity. So I'll go ahead and again give the password, and the new password I'll set it like uh, just put it like capital Q, small w, small e, small r, small t, small y, special character I'll put exclamation mark, and the digit I'll put 1 2 3 4. Okay, and I'll repeat the password capital Q W E R T Y explanation mark 1 2 3 4. Here my minimum password length I have set like 8 characters, but here I have got 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 11 characters. It would be better, and it is always suggestible that you need set your password in between 12 to 15 or 10 to 15. Okay, so the bigger length of your password length, it would be very difficult to hack or remember for any user for spoofing. So I'll now try to update my password. Now this password has been changed. I'll click OK, right? Now here you can see I have logged into my Cisco Ramon account. Now I'll sign out from here and log in again with 4 consecutive wrong password to see whether this account lockout policy is working here in or not. Okay, so now I'll sign out from here. Now I'll try to log in with wrong passwords, right? So randomly I'll put wrong passwords, press enter, first attempt, second attempt, third attempt, fourth attempt, and in fifth attempt the referenced account is currently logged out and may not be logged on to my Cisco Ramon account. So here what happened, your account lockout policy, this account lockout threshold policy was worked here. Now herein, to unlock this Cisco Ramon account, the user Cisco will call you for unlock his account, or he would wait for 15 minutes to reset this account automatically. As we have already said here in this reset account lockout counter after 15 minutes. And I believe as a system administrator, you have already known how to unlock a account from Active Directory users and computers. But still here, I'll go ahead and I'll show you how to do it. So open your Active Directory users and computers, go to IT users or go to your appropriate users organization in it. Okay. So here Cisco Raman is resides inside this IT users OU. So I'll right click here in Cisco Raman and properties. Here in account tab, I'll just take this unlock account. This account is currently logged out on this Active Directory domain controller. So I'll take it to unlock account, click apply and OK. Right. Now I'll go to my workstation and log in with Cisco Raman, the password with C Raman, and the password you put that we have already said, capital Q WERTY at, not at, explanation mark 1234. Okay, and press enter. Now this Cisco Raman will be logged into his account successfully. And I suggest you one more thing. I have used here query password, but don't ever use query password or well-known passwords for any of your accounts. Okay, that's the biggest disadvantage for any administrator. Now I am done here with security policies like password policy, account lockout policy and cables policies. I hope you guys learned a lot. Now I'll see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I'm Surajwan, your instructor. Now I'll discuss about how to configure services through group policy object. So on booting up your client side workstation, we'll get update about services changes. So before I'll go ahead, I want to tell you, here I am going to configure a specific services that will start on workstations, which will help you in future when you try to troubleshoot group policy object for any workstation through resultant set of policy or in short through RSOP. So here I'll go ahead and configure WMA performance adapter service through group policy object. So to do so, first of all you go to group policy management, click here. Once your group policy manager is opened, you go ahead and go to your group policy object. Here I have a CTC domain wide group policy object under my ctc.com. So I'll go ahead and edit it. Maximize this one and expand this one. Now under this computer configuration node, go to preferences, expand control panel setting. Under control panel setting, you can see one group policy configuration is available named services. Okay, so select here in, click new and service. Here you can see in general tab there is an option startup. So here in this drop down you can see automatic delete start, automatic, manual and disabled. Here I'll select automatic delete start. Here by selecting automatic delete start, the particular service will start after some few minutes of booting of your computer. It is always advisable when you configure a service manually, always select delete startup. Because by default, Microsoft operating systems starts a number of services during boot up. To make less load on booting, the manual services configuration should always needs to be set delete start. Now here I'll go ahead and configure WMA performance adapter service. To do so, here in the service name box, you select here and go down and find WMA performance adapter. WMI. Here we'll go down here. Yeah, here select it, WM performance adapter. Here service action, set it to start service. Okay, now go to recovery tab. Here several options are available: fast failure, second failure and subsequent failures. Okay, so on fast failure what you need to set, so I'll set it like restart the service. Okay, on second failure also I'll try to restart the service. On subsequent failures, then set it to restart the computer. Okay, and restart fail count after 0 days. You can ignore these settings or you can set your appropriate days, right? And restart service after, here by default it's set 1 minute, so I'll leave it like this. Okay, now here in command tab, Stop processing item in extension if error occurs. I'll leave it. Okay. I won't do anything herein. So I'll go back to general tab. Now on this logon as I won't change anything herein. Okay. Now click apply and okay. So here our WMA performance updater service is deployed here. So now I'll go ahead and start my Windows 10 workstation. Okay. So I'll start this Windows 10. Now my workstation starts. I'm logging into account Cisco Raman and give it the password. Enter. While your computer starts up, so give it a time to start your configured service. So now to view this WMA performance updater whether this service is started or not, you can simply open the services through Windows button and run and type services.msc and press enter. Or else you can go ahead, select the start button, go down, expand your Windows system and select Windows Administrative Tools. Once your Windows Administrative Tools window will open, you can see here there is a services shortcut is herein. You can double click herein and go to services. Okay. Now I'll move into my services console and go down. I'll check it about WMI performance updater, right? So here I'll go down and check WMI. Yeah, WMI performance updater running and it's set to automatic delete, right? To view it properly, I'll select it and select the properties. Here you can see these options are grayed out because to change these options you need to have an administrative privilege herein. Okay, so here through group policy object I have configured this automatic delete start. So here I am done with configuration of services through group policy object. I suggest you guys go ahead and configure some services on your home lab so we can learn about it. Okay. Now in my next video, I will illustrate the configuration of firewall through group policy object, which will also help you in future for troubleshoot of any workstation through resultant set of policies. In short, RSOP. So up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters, I am Surajwan, your instructor. Now we'll discuss about how to deploy advanced firewall settings through group policy object on your workstations. Here I will specifically configure some certain settings which will help you on troubleshooting of group policy objects on workstation through RSOP. Okay, so now I'll go ahead and configure advanced firewall settings through group policy object. To do so, first of all you need to open your group policy management. So select on tools and open group policy management. Here in this group policy management, expand your ctc.com or your appropriate domain. Under your domain, you can find your appropriate group policy object. Here my group policy object ctc domain wide. Okay, so I'll right click it and edit it. Maximize this one and expand this one. Okay, so under computer configuration node, go to policies, expand Windows settings, expand security settings and go down and find Windows firewall with advanced security. Okay, so expand this one. Now expand this Windows firewall with advanced security. Okay, here and two rules are there, inbound rules and outbound rules. Okay, So first of all, we need to open port number 135 and 445. Okay, for inbound rules, I'll click here in select new rule. Okay, now what type of rule would you like to create? Okay, first of all, it is program, port, predefined, and custom. Here I'll go with port number. So select port radio button, select next, and TCP port, specific local port. I'll set 135. Right, we need to open this one. So click next, allow the connection, yes. So click next. I'll specifically apply to domain level. Okay, so I'll untick those two, private and public. Click next. Just write it down like 135 TCP port. Okay, now finish this one. Okay, for inbound rules 135 TCP port we have set. Now I'll go ahead and set another port rule. Select port radio button, click next, and port number 445. Okay, click next, allow the connection, next, untick those two, and click next. 445 inbound TCP. Okay, so finish it. So here for outbound role, I'll also open this 135 and 445. Right, I'll click here, click new role, port number, next, specific port 135, next, allow the connection, next, untick these two, next, 135 outbound TCP, click finish. Again I need to create for 445, right? Port, click 445, click next, allow the connection, next, untick those two, next, 445 outbound TCP. Okay, and click finish. So here I have configured port numbers. Now I'll go ahead and deploy remote event log management and Windows management instrumentation configuration. Okay, now I'll select on inbound roles, right click, click new role. Here in this options, you need to select predefined. Okay, and on this drop down menu, you need to find remote event log management. Okay, remote event log management. Click next. Here three options are there: remote event log management RPC EP map, remote event log management NPIN, remote event log management RPC. We need to configure all those three settings. So click next, allow connection, and finish it. Now lastly, for one inbound role, I'll go ahead, click new, predefined, and on this drop down menu find Windows management instrumentation. Okay, Windows management instrumentation, select it here, click next, and here in these options we need to select only this WMI-IN. Okay, so we need to untick those two and select this one, Windows management instrumentation WMI-IN. Click next, allow connection, and finish. Okay, now I'll go to my Windows 10 workstation to see whether this configuration are deployed or not. Okay, so move into my Windows 10 workstation. Log in here with other user, Sri Rahman, and the password will be, and press enter. Now we are logged into our Windows 10 workstation. Now we need to see whether our advanced firewall settings are deployed or not. Okay. So to confirm those settings, I need to go to Start, go down, expand Windows System, and open Windows Administrative Tools. Once your Windows Administrative Tools window will open, find a Windows Defender firewall with the advanced settings. So here, now select it and right click, run as administrator. Put your administrative credentials. Now expand this one. Okay. Now in this inbound roles, now go down and check out remote event log management. Remote event log management NPIN on domain level. Now it is applied. On second one, remote event log management RPC on domain level, it is enabled herein. And third, remote event log management RPC EP map on domain level, it is also enabled herein. Right? Now I'll check out the last option, Windows management and instrumentation. So I'll go down, Windows management instrumentation WMIIN. So here it is also enabled herein. So now herein I am done with deployment of advanced firewall settings through group policy object. In my next video, I'll discuss about basic group policy object troubleshooting process. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I am Suraj, your instructor. Now we'll discuss about basic group policy object troubleshooting method. Sometimes group policies are unable to update the configuration on workstations. On that scenario, you can try force update of group policy object from workstations through command prompt, which I have already discussed about this command line utility in my previous videos. Now I'll go ahead and open my group policy management console. To open it, go through tools, open group policy management. Here you can see in this group policy management console under my domain ctc.com, I have a group policy object configured ctc domain wide. Now I'll select on this one. Here on this right side you can see ctc domain and group policy object. There are 4 tabs are there: scope, details, settings and delegation. So first of all, I would like to discuss what causes GPU to fail on workstations. So first of all, you all need to check the group policy object is being applied or not on your appropriate OUs, right? Whether your CTC users or CTC workstation or domain controllers or whatever OUs you have defined. Then check whether you have applied right GPUs under your appropriate OUs. So check OUs, right? So herein I have applied intern GPUs by mistakenly on finance users. So I have to remove this group policy object from finance user. So delete it from herein and apply the internal user's GPU to appropriate OU. Okay. So here link an existing GPU, intern GPU and click OK. Mistakes can be happen, so don't worry about it and be cautious about it. Don't make any major mistake, right? Now I'll go ahead and open my R&D users OU. So herein you can see there is a secure group policy object is configured herein in this R&D users. By selecting secure group policy object, here you can see on this right hand side, on this location box, R&D users OU is attached to herein. So here, secure group policy object is linked to R&D users correctly. And now on security filtering, make sure you have applied your appropriate users group onto this. Here, You can see I have two users group, authenticated users and users. But here I need security user group instead of users. So here I have by mistakenly applied this users group. So this mistake could be lead to group policy not working on your appropriate users group. So you need to correct this thing. So select this users group, remove it, click OK, and here click on add and type secure group, right? So check names. Now secure group is selected. Now click OK. So always make sure when you are applying security filtering, choose your appropriate group. Okay. Now on WMI filtering, make sure you have applied correct WMI filtering rule and make sure whatever SQL commands you have applied on WMI filtering window should be correct. Okay. Now I'll go to details tab. Here on this GPS status, if you select this drop down box, here you can see all settings disabled, computer configuration setting disabled and enabled, and user configuration settings disabled. As you know, in group policy object, there are two types of nodes are there, computer configuration node and user configuration node. So here, if you want to specifically apply user configuration node, so you can disable the computer configuration setting herein. Okay, so click OK. So on this GPU, you will get only user configuration node settings. But here in the secure group policy object, you have deployed group policy configuration in such a way that you need computer configuration node side as well as user configuration node side settings. But here you have by mistakenly you have enabled only user configuration node side settings. To rectify this mistake, you can go ahead and enable this section. Okay. So you make sure you check into this GPU status under this details tab. Now I'll go ahead on settings tab. You can see here my computer configuration node side and user configuration node side both are enabled here. If I selected user configuration node side selections, let's do it again. And now in settings section, you can see my computer configuration is disabled here and user configuration is enabled here. So be careful about this thing, right? So now I'll move back into my details tab and report back to my settings to enable. Okay. Now settings. Here you can see computer configuration enable and user configuration enable. So now on delegation tab, you can see there are several groups are applied to this secure GPU. Authenticated users, domain admins, enterprise admin, enterprise domain controllers and systems. These are by default delegated. But here I have manually delegated this secure group to this GPU, right? To make sure the secure group is properly delegated, so select it herein and click on advanced. And here once again select on this secure group and now check this permission for this secure group, right? You can see here the permission level is set to read and go down and make sure this apply group policy permission is also set to allow. If in any case this apply group policy is deselected, then this secure group won't get the secure group policy object configuration. So make sure this apply group policy gets this allow permission label. Without this allow permission label, the group policy object won't work on this secure group. Okay. So I won't do anything herein. I'll just cancel it. Now I am done here with basic group policy object troubleshooting method. I hope you guys learned a lot about it. In my next video, I'll show you how to troubleshoot group policy object with RSOP method. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters, I am Surajban, your instructor. Today we'll discuss about group policy modeling wizard. As a system administrator, when you apply two or more group policy objects onto your domain level, OI level, local level, With several configurations, you must be running into confusion about which configuration of group policy object will take precedence over which one. Think about it. In a large organization, your confusion will be much larger with a number of group policy objects and a big list of OUs, sites, and domains. Well, to overcome this kind of situation, Microsoft offers group policy modeling to troubleshoot your configuration quickly before you would apply all those group policy objects to your organization. So now, to perform group policy object modeling, we need to open group policy management. So click here in. Once your group policy management console will open, so select this group policy modeling here in. Right click here. Select group policy modeling wizard. Now click next. So here show the domain controllers in this domain. As we have only one domain controller ctc.com here in, so it is showing ctc.com. Here process the simulation on this domain controller. We'll select this domain controller. This is 01 ctc.com, right? Then click next. And the container, the user information we need to select. So I'll select Harrison Wells. I'll try to test on this Harrison Wells user. So click on browse. Now choose user container, expand this one, CTC users, R&D users, okay, click OK. Now the computer information, the container I'll select this R&D computers workstation, right? So R&D workstations and click OK. So here in what I did, I have selected those users and computers against whose I'll run the tests. Okay. Now I'll click next. So here, similar the policy implementation for the following. If you are running into slow network connection, then you can select this one. And here, loopback processing. If you are implementing loopback processing, so you can test it here and before you proceed through the loopback processing onto your workstations, right? But here I don't need any one of them right now. Okay, so I'll go ahead and select the site. I'll select the site New Delhi. Click next. Here the user security groups, it is asking which security groups you want to test it against, right? So I'll just select it authenticated users. I'll leave it like this. Computer security groups, authenticated users. Okay. So here WMI filters can be linked, WMI filters for users. Since I don't have any WMI filters, so I'll just leave it like this and click next. WMI filters for computers, I'll leave it like this, just I did before. Now here the summary of selection is showing up here. Now I'll click next here in and click finish. Now here you can see the report is generated for ctc.com for ctc users and R&D users on ctc.com ctc workstation / R&D workstations, right? Here in the summary, you can see during last computer policy refresh, a fast link was detected. For the here same thing, a fast link was detected, right? Now if I'll go to details tab, I'll see all group policy modeling wizard results, right? So here you can see under computer details on the general section, computer container, we have selected R&D workstations, right? Domain ctc.com, site New Delhi, slow link processing, no, because we have in a fast link processing, right? Component status, group policy infrastructure success, group policy services success, registry success, security success, software installation also success. So we can hide it here. Now the settings, here you can see under this policy, here for the Google Chrome installation, winning GPU was CTC domain wide. As you can remember, under CTC domain wide, I have configured Google Chrome installation procedure. So herein, winning GPO is submitted here as CTC domain-wide group policy object. Now herein below we can see the product information, right? Deployment information, security information, advanced information, and cause information. Okay, now I'll hide this one. I'll go to Windows settings as security settings, right? So here I'll show this Windows setting. Okay, for the account policy, lockout policy, the winning GPO is CTC domain wide. As you can remember, we have configured account lockout policy, password policy, KPROS policy, and security policy through CTC domain wide group policy, right? So here all those winning GPOs are showing CTC domain wide GPO. Okay. So now I'll move into local policy security option. If I'll expand this one, you can see here for the network access group policy object, it is disabled here. But the winning GPO defined here, default domain policy. So now you can go ahead and check all the group policy objects. So here you can see network security. Network security do not store LAN manager hash value on the next password change. So this setting is enabled, but here the winning GPO is default domain policy. So on the configure section, you have got pretty much idea about which group policy object is getting applied to its computer section. Okay, now if we will move into this user details, the user container we have selected R&D users, domain ctc.com, slow link processing, here it's no, loopback processing, there is no loopback processing, right? So now the group policy infrastructure, group policy drive map, group policy start menu settings, registry, software installation, all configuration status is showing success here, right? If I'll go ahead and see the software setting, which group policy is winning here. See, for the Adobe, the winning GPO is CTC dominant for the user setting. As you can remember, we have already applied this ADA software through CTC dominant group policy object, right? So if I'll go to this preference for the drive maps, the winning GPO is CTC dominant and the result is success, right? So herein you have got all pretty much idea about which group policy object are successfully deployed to user side or computer side. And also you can observe which group policies are take precedence over which group policy. And in the last query tab, it shows the settings that we are used to generate the report herein. Okay. So here I am done here with group policy modeling wizard. In my next video, I'll show you how to troubleshoot your workstations with group policy object RSOP method. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. Now we'll discuss about how to troubleshoot your workstations using resultant set of policies. In short, RSOP. To do that so first of all in your group policy management console, right click here in this group policy results and select group policy results wizard. Now click next. Here in this computer selection, you can set this computer or else you can set another computer. So here from the browse, I'll select my Windows 10 workstation. So check name. Okay. And click next. So here by selecting the specific computer, we're in the next window that user selection. Display policy setting for current user or a select a specific user. Though we have logged into our Harrison Wells account on our Windows 10 workstation, so here it is showing H Wells account. So before I proceed here, I just want to remember you something that in my previous videos I have deployed service and advanced firewall setting through group policy object on my Windows 10 workstations. Due to those configuration, I am able to pass through from computer selection to user selection. If I have not configured properly those settings, I would not have passed through this computer selection to user selection. So if you have not properly configured those settings, then you must be facing RPC server error message. Okay. So to avoid this specific error message, you need to configure all those settings properly. Now I'll go ahead and click next. Now here in the summary of selection, username HWells, display user policy settings yes, computer name CTC Win10, display computer policy setting yes. Now click next. Now click on finish button. So here you can see the report is being generated here for Windows 10 workstation on Harrison Wells account. So here in the summary details of Harrison Wells account and Windows 10 workstation, the computer policy and user policy refresh are done here. So here I go to details tab. You can see under computer details node, there are general computer status settings, group policy objects are there. So under this general tab, you can see computer name is showing here, domain name ctc.com is showing here, site, there is no site configured, so there is none. The organization unit you have selected CTC workstation and R&D workstation, right? Now we'll go to component status node. You can see on this component name, group policy infrastructure, group policy service, registry, security, software installation, all those configuration status success showing herein. Now if I'll go to the settings node under this policy software settings and install application, if I'll expand this install application, you can see this Google Chrome application is being here deployed here on this workstation Windows 10. Okay, now the winning GPU is showing here CTC domain wide. So here in this Google Chrome software is deployed by CTC domain wide GPU. So here if you expand this product information, deployment information, security, advance, all those things, you'll get to know details about all this deployment status. Okay, now under this Windows settings, administrative templates, if I'll go to network and network connection, here you can see here the policies are like Windows firewall allow inbound remote administration exception, it is enabled herein, and the winning GPU is CTC domain wide GPU. Now under this group policy object node, you can see the applied group policies are CTC domain wide and default domain policy. Here two group policy objects are applied on this computer node side GPUs, right? So here you can conclude there are two group policy objects are applied on this computer configuration side node. If I'll expand this CTC domain wide, you can see the link location ctc.com, extension computer nil, enforced no it is not enforced, it's disabled no, security filters it is applied to authenticated users. Here in this troubleshooting method, basically you will get to know about which GPU settings is applied and what are the settings being applied to your workstation as well as on the user side. Okay, so herein we have seen this computer side settings. If you go to the user details, here the username HWells, as I have selected this Harrison Wells account, right? The domain name ctc.com, the organizational unit ctc.com, ctc user and R&D users, right? Since the Harrison Wells is under R&D users OU, so it is showing up here. The component status as it is always group policy infrastructure, group policy drive mask, group policy start menu settings, registry, software installation, all are succeeded here, right? If you go to this Windows settings, as I have shown just before, you can see here this desktop settings, don't save settings at exit, it's enabled here, and here instead of CTC domain wide, the winning GPU is secure GPU. So according to our LSD group policy implementation method, so on the OE level, whatever the group policy settings you have applied, that will take precedence over domain level group policy object settings, right? So here the secure group policy object is submitted as the winning group policy object. Now here in this group policy object, you can see there is applied group policy objects and denied group policy objects are there. So here you can see applied group policy objects are CTC domain wide, default domain policy and secure group policy object. As we have already seen CTC domain wide and secure group policy object herein. And denied group policies are local group policy. If I'll expand this one, so here you can see the reason of denied local group policy is due to this local group policy is empty. That's why the local group policy is denied to be applied on this user level, right? Now lastly, if I'll move into a policy event tab, you can find event details about group policy objects. Here I am done with group policy object troubleshooting method with RSOP method. Now I'll see you in my next video. Up to then, goodbye and thank you. Hello my dear brothers and sisters. I am Surezman, your instructor. Now we'll discuss about how to troubleshoot group policy objects on your workstations. To troubleshoot group policy object on a workstation, first of all you need to open your command prompt. So press Windows and R button simultaneously to open run window and type cmd, okay, and press enter. Once your command prompt will open, try to type gp result slash and question mark and type and press enter. Here you can see under this gp result there are several switches are there. /s, /u, /p, /scope, /user, /x, /h. There are several switches are available. So now I'll go ahead and try to get group policy result for Cisco Raman user, right? To get so, you need to type gp result /r and press enter. Sorry, /r, press enter. Now here you can see the resultant set of policies data for CTC/CRAMN on Windows 10 on logging mode. All those RSVP data are showing up here. Likewise, we have seen in our previous video, right? But herein, all those data are showing up here in this command prompt window. So here, user setting, container name Cisco Raman, OU IT users, OU CTC users, domain component CTC, domain component COM. So ctc.com or domain controller, right? Now, the last time group policy was applied, here the date and the time is specified here. Group policy applied from this domain controller. The group policy slow link threshold 500 kbps, domain name CTC, domain type Windows 2008 or later, it is showing here. And the most important thing, the applied group policy objects, it is showing here CTC domain wide, right? Now here the following GPS were not applied because they were filtered out. So which is filtered out? The local group policy, right? So it is not applied herein. Now if you want this ROCB data in very details manner, you can type like gp result /a/b. B it stands for verbose mode. Okay, so press enter. Now it is gathering all these data. Okay, now from the starting I'll show you. So here you can specify the difference RSOP data for CTC/CRAMN on Windows 10 on logging mode. This first of all it is showing OS configuration, member workstation, OS version 10, site names not applicable, roaming profiles not applicable because there is no roaming profile herein. Okay, so the local profile is CRAMN. Okay, connected over slow link, no. So here in verbose mode, basically it shows all the specific details about the Cisco RAM and user group policy objects. Now if you go down and find the user settings, applied group policy objects, CTC domain and yes, the filtered out GPS local group policy because local group policy is not defined, right? The user is a part of following security groups. The security groups are mentioning herein. And go down, the user has been following secret privilege, nothing is showing here. Now here the configuration are showing here. Now the resultant set of policies for a user, the software installation data is showing up herein, right? The GPO, cities domain wide, the name, Adobe software, right? Now I'll go ahead. Now here in this administrative templates, you can see the folder names and the folder IDs are showing up here on which all group policy object configurations are stored in. Now if you want to see RSOP data of another user from this current workstation, then first of all you need to close this command prompt and again open this command prompt with administrative privilege. In another word, with elevated privilege. Right? Now go to this Windows system. Right click here in this command prompt. More, run as administrator. Now give her administrative credentials. Okay, now I'll maximize this one. First of all, I need to check what are the users are residing in this workstation, right? So I'll type this command net user and press enter. So administrator, Cisco, default account, guest, and WAG utility account. Okay, but here I need to query RSOP data for Harrison Wells account. So how can I do it? So just follow me. Type gp result / user h wells, right, and type /r, right, and press enter. Now the report is generating. See, likewise we have got RSP data for Cisco Raman user. Herein we are getting RSP data for H wells, Harrison Wells account, right? So here the RSP data H wells are now in 10 computer settings, applied group policy objects here CTC domain wide and default domain policy. The GPS not applied local group policy. The computer is a part of following security groups. All the security groups are mentioned here. The user settings, the applied group policy object CTC domain wide. The filtered group policy object is local group policy, right? So here, if you want to save all those data in a file, you can save it. So how can you do it? Just follow my lead. Okay. Now type your drive name and type the name for your appropriate result data file. Okay, HTML. Here all RSOP data will save into this HTML files. You can save into also in XML files as well, right? Here I am taking this HTML. Now press enter. Okay, I think I have done some mistake here. Well, wait, sorry. You remove this /r and put /h. Here the /h switch will write the RSP data on the result.html file, right? Now press enter. Okay, wait, just press enter. Now the report file is being generated. Now I'll go to my C drive to confirm this result.html file is saved there. So navigate to C drive. So here you can see this result file is saved here in the C drive. Now I will open this file to confirm all the RSOP data. So open with Google Chrome. So here you can see all RSOP data are showing here in this Google Chrome. Likewise, we have seen in our RSOP turbo setting method, right? So you can just expand these ones and you can view all those data, right? For the Google Chrome, winning Chivo cities domain wide and Windows setting administrative templates. So and network security here the winning GPO cities domain wide. So now herein I am done with GP result troubleshooting method from workstations. In my next chapter, I'll come up with Active Directory certificate services. After then, goodbye and thank you.